Radio. IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network.
It will be, Jay Query, one of the most popular wins that we have seen in many years here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Tony Kanaan is going to win the 500-mile race.
Dario Franchitti has gotten out of his car. Dario Franchitti, if you were to ask him,
I will hit you in program.
Friend in this race, without question, is the man who right now sits behind the pace car negotiating turn number 2. Both hands still on the wheel on that hydroxy-cut machine, but the hands of everyone inside this oval and on the outside of it in the air right now. Mark, that's because Dario Franchitti just watched his good friend go past. He's a half a lap away under caution from winning the Indy 500.
Live from the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course in Lexington, Ohio, it's time for the Indy Lights, presented by Cooper Tires on the Advanced Auto Parts IndyCar Radio Network.
On an absolutely perfect Saturday morning from Lexington, Ohio, thanks for joining us on the Advanced Auto Parts IndyCar Radio Network. This is qualifying for Indy Lights, presented by Cooper Tires, as we're about to set the grid for Sunday's race number 2. Davey Hamilton joins me in the booth. My name's Nick Yeoman. You'll hear from Rob Howden on pit lane here in just a bit. And, Davey, it's a doubleheader weekend. And, you know, a couple weeks ago in Toronto, Kyle Kaiser goes out. He picks up a pair of wins and really grabs this championship race by the throat and says, I want it. And now, all of a sudden, we come to Mid-Ohio with 4 races to go. He's got a chance to really put a stranglehold on this championship, but at the same time, if he can score a doubleheader win, why can't someone else to get right back in this championship hunt?
And this track's so different than Toronto. Well, although he's been the side of consistency, he's the guy that's been consistent every race. He's finishing races, but then when you go into a doubleheader and you win both of them, that's impressive. Now, can he do it here? Absolutely, but as you said, there's plenty of these guys who can do the same thing. This track's a little more difficult. It's definitely technical. It's a great facility, but this is a permanent road course. So elevation changes make a big part in it. So handling from this to a street course is so different. But we'll have to see now. He's stretching a little lead out in that championship. Not a lot. He's still if he comes out here with a doubleheader win, he's pretty much got a lock on it.
This is another 30-minute qualifying session for these teams to go out and turn as many laps as they want, trying to find the sweet spot on those Cooper tires to lay down the quickest lap. Again, we'll set the grid for race number 2 on Sunday. Race number 1 coming your way today at 3:30 Eastern. David, we talked about it. Man, sun's still rising here in Lexington, Ohio, and we're going to see, you know, some beautiful temperatures and beautiful weather throughout the course of the day. Before we talk about just how gorgeous it is this morning, let's get a perfect look at those conditions as Dave First joins us here on pit lane from Mid-Ohio.
You know, it's appropriate that two-time Heisman winner Archie Griffin is the grand marshal for this weekend's race here at beautiful Mid-Ohio, because you wake up, it kind of feels like football weather here in central Ohio. Air temperature around 63 degrees, track temperature at 68. I mean, there is literally not, well, maybe a couple of clouds to the east of us, but a couple of clouds in the sky, but it is gorgeous conditions, humidity at 73 degrees. I feel like we were just qualifying. We'll see if Santi Urrutia can double down this weekend to start from up front in race number 2 tomorrow.
Appreciate that, Dave, and it has been a strong weekend for Santi Urrutia. Beautiful weather, Dave, and you know, we always talk when we go to Barber Motorsports Park in Birmingham about how beautiful the grounds are and there's not a blade of grass out of place. This is a pretty awesome place as well, especially in these morning hours when you see some of the shadows on the racetrack. You see the well-kept grass and gravel pits around this racetrack. This is just a fabulous facility.
You know, they've done such a great job with this facility. It's old. It's been here a long time, been through a lot of different promoters. Now Savory Green have taken this over and just keep the tradition going of being such a great facility. Now, and one thing is the schedule for this weekend, very busy schedule. I mean, there's something on track all the time. Matter of fact, the good thing is there's already been cars on track this morning for the Indy Lights cars. So a little bit of rubber down, but one thing that we have to remember, they're going to race number 1 this afternoon. Obviously, with these cool temperatures, they said 68 degrees. It's going to get a little bit warmer, but not a lot. So conditions may not change as we normally see them throughout a weekend, where it could be a little bit cool and see 20 or 30 degree temperature change. It may be only 10 degree temperature change. So it's good for these drivers to know that it's going to be a cool weekend for them as driver, because this is one of the racetracks. There's really no breaks. You're busy. You're shifting or turning or braking almost the entire time around this racetrack. It's very busy.
A quick spin for the Juncos driver, Nico Jamin, at the bottom of the S's in turn number 6. He got that green and white Mazda refired and continues on here for qualifying. Santi Urrutia, dominating practice session yesterday morning, Dave. He was nearly a half a second faster than the entire field. And then in qualifying, boy, really backed it up with an impressive qualifying effort. He's going to start on the front row for race number 1. 0.6 of a second faster than everybody. This is a racetrack that clearly, it just suits that young man.
Well, and he's right now fastest so far. Now, there's a long ways to go. Guys are going to come in and put new tires on, but, man, he really has this nailed. Now, speaking of Urrutia, he could be the guy with a doubleheader weekend. He's the guy that really shows the speed so far this weekend, the consistency, and the comfort zone that it takes to win.
And Rob Howden, if Santi Urrutia wants to win this championship, it's going to have to come this weekend. He's going to need a monster weekend, but so far, so good.
Yeah, you know what, Nick? Last year, obviously, a great season for Santi Urrutia. Ended up finishing P2 in the championship, almost won the title. This was a weekend that really brought him back into it. He had won 2 races coming into the weekend at Mid-Ohio, was able to sweep the weekend, as we've said already. A very impressive driver, loves this racetrack, but it's a little different year, but not as different as maybe you may seem. Obviously, with a new team, he's running for Verizon Auto Racing, different colors on the car. It looks very much like James Hinchcliffe's Verizon IndyCar. The Aero sponsorship, the gold and black, but it's the same car from last year. Brian Velarde bought the car from Sam Schmidt. It's the same driver, Santi Urrutia, and it's even the same engineer, Tim Neff. This is exactly the same formula they put together to win last year. Just different colors on the car, but everything's exactly the same, and that's why I think we're seeing the same kind of results. Santi loves this racetrack. He loves his race car right now. He won yesterday in qualifying, and he'll try to do it again today. And Davey, you said it. This is it. If he can sweep this weekend, get 2 race wins, which would be his first of the year, has not yet won after a big year last year. He's not yet been victorious here in 2017. He could find himself actually back in the championship chase as we head to Gateway.
Dave, you been surprised by that? The fact that here we are at Mid-Ohio getting towards the end of the season and we haven't seen Santi Urrutia win a race yet?
Well, big time, especially since we've had so many different winners and him not being one of them. The guy, that almost, like you said, almost won the championship last year and really kind of did. I think it was a little team strategy that kept him out of the championship and getting that Verizon IndyCar scholarship from Mazda Road to Indy. But here's a kid that we've talked to many times. When he gets second, when he gets third, good runs, he's so disappointed.
He hates it.
He is just like beat up. I mean, he wants to win so bad. And like I say, most guys get out of their car second, third, they get a podium, they're pretty happy. Not him. He wants to win, and that's it.
And you've delved into the car ownership before. I mean, that's kind of what you want out of a race car driver, right?
Yeah, you definitely do. But you don't want to get them so focused on that it takes away their overall performance. I mean, yes, it's all about winning. And, yes, we want to get in victory lane. But you know what? You have to take the good days with the bad sometimes. And anytime you can get a podium, that's strong. If you can finish in the top 5 in any race, that means you could win that race just as easy as 5th.
That's how Kyle Kaiser's leading the championship,
right.
Quite honestly. I mean, you take out that impressive doubleheader weekend where he picked up a pair of wins at Toronto a couple weeks ago. That's why he's in the championship lead. He doesn't beat himself.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And if you recall, in the second race in Toronto, he really wasn't the guy to beat. It was Herta, but Herta got into the wall, broke his rear suspension. He goes out and it kind of leaves the lead for Kaiser, who then had checked out at that point. But it's who makes the least mistakes a lot of times to run for these championships. And right now, Kaiser's the guy doing that, although obviously he has wins to go with it. So it's very, he's impressive with the speed and the wins that he has. But Santi, he's hungry. He wants to get some wins. And as Rob says, 2 wins here, he's right back in the game.
There's no doubt about it. It is a 16-round marathon, not a sprint, to win the Indy Lights championship, collect that scholarship, and advance your career to the Verizon IndyCar Series. Davey mentioned the amount of winners we've had this year, 6 different winners in 12 races. Kyle Kaiser's picked up 3 wins. Matheus Leist has 3 as well. Colton Herta picked up 2 wins early in the season. Nico Jamin has a pair of wins. Aaron Telitz won to start the season at St. Petersburg, and Zachary Clay-Mello also picked his first career win earlier this year as well. And Davey, we're watching these drivers navigate the S's here at Mid-Ohio, one of the more technical parts of the racetrack. There's only 14 cars in this series, but I think I just saw 5 or 6 make their way through the S's. Got a lot of time in qualifying to get out there and space yourself out, but right now we're not seeing a lot of space.
You know, it's really interesting on the strategy and the theory that these kids use to qualify. Right now, I feel this is the easiest qualifying session in motorsports, because it's not going out there and really having to lay down a lap or 2. It's you get a half-hour session.
Yeah.
You get to come in, you get to put tires on. But saying all that is, some of these guys maybe just want to size themselves up with the guy they're running with to see if they can gain or lose ground on him before they put those new Cooper tires on and go out and really set a lap down. But as you said, this is a big track. There's only 14 cars. You shouldn't be in traffic and be held up. But I have seen some of the Junko's cars, for whatever reason, I think both of them I've seen pretty sideways. And one of them already spun early in this session. So that's a team that came off 2 dominating wins. Now struggling, but not quite as fast here.
Yeah, and for those Juncos cars, not too terribly impressive in qualifying yesterday. Nico DePero is a rookie, so obviously a lot of learning to do, and he's had his bumps in the road so far in his maiden voyage in the Indy Lights Series. His teammate Kyle Kaiser obviously has had a fantastic season. He's the points leader and looks poised to win this championship, but Kaiser qualified 6th yesterday, Davey, for race number 1. 14-car field, that puts you right in the middle of that hornet's nest at the beginning of the race. And I think if you're a championship leader, it's kind of the last place you'd want to be.
Well, you know, one thing that he has to think about, you know, he is the championship leader. He wants to win the championship. They're in the best position to do that. But he still has to be aggressive and move forward in a safe manner. He needs to finish the race as number 1. But number 2 is you can't just right around there and just finish the race. You still have to be aggressive. You still have to finish as far front as you can. So it's not over for him, so he still has to charge.
Speaking of our points leader, Rob Howden, he's just brought that number 18 machine to pit lane.
Yeah, Kyle Kaiser into pit lane here right now. And the Yuko's number 18. They're going to roll out some fresh Coopers for him. He's the first driver to come in to put new rubber on. They all started with fresh Cooper tires to start this session. And guys, interesting you talk about Kyle Kaiser qualifying in the 6th position yesterday. Yuko's has not been traditionally very good here at Mid-Ohio. Even when they won the championship with Spencer Piggott a couple of years ago, he did not have good finishes here, wasn't able to get on the podium. They just haven't really had the setup here for Mid-Ohio, and that's what really kind of changes things. You look back at the last couple of races here, last couple of years, it's been all Schmidt-Peterson Motorsports. 2 years ago, it was Jack Harvey winning, R.C. Ederson winning. Last year, of course, the sweep for Santi Urrutia. They just haven't got it done, the Juncos drivers. They're back in here. They're the first guys to go to sticker tires because Davey Hamlin, you can talk about it big time here. This place is tough to pass. Qualifying so ridiculously important here at Mid-Ohio. You've got to start in the front half of this grid.
Yeah, that is no question about that. That's one thing I was going to get to on this particular course. As I just said, you're so busy around here. You're shifting, braking, turning. I mean, you're on top of the car the entire time. And this race course really leaves one passing zone. And that's at the end of that long straightaway in that right-hander down in turn 3. I think actually it's turn 4. They call the kink in the back straightaway 3, but going down in turn 4 is really the key passing point because you're so fast going down into 2, you really can't gain on the guy. You could try to outbrake him, but it's a tough one. So when you have a course where there's really one passing zone, you need to be really strong coming off of turn 2. Turn 3 is nothing. You're wide open through there down the straightaway, and then getting into turn 4 to make sure the guy doesn't get a run on you.
Dave, first, how about these Bilardi auto racing machines? They were strong at qualifying yesterday, looking pretty good here in qualifying today.
Yeah, once again, they're back. It's funny, John Bruner, the team manager for Bilardi Auto Racing, Santi Urrutia, he comes back to a track where he's dominated all of a sudden. He gets that old feeling back, doesn't he?
Oh, absolutely. You know, it was really, he was really good in Toronto as well. We had some technical issues there, but he was coming in here with a lot of confidence.
And he's back at P1 after he just popped off the quickest lap. In fact, we expect to see the Belardi guys come back onto pit road and put on some fresh rubber here. Tell me about Shelby as well. He is pretty good at this race course and is having so far a nice qualifying day today.
Yeah, so I think this is probably his favorite track. He's done well here in the past. He has a podium here in the Lights car, so we expected him to do well. He's very happy with the car. Great qualifying yesterday to be P4, but he wants the top spot.
It's a promising start for the weekend for you guys, huh?
Absolutely. We need it. We're ready for it.
Good luck the rest of the way. Aaron Teals, by the way, just made it back onto pit road. That Soul Red Mazda number 9. They're going to throw some fresh rubber on his machine. We expect to see also Santi Urrutia and Shelby Blackstock any moment here. Back to Rob Howden.
You know, Dave, really interesting. You know, normally during these sessions, practice or qualifying, we talk about the fact that the teams go to work on the cars. The front cowls are off. They get the rear engine cover off. They're going to work on dampers. I walked up and down pit lane. There is not one single change. No one has any body work off. They're just putting fresh rubber on and getting ready to go back out. Davey, this is really interesting. We're not seeing any adjustments to these cars at all during this session.
Yeah, that is pretty interesting. You know, these guys, normally there'd be somebody, as you said, Rob, that has to make a change, get their car a little bit better, but that's very interesting that they're not doing that, and everybody's pretty close. So confidence, a long day yesterday. They got to practice. They got round 1 qualifying in. So obviously these guys, all these teams are so good. But most of them got it right, it seems like yesterday.
Looks like the majority of the field, nearly the entire field, has made their way back to pit lane. Dalton Kellett looks like he's the only driver out on the racetrack. Just saw Shelby Blackstock bring his Belardi Auto Racing car to pit lane. So 13 of the 14 drivers on to pit road here at Mid-Ohio for service. It is Santi Urrutia at the top of the charts at a minute 12.494. His teammate Shelby Blackstock is second. Nico Jamin is third. Colton Herta is fourth. Zachary Clayman DeMello is fifth. Juan Pedrohita is sixth. Dalton Kellett is seventh. Neil Alberico is eighth. Kyle Kaiser's ninth. And Ryan Norman rounds out the top 10. Davey, we just saw an onboard shot of Norman, who's gone back onto the racetrack.
Yeah, you know, he came out of pit lane a little bit hot. It looked like went over the curbing in turn 1 and kind of got a little bit loose. He's down in turn 2 now, going down this long back straightaway. A little kink that they call turn 3, and actually is the start-finish line, or the start line, I should say, for the race here at Mid-Ohio. They do the start there, then they do the finish right here in front of the pit lane, actually.
How about that sponsorship on that car? Journey, the band, all for the 48 car.
Yeah, you know, they've been around a long time,
yes,
haven't they? But it's pretty awesome that they're still out there, still playing their hits and involved with IndyCar series.
Rob Howden, like I said, the majority of the field made their way down to pit lane, but as I look across the way, it doesn't look like many of them stayed there very long.
Still a lot of guys in here, actually, Nick. I want to say probably a half dozen still here. Most of the Andretti guys have rolled out. They've just fired up Santi Urrutia again to get ready to go. I did talk to one of the crew members from Uncos Racing and asked them, like, why aren't we seeing any changes right now? And essentially, it's just the fact, Davey, that the cool temperatures here, they're only just starting to get these tires up to temperature when they're hitting their marks. So they really haven't got a good feel. It's not like a hot day where you're rolling out and you're pushing hard and you get that good 5-lap window where your tires where you're ready to go and you get a good feel of the race car. The tires are just coming up to temperature. They knock off that great lap and they're back in for new tires.
Davey, how much does the cool temperatures help these race cars perform here in these morning hours at Ohio?
As a driver, man, I always loved them because it does several things. Number one, cool temperatures make power. It makes these cars a little extra horsepower, so you have some advantage there. Secondly is the cooler air creates, the air's heavy, so a little more downforce as well, so that gives them just that little bit more grip. And number three, it's easy on you as a driver. So it's really an advantage to have cool temperatures and to find speed at the same time.
We expect things to be quite a bit different later today when we do go racing for the Indy Lights Series, presented by Cooper Tires at 3:30 in the afternoon. That's going to be in the heat of the day. But honestly, Davey, we've hit the lottery in terms of the weather forecast this weekend. You know, we were a little hit and miss in Toronto. Thankfully, never really saw those heavy thunderstorms that we thought we were going to see on race day Sunday, but it looks like it's going to be picture perfect throughout the course of this weekend.
Yeah, we had that little chance of rain, I think, yesterday and the day before, and we were here doing two-seaters on Thursday, and it was supposed to rain, but it was actually a nice, cool day, dry conditions, and this track actually felt really good, Nick. And one thing I have to say is two of the corners that are tough is going into turn 4, as we said, passing zone, but surprisingly, that's sometimes slick in there. You got to be careful getting in there. There was so much rubber already built up from the 2000s and the Pro Mazda and some of the cars that were on track at that point. The thing was really rubbered up, and the car turned so good through there. I think it's the best I've ever seen this track, actually. And that was only on Thursday, so as this track gets rubbered in, as long as it doesn't get too much, but with these cool conditions, I see some high speeds all weekend.
Just under 12 minutes to go here in qualifying. You know who I feel the best for the fact that the conditions are great are these race fans that make their way out and they camp out here, because it seems like every year we come to Mid-Ohio, there's at least one night where there are some heavy storms that roll through, and I always worry about those folks that set up their tents and their campers and think, man, they are braving the conditions. It looks like they're not going to have to worry about it, but that's one of the cool things I think about Mid-Ohio is you can see this shot there. I mean, every corner on this racetrack, they've got folks camped out ready to watch open wheel racing.
Well, this is one of the places I have to say, if I'm going to camp and just hang out at a racetrack, this is the place. The campgrounds here are absolutely fantastic, and it's the better view and scenery than most campgrounds. You got trees and grass and hills and so many people out there, just a lot of fun. And you're right, it's always a bummer when it rains or the wind picks up or whatever, but right now, man, it's perfect weekend for these campers.
It is Santi Urrutia still pacing this field here in qualifying with 10 minutes to go in qualifying. Shelby Blackstock is second, so two of the three Bilardi Auto Racing cars holding down the provisional front row. Then you've got a pair of Andretti cars, Nico Jamin and the Andretti Steinbrenner effort for Colton Herta. Zachary Clamademello sits in fifth. Juan Pedrohita is sixth. You look further down the timing and scoring. Where's our points leader? Ninth for Kyle Kaiser. So Kaiser's just turned 8 laps while the rest of this field has turned up towards 11 or 12. So Kaiser's still searching for speed, Davey. And you know, Rob kind of talked about it. Juncos Racing hasn't really found the setup at this place over the years. This may be one of those weekends for Kaiser that he simply has to survive.
Yeah, right now a 9th and a 13th for that team, so they're not where they want to be. Now, I do expect with these new tires going on, the times are going to start dropping. But how about two other guys that have won races this year with the Titans, who run right off the bat, then we haven't seen him in Victory Circle, which we thought we were going to see him a lot this year. Seems to be struggling a little bit with that Bilardi team as well, with his teammates up front. And then Leist, you know, a guy that's been super fast all year long, finds himself in 12th right now. But like I say, they're going to start getting some heat in these Cooper tires. As Rob said, taking a little extra time to get heat in these tires. Now, what these teams could do is put a little more air pressure in the tire, helps get the heat up quicker. So I expect to see the times to start dropping just right here momentarily.
And Matheus Leist just turned his fastest lap of this qualifying session. It only moved him up to the 11th spot, though, and he needs a monster bounce-back weekend after what was a really frustrating pair of races in Toronto. We hit the summer stretch of the schedule, and it really looked like this kid may charge his way all the way to the championship lead and maybe steal this title away from Kyle Kaiser after he had a pair of top fives on the road course at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Then he got insanely hot, won the Freedom 100 in dominating fashion, picked up another win at Road America, was fourth in the second race, charged from 10th position all the way to the win at Iowa Speedway, closed that championship gap. And then, Davey, we went to Toronto. He makes a mistake, gets in the tire barriers, has that rear wing ripped off, and finishes 13th. Salvaged a fifth-place finish in race number 2, but with the way Kaiser ran, he now finds himself 51 points back, and now the pressure really is on Matheus Leist to regain that form that he found during the summer months and pick up some wins.
Well, and that was the key thing right there, as you said, is consistency is so important. And with Leist at Toronto, we talked about it before it even happened. It seemed like he was trying to get more out of the car than the car had. And that's a no-no. You can only get out of the car what it has. And if you could do that each and every lap, no matter what it gives you, but you just drive it to its fullest and not go over, that's a championship contender. And multiple times we've seen him trying to block and just driving that car faster than it was. And next thing you know, he was off course and out of the game.
Let's get a pair of reports on pit lane. We'll start with Dave first, standing by with Ricardo Juncos.
Yeah, an opportunity to catch up with Ricardo Juncos. You're saying maybe another 2 laps before these tires really come in?
Yeah, I think so. We still have almost 8 minutes to go, so we need to wait, hope for no yellows. You know, like yesterday was kind of crazy. So far so good. We need another 2 laps to really see where we are.
I know this hasn't been a great start to the weekend for you guys. How do you tell, especially Kyle, how do you tell him not to overdrive the car, not to take too many chances out there? Because after all, you guys are thinking championship here at the end of the day.
Yeah, the mentality is the same one than race 1. We're not going to change the mentality. So we know he's going race by race, and he's fine. You know, mental-wise, he's very strong this weekend, like he's been the whole year, to be honest. So we're just gonna do our best, focus on ourselves, and whatever happens.
I saw some changes to Nico when you guys came in. Some damper changes for you guys?
Yeah, I mean, Nico's still looking for a good setup for him. You know, he's still lacking experience. This is a very difficult track, you know, and requires patience to wait for the car to come into you, and sometimes what he suffer, but we try to help him as much as we can, and he's doing a good job, you know.
All right, we've talked about a lap. Those tires should be coming in the next lap. We'll see what happens. Good luck.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, Ricardo Uncos keeping a close eye on things, and yeah, Nico DePero struggling so far. He'll start next to last in this afternoon's race and struggling again here in qualifying today. Rob Howden.
Seeing the order kind of shuffle around here, guys, but not surprising to see Nico Jamin into the top 5. We talk about this racetrack kind of playing to drivers who do well here, who like this track, maybe suits their style. Of course, Santi Urrutia sweeping the weekend last year. I'm not surprised to see Nico Jamin, Nick, in the top 5 at all. Here's a guy that has actually flat dominated this racetrack through his Mazda Road to Indy career. He swept the triple header in USF 2000 a couple of years ago to win the championship. Last year swept the doubleheader in Pro Mazda, his first 2 wins in that category. He loves this racetrack. We call him Mr. Mid-Ohio within the Mazda Road to Indy. I know that Scott Dixon has that moniker in the Verizon IndyCar series, but Nico Jamin loves this racetrack. He struggled a little bit the last couple of races. I think we all know he's not had the results he wants, but to come back here to a track that he loves, not surprising at all to see him into the top 5 and jumping now up to P2 in the order. Great run here for Nico Jamin. This is just a track like Santi Urrutia that he really loves. He's hoping to get himself back onto the podium.
That has to be a little frustrating, though, Davey, for Nico Jamin with all those wins that Rob just documented here. And then you show up and you're like, oh, boy, there's somebody else that has this place figured out, like Santi Urrutia, because clearly those two love this racetrack a lot like Scott Dixon. I mean, this free-flowing nature seems to suit those drivers' styles.
Well, it is impressive with Jamin being able to come and dominate in the lower divisions. But one thing that you always remember, that every time you go up a division, it's more challenging. Yeah. There's more competition. The driver pulls a little bit better. The teams are a little bit better just all the way through. So although he just dropped Herta, goes to second. Jamin goes to third at this point in qualifying so far, but still a good run for him. And you know, the race, it's a long race, so things could change. And how about this? Just goes to P1 right now, so he does have it figured out, doesn't he?
111.394 for Nico Jamin. As Davey mentioned, he pops to P1 here with just 4.5 minutes to go in qualifying. That bumps Santi Urrutia to second, just 0.3 of a second back. Colton Herta is third. Zachary Clamademello is fourth. Shelby Blackstock has been kicked down to fifth. Kyle Kaiser has found a little bit more speed. He's gotten up to sixth. Juan Pedrohita seventh. Nico DePero eighth. Ryan Norman is ninth. Clamademello just moved past Herta for now, Davey, because Colton Herta just ripped off the quickest lap of this qualifying session.
Yeah, how about that? Herta was in fourth, then goes to fifth, and now next thing you know in first, and it's changing around. As you can't even go through the list because it's changing so fast. So these tires are just now coming into good play.
And, you know, you mentioned it early in the show. This is the easiest qualifying format in the sense that these drivers get 30 minutes. But at the same time, there is certainly that sweet spot at the end of this qualifying session where you do have to be perfect, and there is a lot of pressure on these guys. We're under 3.5 minutes to go. This is when those tires start to come in, and those drivers have to nail these laps.
Yeah, without a doubt. Now, I seen Urrutia out there actually passing some guys. So interesting that he chose to fight with somebody to get by them instead of just backing off and making a good qualifying run. We'll see if that hurts him or not, because he maybe used those tires up a little too much, or got out of sync a little bit with with traffic out there to see if he can get number one again. But right now, how about that Colton Herta time? 111.275. Very, very impressive.
Yeah, it is rare if you are battling with someone out of the racetrack. As we see, one car goes around there in the keyhole. That appears to be the 11 of Garth Rickards. The 27 of Jamin has to jump to the outside, as does Dalton Kellett. This is going to slow everybody down. At least a local yellow in the keyhole there. We see Matheus Leist has to swing wide, as does Juan Pedrohita. All these drivers doing a good job of staying out of the way. But, Davey, with 2.5 minutes to go in qualifying, this is the last thing any of these drivers needed when they start trying to turn some quick laps here in Mid-Ohio.
Yeah. Unfortunately, what he did is he when he took off to go forward, he didn't take off fast enough. He tried to go slow over the curbing and high-centered, so now he's done. I mean, there's nowhere he could go now. He's not on the track, but that's going to affect these guys' lap time because you don't know where he is coming through that corner right there. So there's nobody's going to go any faster. So if they end it right now, I say that what you see on the board right now is going to be where they're going to start.
It's been a frustrating year for Garth Rickards as he has done a lot of learning, and I think he's found that learning curve up to Indy Lights has been quite a challenge, as routinely he has been searching for speed. He's one of the drivers that jumped up from USF 2000 past Pro Mazda into Indy Lights. And, Davey, this ladder system is set up in a perfect way. These cars get a little bit more powerful, a little bit faster, and the advantage, of course, is that they get to race on most of the same racetracks that the Verizon IndyCar series do. But as you mentioned, every level you bump up, it gets a little bit more challenging, and that's where we really separate the good drivers from the truly great ones that should be competing in the IndyCar series.
Yeah, and there's a couple ways to look at it. He did pass up the Mazda series, but right now, no secret about it, Mazda series is struggling right now. So that's not always they don't have a lot of cars, and the series is going through a transition with new cars, and so they made the decision just to jump right to Indy Lights. And I think you could do that. We've seen guys do that before, but it is a great ladder if you have the time, the funding, and the proper teams to come up to the ladder. That's definitely the best way to do it, and you could always race for that scholarship. But some of these guys, that without the funding, they got to spend their money correctly, and they got to do what they think is right. And I do feel that guys can go from other divisions, and not just this, but for 2000s on up. But right now, as you said, Rickards he's really challenging right now, or being challenged right now to be fast.
With 30 seconds to go, it appears Race Control is content with where that 11 car is on the racetrack. As we said, he's just kind of high-centered, just to the inside of the curbing through the keyhole portion of the racetrack in Turn 2. The good news, Davey, is where he's at is not a high-speed portion of the racetrack, and Race Control deems that he's not really in danger because those drivers really aren't carrying a lot of RPMs to that part of the racetrack.
Right, and it's a situation where there's the goods and the bads with it. Yeah, is he in a dangerous spot? Not really. The cars, if anything happens, that are going to go to the high side, not to the inside. But the other bad thing is with that car sitting there, there's no way to get the optimum lap with him sitting there. As a driver, you're going down there, you're going to see him sit sideways, not knowing exactly where he's at. We see an in-car right now, and you see you coming through there. He's sitting there. Yeah, it doesn't really mess you up. But on the other side of the coin, you're going to be a little cautious through there.
So I think that was probably a good call by Race Control, knowing that in the final moments of this qualifying session is when these drivers are maximizing horsepower, grip on these Cooper tires. They want to hit it perfectly to let them finish out this qualifying session, because when you throw that local yellow, you can't turn a fast lap through that portion of the racetrack. We're seeing a lot of these drivers across the timing and scoring line for the final time. Not seeing a ton of change in the timing and scoring charts. Colton Herta is still P1. Santi Urrutia has moved to second. In fact, Herta just came across the timing line for the final time. He will not do any better, or he will not improve his lap as of right now. We're still waiting to see Santi Urrutia, though. He's really the one contender left out on the racetrack trying to bump Herta off the pole. Here comes Urrutia down through the S's. He'll cross the scoring line, and he does not do it. So Colton Herta grabs the pole for race number 2. Santi Urrutia just 12/100ths of a second back. He's going to start to the outside on Sunday. Nico Jamin, Zachary Clement, Mello, strong qualifying efforts. They're going to come home in 3rd and 4th. Shelby Blackstock and Ryan Norman are going to make up row number 3. But it's a nice bounce back for Colton Herta, Davey Hamilton, because as you talked about it, really frustrating the way that second race ended in Toronto.
Yeah, without a doubt. Now, he was leading that race, got into the wall, bent some rear suspension, put him out of the game. We know he can win. He came out of the box. We thought he was going to just maybe run away with his championship at one point, but he's had some growing pains and as a rookie in this series, but done such a great job. And I think this is his 4th pole, I think maybe just off memory. But
5th, actually.
5th. This is his 5th
yeah.
pole. So, that's impressive. The kid can get it done. He's with a great team. His teammate is 3rd with Jamin, so they got a little battle going on. It's going to be a great race. I think it's going to be cool seeing somebody. Well, Urrutia is in the front row of both races, so we'll have to see what happens there.
And for Colton Herta, he's not out of this championship hunt yet. He's 65 points back in 3rd, but does need to get on it. And, Davey, our points leader, Kyle Kaiser, is going to start 9th on Sunday, 6th later today. This is going to be the weekend, no doubt, based on qualifying and how big of an advantage track position is here at Mid-Ohio. If somebody wants to challenge Kaiser for the championship with 4 races to go, it does appear like this is going to be the weekend that you have to maximize.
Yeah, what Kaiser needs to do is he needs to finish this race, as we said. He needs to get finished, but he needs to gain some spots to not have such a big gap to the guys battling with him in the championship. So he's back. Yeah, that's farther than he wants to be, and he's 3/4 of a second, a little more actually, off the pace of Herta. So he has some time to figure out some time to make up.
111.101, Rob Howden, for our pole sitter, Colton Herta.
Colton, tough weekend for you, of course, in Toronto. What a way to come back. You had a good qualifying run yesterday, pole today, your 5th of the year. Give me some insight on that section. How was the racetrack?
It was really quick. You know, it's early morning. The track was pretty bad on the first run, but everything came together on the second run, and yeah, the lap times are the quickest as we've seen this weekend. So yeah, it was good. And a quick shout out to Hank Steinbrenner. I think he's listening. So this one's for you, buddy.
Great run here for you, of course, with the Andretti Steinbrenner team. Talk about your race car right now. Obviously, getting that one quick lap is good, but you were able to lay down consistent laps. Do you feel like it's a car you can put anywhere on the racetrack?
Yeah, you know, we have a little bit of a balance with a little understeer, and that's kind of what you want if you're going off first. It's predictable, and it saves the tires. So hopefully we can repeat what we did in qualifying in race 2 and race 1.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Excellent job, Nick Jamin, by this young driver. As Davey said, 5th pole of the year. He's been so impressive. Trouble in Toronto, looking to turn that around, but he's going to have to battle a guy who knows this racetrack very well. P2 for Santi Urrutia.
No doubt about it. So congratulations to Colton Herta, as he will lead the field to the green on Sunday. Santi Urrutia to his outside, Jamin, Clement DeMello in row 2, Blackstock and Norman in row 3, DePero and Pedrojita in row 4, Kaiser and Kellett in row 5, Telitz Albarico in row 6, and Matheus Leist and Garth Rickards in row number 7. We are just getting started. Coming up later today, 9:55 Eastern Time. Join Mark Janes and myself, Jake Query, Dave First for IndyCar practice. We've got IndyCar qualifying and lights race number 1, all on this loaded Saturday from Mid-Ohio. Thanks to everybody involved. Dave First, Rob Howden on pit lane. For Davey Hamilton, I'm Nick Jamin. We'll talk to you later from Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course.
IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network.
A.J. Foyt down the main straightaway. The checkered flag is out. A.J.'s hand in the air. He is the winner. A.J.
Boyd, our winner. The flag will fly now for Tom Staba and then for Al Unser. We will be talking with all of these drivers in just a moment.
And we await A.J. Boyd along with a host of others, including Tony Holman, who is cheering as loudly as the crowd. We've seen what has never been seen before, beginning with a woman driving in the field in the morning and A.J. finishing 4 up front at Indianapolis. Headed into victory lane now, A.J. Boyd is leading Gilmore 14 Coyote, the Gilmore Racing Team, home and wins again.
And there's the checkered flag for Mark Donahue, winner of the 1972 Indianapolis 500-mile race.
Oh my goodness, we have 7, 8, 10 cars in a pack headed for one Jerry.
Well, you talk about the crowd getting on their feet. They do. So far, so good. They are nose to tail. A little bit of room. There's about an 8-car pack in front of Jerry Lee right now.
Yeah, and in that pack, second place and third place. Little Al has gotten around Jack Villeneuve. He's back up to second, and now 2 cars separate second and third. Mr. Excitement is that youngster, that second-generation driver. We're impressed with Jack Villeneuve, but right now he's dropped to third. And there's Alan Jr. and then Bobby Rahal. Jack Villeneuve goes on the outside. He goes high. You can't go too wide in the turns. They're doing it today.
They sure are coming through 4. Now they go single file. Maybe they got a little scared last time. Who knows? But going through 4 this time, everybody single. They come toward the main straightaway. Bob Jenkins.
That was just a breathtaking moment.
This is IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network. is IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network.
Where else would you rather be than right here, right now, perfectly aligned, back on the main straightaway to call the start of the greatest spectacle in racing, the voice of the 500, Paul Page.
Oh, they came off of turn 4 beautifully. They looked for the green flag. The green flag is out. And from the center of the road, James Hinchcliffe rolls away. Howard tried to duck over behind him, but Hinchcliffe is in front.
They must have found something with that car because he was not happy with the balance, not happy with the amount of horsepower he could have during that first run. Marco slides that bright yellow and blue Snapple car into pit lane. The fuel
charges to the front. His grandfather won in 1969. A good pit stop for Andretti as he exits pit lane.
Hunter Ray slung past on the inside of Ed Carpenter. Marco Andretti in third. Then Scott Dixon, Elio Castroneves. That's the front five in a turn number 3, Moshe.
Not sure on restart that up front is the place to be because of what happens with the slipstream, if you will. Ed Carpenter right there. Marco Andretti. Then Scott Dixon, then Elio Castroneves. Front five set sail for the north end.
Hunter Ray trying to draft Carpenter going into one.
Ed Carpenter on the outside. Ryan Hunter Ray on the inside. Hunter Ray will make the pass again. And Marco Andretti stays in the number 3 spot. He made one number 2.
Guys, Will Power, Ed Carpenter, Marco Andretti. Power beats him out of pit lane. So it's Power, Marco Andretti, Ed Carpenter, followed by J.R. Hildebrand.
And Hunter Ray darts in, moves to the outside as they get the white flag. 1 to go, Jerry.
They are side by side. Elio looks to the outside. Elio will have to take the number 2 spot. He's right on the rear wing of Ryan Hunter Ray.
Hunter Ray looking for number 1. Elio Castroneves looking for win number 4. Ryan Hunter Ray, 8 car lengths in front as they move in the back stretch for the final time.
And Elio make the move. 3 laps too early. Does he have anything at all?
From the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course in Lexington, Ohio, this is the Verizon IndyCar Series on the Advance Auto Parts IndyCar Radio Network.
Well, as my former colleagues, the late Gary Lee, used to say, Chamber of Commerce weather for sure. Hate to get into the cliche filing cabinet this early in the session, but my goodness, what Mother Nature has descended upon the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. Good morning, everyone. I'm Mark James. Preparations continue for qualifying later today and racing tomorrow. The Honda Indy Toronto. 13th of 17 races in this season. Championship is not decided by any stretch of the imagination. Elio Castroneves trailing Scott Dixon by 3 points. Simon Pagenaud by 19. 23 points back is Joseph Newgarden, 64 back Will Power and Graham Rahal, 72 back Takuma Sato, Rossi 93 back. And I think Rossi has some work to do and needs some help in front of him. Happy to be joined in the broadcast booth by Nick Jamin and Nick. Tom Hansing did not wave the green flag to start this session here in Mid-Ohio.
We have a Wookiee in the flag stand. I repeat, Chewbacca has the green flag. He is waving it, and we're underway, Mark, for this Star Wars-themed Saturday here at Mid-Ohio. First of all, good to join you this morning on what you said. I echo those sentiments. It is absolutely perfect here. And when you said 13 of 17 events, I start wondering where the heck did the season go as we are in that championship push, Mark. And always a fantastic racing weekend here at Mid-Ohio. Love joining our thousands and thousands of race fans. They're going to pack this place on Sunday. We're going to have a lot of fans here today for plenty of racing action and Verizon qualifying later today, but absolutely perfect day here in Lexington, Ohio.
I got on the grounds a little bit after 8 o'clock this morning as we were all prepping for the Indy Lights qualifying session and a Pro Mazda race prior to that. And I think today I can only imagine what tomorrow's going to look like because this place is filling up already well before 12 noon.
Yeah, it is picture-perfect weather. And, Dave, first, you've got more on those conditions. I got to imagine it feels awful nice down there on pit lane for this third Verizon IndyCar Series practice session.
Yeah, who knew that we probably should have brought a light jacket here to begin this Saturday at beautiful Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. The air temperature at 67 degrees. Track temperature is way down, too, just 76 degrees. 71% humidity, a couple clouds out there, puffy and white, but it is a gorgeous start to the weekend here at Mid-Ohio. A quick question for you. With Chewbacca up there on the flag stand, does he get a Wookiee stripe on his backside?
Wow.
Wow. You know what? I'll see myself out. I'll see myself out. Thanks.
We couldn't send a kid out there to do that job. I mean, with razor sharp wit like that. I mean, what an industry veteran. And that means, of course, we won't be hearing from Dave First for the rest of the show.
Does our producer Rick Evans of the truck have that drum crash sound effect?
Yeah. I'll see you for lunch, boys.
Dave, Dave, my friend, it's only 10 Eastern. I mean, save your best stuff for later in the day. I mean, you've thrown the best out there on the table early. So
I'll see myself out.
Now, secretly, I'm going to use that Wookiee stripe later. I thought that was brilliant.
Please feel free to do so. Speaking of brilliant. That's what Ryan Hunter-Reay was in session number 2 yesterday. Joseph Newgarden, Scott Dixon, Simon Pagenaud, and Alexander Rossi, the top 5. Power, Andretti, Graham Rahal, Castroneves, and Hintz, the top 10. And Jake Query joins us on pit road. And again, Jake, a really solid day yesterday for the Andretti Autosports stable, especially Ryan Hunter-Reay.
Yeah, you talked about Marco Andretti, for example. He had a very good first session yesterday. And then Ryan Hunter-Reay, as you talked about Mark Bassis yesterday. Right now, that 28 DHL machine sits on pit road. They're getting ready to fire up that engine, it appears, fairly imminently here. The number 28 DHL machine with Ryan Hunter-Reay in it. The pit stall just behind him is that of Charlie Kimball. That number 83, of course, Tresiba Honda for Ganassi Racing. He has already gone out onto the course, and that probably is, while I cannot see right now which tires he's on, we talked about yesterday the fact that once that precipitation came, Charlie Kimball really had only turned, as a matter of fact, single-digit laps in the practice session yesterday, just 9 of them, and didn't really get a chance to see exactly what that car had on the softer compound Firestone red tires. So my anticipation would be that Charlie Kimball would try to get in some of those laps in this session just to find out where that car is for qualifying right now. But not surprisingly, Kimball was the first to go out as soon as this session went green. He was out onto the track.
Nick, this place, I think, ironically enough, for Ryan Hunter-Reay, might hold a little bit of a special meaning. Several years ago, Jeff Simmons was driving for Rahal, Letterman, Lanigan Racing, and had arrived here at the racetrack. And from what I understand, it either was in the process of setting up his motor coach, had already gotten it set up when he was notified that there was a change going to be made. And that change involved putting Ryan Hunter-Reay in that car. And that, in essence, started his journey in the Verizon IndyCar Series, which eventually led to Andretti Autosports, a championship and an Indy 500 win.
Yeah, it's Ryan Hunter-Reay's career. It's pretty amazing when you look from start to where we are now. There's been a lot of bumps in the road. It's not like Ryan Hunter-Reay is one of these guys that's, risen through the current Mazda road to Indy, won some championships, and has locked himself into a full-time IndyCar ride. It was a struggle for sure, much like this 2017 season has been for him. Really still looking for a great result in that first win in nearly 2 years now for Ryan Hunter-Reay. But as you mentioned, this racetrack holds a special meaning to him, where really his IndyCar career kind of got jump-started, and as you mentioned, was awful fast yesterday in practice. Quickest lap the entire day was turned by Ryan Hunter-Reay in that second practice session. So, I really hope that he can put together a good effort, Mark, because we can hear it in his voice when we talk to him. He did one of those getting to know segments with Jake Query a couple weeks ago that we aired in the Toronto race, and he's just a great guy and is just having a really frustrating season. And for a former Indy 500 winner and champion, as Tony Kanaan does a little sliding through the keyhole there in turn number 2, Ryan Hunter-Reay deserves to have a good end of the season, and I think he's going to be a factor this weekend, Mark.
Let's go back 1 year ago. The championship race was tightening up. When summer heated up, so did Will Power. He was really challenging his Penske teammate Simon Pagenaud, the points leader at that time. This was the 12th race of the season 1 year ago. Pagenaud set on pole. Differing fuel strategies developed. At one point, Will Power passed Simon Pagenaud during a round of pit stops. Then lap 66, Power was second, Pagenaud was third. And it was one of those rare occasions where you saw almost a full lap of side-by-side racing, a lot of contact. Pagenaud was able to make the pass out of the carousel, and that's pretty much the deciding factor. And Pagenaud went on to win that race, and no one caught him after that. He
muscled Will Power out of the way through the keyhole too last year. It was an impressive win, an impressive move, and really jump-started that final push for Pagenaud to win the championship, because Will Power had such a strong summer month or a summer stretch. And Mark, I think Simon Pagenaud is kind of in that similar position. We talked a lot about Scott Dixon, who's had a really consistent year, comes into this weekend as the points leader, and certainly all eyes are on him with 5 victories here at Mid-Ohio. Elio Castroneves, a lot of talk about his future, and he finally broke that losing streak as he sits just a handful of points, 8 back back, of Dixon. But there's Simon Pagenaud sitting in third in the points championship, just 19 markers back. Hasn't had the same type of season that he had a year ago, where he picked up a lot of wins, started off with a hot stretch of 3 straight. He's just been really consistent, Mark, and it kind of feels like Simon Pagenaud is waiting in the wings, ready to pounce for a title.
Well, Dave, first up, back in the 7 machine this weekend is Matheus Leist, but certainly Schmidt-Peterson Motorsports over the moon thrilled, and should have been, with the job that Sebastian Saavedra did, spelling him at Toronto a couple of weeks ago. Sebastian is here on pit road. You've caught up with him.
Yeah, with Sebastian Saavedra hanging out in the Schmidt-Peterson Motorsports area with James Hinchcliffe. Let's go back a couple of weeks at Toronto. You started 20th, finished 11th. How satisfied were you with that weekend?
Man, I got to tell you, it was a great weekend for us. Due to the last minute situation and not a lot of practice time, I was very satisfied with how everything came to be. The whole Schmidt-Peterson organization helped me to get through the whole weekend in one piece as well. So all in all, a really good race for us.
It was kind of last minute, although I think you had an opportunity perhaps in Iowa, but I know you were thinking about a vacation down in Orlando, and you're like, all of a sudden, well, wait a minute, we're going to go to Toronto instead. So to be able to put in the performance that you did speaks of your abilities, I say.
Thank you. I mean, at some point you also doubt yourself a bit. 2 years without being in Toronto, a lot of changes on the car, a lot of changes to the racetrack. But at the same time, it was a challenge that I was willing to take, and together with a great teammate as Hinch was, that it was a complete open book for me to ask whatever questions on the new brakes, on the new aero kits. It made my life a lot easier, and it made me able to adapt a lot quicker. But as a driver, you just want to have more time. You just want to go at it again and get another chance.
That's the thing. I mean, all of this begs the question, what's in store? What is your future right now?
So right now, not much to say. I think we all know the reality of why I was there for. We're really looking at our options and opportunities. Even this weekend, we were just here with Gary Peterson, just checking an amazing race, an amazing place for fans to watch. Rick Peterson allowed us to sit here and check a nice location for the practice. But all in all, we have no idea what's going to happen now.
You want to be full-time, though, and perhaps 2018 is an opportunity?
That's what we're looking for. We've had multiple opportunities to do one-offs, but we've declined them all. We're not interested in a one-off situation. We want the big things. We want to give the time to have the proper testing, proper development, proper teammate interaction, and that's what we're here for, trying to see what kind of opportunities might evolve from that.
All right. We'd love to see you full-time. Enjoy the weekend, though, here.
We shall. Thank you.
Sebastian Saavedra, good to see him after really a tremendous performance on the streets of Toronto a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, indeed, Dave, well put, and great to hear from Sebastian. Glad to see him here at the racetrack. And Nick, quite frankly, while the move wasn't necessarily a surprise, the choice was a bit of a surprise initially, but then you realize the relationship that as Elio gets off course, you realize the relationship that Sebastian has with Gary Peterson. That aspect of it starts to make sense. But I think this is not to discredit Sebastian, but in very difficult circumstances, as he described, I think it reinvigorated him and caused his stock to rise moving forward.
Yeah, I think that it worked exactly how Sam Schmidt wanted it. He wanted a driver to finally, put together some results, because that 7 car hasn't had it so far this season, and I think it sent a bit of a message to Matheus Leist that, hey, we got to get it together, because he has wrecked out of a lot of races this year. But to Sebastian Saavedra's credit, did such a tremendous job. Started in the back of the field, had to do a little bit of learning, because as he just mentioned in that interview with Dave, he'd been out of the race car for quite a while in terms of road and street competition, but did a really nice job, was running up front, and I thought he did a really nice job, Mark, as Marco Andretti looks like is going to be penalized on pit lane, crossing some of the line there. Not a safe entrance into pit road.
And a pretty good day for Marco all in all yesterday. And again, we continue to it's a familiar refrain, if you will, Nick. It seems as though Marco does well in practice, then something happens during qualifying, but then he finds pace during the race, or vice versa. Maybe he struggles in practice sessions. He does well in qualifying, and then things come unraveled for him during the race. And there's a lot of pressure on that guy, and I'm sure that he's hopeful that he can finally translate success in practice and qualifying over to racing. The issue Elio had, Nick, up in the hairpin, and that was the side of a very famous tangle between he and Scott Dixon here 1 year ago.
Yeah, 1 year ago, those two drivers kind of went for the same spot on the racetrack, and Elio certainly got the worst of it as those two drivers made contact in the keyhole a year ago, ending Elio's day. This spin, though, Jake Query, not nearly as bad for Elio. Looked like it was just a minor off, and he is bringing that Hitachi Chevrolet to your attention there on pit lane.
Hold it in just then, Nick, right on the spot on your call. Elio Castroneves is into that pit. They're going to, of course, just do a look over this. We saw this yesterday with James Hinchcliffe. Sometimes when you get off track, it doesn't do any sort of a damage to the car, but you want to make sure if some grass gets underneath it, just that you are not accumulating or collecting anything on the tires or perhaps in the wishbone area. That's exactly what they're looking at on the rear of that number 3 for Elio Castroneves, that Hitachi machine, who has had a very good weekend so far. As a matter of fact, finds himself fastest so far in this particular session. His teammate Will Power also will bring his car. As you take a look at that number 12 Verizon machine, if you're watching the video boards here on IndyCar.com or on the Verizon app, you can see Will Power. He will bring his car onto pit road as well. These, of course, are conditions, Nick and Mark, that are going to be nearly exactly what we anticipate for the actual race and for qualifying. So pretty good opportunity for everybody to find out exactly where their car is, make those last adjustments to the setup, and make sure that everything is good to go here for the remainder of the weekend at Mid-Ohio, where Mother Nature has dialed up an absolute home run for us here this morning.
Join us at 1:55 this afternoon as we go qualifying. Red flag comes out. Issues for the 12th car of Will Power, Nick Yeoman.
Yeah, it just came to a stop. We saw that car kind of slow at the bottom of the S's. Jake had talked about how they were going to bring him back to pit lane. So I don't know if they ran him out of gas, trying to go with a light fuel load for qualifying. He's got the primary black tires on those, so I'm not quite sure. But Power's got that visor up, and car slowly rolls backward. He's going to need a tow to pit lane, Mark. But as you said, red flag as Will Power, who's 12th fastest in this practice session, has come to a stop.
That's the entrance to the carousel, and the car is rolling slowly and innocently in reverse. Jake looking for a flat spot to settle into, and once the cars return home out to a safety crew, we imagine, if they can't get him restarted, Jake, at the very least, they'll tow him back to pit road.
I think they're going to tow him back to pit road, and then what they're going to do once they do that is give him more fuel, because that's exactly what happened, that number 12 machine running out of fuel. Now, for a fan that is casually watching, they may say, well, how does that happen? Sometimes it is actually by design, where they want to take the car and just find out exactly what the fuel load is, test it out, in particular in the case of, say, Will Power. Not saying that's the case here, but it is not atypical at all that you've had, if you have several cars within one team, that you try different setups, and one of them may be simply trying to find out what the fuel load is or how many laps you can get per fuel, etc. So they were bringing Will Power in and just mistimed it a little bit. That car is out of fuel, so they'll bring him here, get more fuel in him, and then we'll see that 12 car presumably back out on course.
Will Power was 12th quick before that stoppage, turning in 7 laps. Elio Castroneves is P1. Graham Rahal, Jones, Hunter Ray, Rossi, Newgarden, Hildebrand, Dixon, Hinch, and Munoz your top 10. Kanan, Power, Andretti, Sato, then Pagano the top 15. Gutierrez, Kimball, Piggott, Chilton, Aloshin, and Connor Daly. Daly's turned 3 laps, Aloshin 4, Andretti's turned 4, but the rest of the field pretty much approaching double digits. A challenge is this Mid-Ohio sports car course. A little over 2.2 miles. Nick, I think it's interesting. There's a couple of places on this course that fascinate me. The speed gained going uphill to the keyhole, and then the speed gain coming down out of the keyhole. And, of course, the spot that you'll employ tomorrow, turn number 4, from a braking perspective, is just simply when they go side by side down there, as you've learned, it's simply a test of wills.
No doubt about it. It is the brave will make passes down there in Turn 4. It's one of the best passing spots on the racetrack, no doubt about it. 4 entering the S's, and then as we talked about, into the keyhole. If you can carry a lot of speed through that high-speed turn number 1, the left-hander, you can set yourself up for the keyhole. But as you mentioned, Turn 4, it's a hard-braking part of the racetrack. Then you get into the rhythm of the S's of 4, 5, 6, and 7. But, man, they just carry so much speed down towards Turn 4. Mark, inevitably, we're going to see a couple guys misjudge it and end up at the bottom of the hill at the sand trap there at the exit of Turn number 4. We see it every single year. And most importantly, we're going to see some side-by-side action down there. It is a great passing point, and the coolest thing is that's where so many of these fans set up on the hillside to watch the action. So it's going to be a lot of fun down there, Mark, in Turn 4, and I expect to see them go 2 wide. They're going to try to go 3 wide getting down there at the start of the race tomorrow, and it is a sight to see for all the race fans here at Mid-Ohio.
Now, for those of you that don't know, the Hamato Safety Team vehicles possess quite a bit of technology in terms of equipment, video cameras, things of that nature. We're all aware of the technology that exists in a Verizon IndyCar Series car, at least most of us are. So, there's equipment combined there well into 6, maybe approaching 7 figures, and they're using a plain old ordinary piece of rope and a strap to get that thing back to pit road. The irony is not lost on me, certainly. A red flag should end shortly as Will Power is back on pit road. And we hope to be back to green flag practice soon here at Mid-Ohio.
During the 1969 Indy 500, Mario Andretti's crew couldn't get his tire to come off, so he had no choice but to keep driving on it. That tire held up the whole race and took Mario to the winner's circle. Right, Mario?
That's right. If it wasn't for the dependability of Firestone tires, I wouldn't be an Indy 500 champion.
Here's to making more champions with the official tire of the Verizon IndyCar Series. Whatever you drive, drive a Firestone.
Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course invaded by Star Wars this weekend. Green flag is waving back in the capable hands of our good friend Tom Hansing in the starter stand. Chewbacca handled those duties to start this session. We saw Simon Pagenaud on the pit box with a Darth Vader mask. Yesterday, Nick, from what I understand, a really good turnout, well received. The first ever tailgate toss, and no, they weren't actually throwing tailgates. It was beanbag, and it involved, Verizon IndyCar Series drivers. A couple of drivers, I think Max Chilton and Alexander Rossi, served as officials, and as part of the IndyCar Fan Nation's effort to introduce racing to another level of membership, and 13 to 17-year-olds, in fact. And, that organization is really coming up with some great ideas and some great fan interaction, and few places to do that better than here at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course.
Yeah, happened to see some of the IndyCar social media accounts. Of course, IndyCar's got you covered. Doesn't matter, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat, and watched Connor Daly kind of take over the Snapchat account, and he was filming some of that tailgate toss yesterday with his fellow drivers like James Hinchcliffe and Simon Pagenaud. Alexander Rossi was out there, Joseph Newgarden. It looks like they had a really great time. And most importantly, Mark, it's a cool experience for the race fans, as you mentioned, the younger ones, to get to hang out with those drivers and not just get a picture in an autograph session, but in a fun experience of playing a little cornhole here at Mid-Ohio.
Well, Dave First, an Emmy award-winning sports reporter, the sports director at WRTV-60, the ABC affiliate in Indianapolis, Indiana. And folks, you're about to learn what it is about Dave that makes him an award-winning reporter. Dave, you've caught up with a notable celebrity on pit road here at Mid-Ohio.
Yeah, this is a first down here along pit road with none other than Chewbacca of Star Wars fame and other movies, of course. First of all, your thoughts as you wave the green flag here this morning. That must have been one of those bucket list opportunities for you, and certainly there have been many. Who do you like this weekend here at Mid-Ohio? I'm with you. He is red hot coming into this weekend. What's next for you? I know that there's perhaps another movie coming out soon, perhaps this winter. What an opportunity for you, I'm sure. Excellent. Have a great time this weekend.
Oh, boy.
I'll tell you what, I've done a lot of interviews here on Pit Road. This one, truly, Mark Janes, is out of this world.
Well, I don't badger him like you did Chip Ganassi a year ago. Release him. You did a good job of that, Dave. Well done.
Yeah, he didn't ask the tough question. Hey, what do you think about the Chevrolet versus Honda next year? Didn't ask him about the new race car. Come on, Dave.
Well, softballs for sure. He respects his celebrity status.
He did say, and this was off the record, but apparently Andretti Autosport's thinking about going to Chevrolet next year. But he didn't want to elaborate.
All right.
I don't know.
All right.
Mark, you want to save that interview, use it during the race tomorrow?
I think we just might.
I'm going to use it during the lights race, too.
Jake, we haven't forgotten about you. I'm sure you enjoyed all of that as much as we did, Jake.
Mark, I'm not going to lie to you. When you mentioned that Chewbacca had left the flag stand and left the flag into the capable hands of Tom Hansing up there, that means Tom's by himself, and I was disappointed you didn't mention that means that he has the flag hand solo. I mean, I just thought it was a missed opportunity.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
I'm going to see myself out now, too. Dave and I are going to lunch. We'll talk to you guys during qualifying.
Yeah. We've only got 4 hours between sessions, so let's do it.
Anyway, Graham Rahal continues to chase down Elio Castroneves. Graham is P2. Elio 104.7137. Rahal, Jones, Hunter Ray, Rossi the top 5. Newgarden, Hildebrand, Dixon, Hinch, and Munoz. Munoz now bumped out of the top 10. Kanaan, Power, Andretti, Sato the top 15. Piggott, Aloshin, Pagano, Gutierrez, Kimball, Chilton. So, Nick, those of us that like these tight championship runs, we're getting our wish. And but let's face it, though, even though the lead is just 3 points for Elio and for Simon Pagano and Joseph Newgarden, Will Power, we talked about this a little bit yesterday. There's stout talent up and down the roster, no doubt about it, but Dixon's not the ideal guy to be chasing down.
No, that's your hope has always been that Scott Dixon will have one of his slow starts, and then maybe you'll be able to hold him off for the championship. And Lord knows we've seen over the years that's not even guaranteed because Scott Dixon is so good towards the end of the season. So for the fact that you got to run him down now, that's going to be very difficult. I kind of look at this championship battle, Mark, with 5 races to go, and I think there's 3 distinct groups. I think there's the drivers that are out of it, and I would start with probably Alexander Rossi, who's 8th in points, 93 back. Everyone behind him, I think it's just too much to ask for them to score maximum points over the last 5 race weekends, and all those guys ahead of them have trouble. I think you've got 3 drivers who are one more bad result from probably taking themselves out of the championship. That's Power and Rahal tied for 5th, and Sato clinging on to the 7th position. And then up top, you've got the 4 major contenders that have all had really solid years: Dixon, Castroneves, Pagano, and Newgarden, all within 23 points, all one race removed or away from moving up in the standings and grabbing the championship lead. Those are the 4 drivers to watch, and I think with those 3 groups, Mark, it's going to come down to Sonoma. We're going to have multiple drivers with a chance to win this championship. 2017 has just been too balanced, too competitive for that not to be the case.
The last thing you want to hear as a driver, as we get down to the last handful of races of the season, when they start talking about the championship, you don't ever want to hear them say, and this driver is still mathematically eligible. He's not been mathematically eliminated. When in fact, when they start referencing you in terms of being mathematically eligible, that means it's over. For all intents and purposes, it's over. And you bring up a very good point in terms of maxing out in points, because if you're Rossi and TK and Hinch and maybe even Sato, not only do you have to max out on points, but you have to have Dixon, Castroneves, Pagano, Newgarden, Will Power. They have to throw away a weekend, and they're not notorious for doing that.
It's taken completely out of your hands. I mean, I'm not even comfortable or confident enough in those drivers to think that they can go on a stretch over the next 5 races and say win 2 or 3 of them because of how competitive this series is. But the biggest factor is, as you mentioned, the stuff that's out of your control. You can win races, but Scott Dixon and Elio Castroneves, if they still continue to find themselves on the podium, find themselves in the top 5 or 6, you're not going to maximize those weekends nearly as much as you'd like. So 7 drivers, Mark, I think still have a decent chance of winning this championship. And after Toronto, it really looks like a 4-horse race with guys like Will Power, Graham Rahal, Takuma Sato. They need monster weekends here at Mid-Ohio.
Alexander Rossi has gone P1, Nick, and if he finds this course to his liking, it's probably because it mirrors his season in terms of the elevation changes and the roller coaster ride. Outside of the top 10, the first 3 out of 4 starts, sandwiched in there a 5th at Barber, then a string of top 10s through the second Belle Isle race. Contact relegated him to 22nd at Texas after he qualified 3rd there. Then a 13th and 11th at Iowa. But you get the sense that Alexander Rossi is going to close the season really, really strong. Started 8th at Toronto and finished on the second step of the podium and has been fast here all weekend long.
Yeah, and some of those results have been kind of taken out of his hands as he's had really, I think, a solid second year. You mentioned it's been a roller coaster up and down, but you think of some of those results. I mean, he had a podium, maybe a win in hand at Long Beach before he had mechanical issues. Right. He was up front all day long at the Indianapolis 500, had a bad pit stop that kind of, moved him back to the field and could never get to the front. You mentioned the Texas accident when he got wedged and squeezed between Tony Kanaan and Scott Dixon. Hard to put that one on him. And then still, Mark, he's had a solid enough season to find himself 8th in points right now. So I think all told, he's got to be pretty happy with himself. Great result in Toronto. Really kind of the first career podium finish for him. We don't really have a podium when you win the Indianapolis 500, but it was nice to see him finish second in Toronto.
And I think that in just a little over a year, he has totally embraced his career in the Verizon IndyCar Series. He has become as active as any driver on social media, as active as any driver in terms of personal appearances. You see him everywhere. Yesterday, he's at the autograph session with the fans. He's wearing a racing helmet with his hat on top of it. And that's great to see a little bit of personality starting to come out in Alexander Rossi. And I think fans are starting to notice, and that fan base is continuing to grow.
Well, I think sometimes we take for granted the fact that they're not all like James Hinchcliffe and Joseph Newgarden. We're all different people, and that's probably a little bit more of a challenge for a guy like Alexander Rossi to open up and embrace that as it is. It just comes natural for some of those guys. But you're right. I think he's done a great job of putting himself out there. Doug Bowles talked about, man, he did everything you could have asked for an Indy 500 champion throughout the year of promoting the 101st running. And not to mention, he's backed it up with some solid results. Alexander Rossi's a guy that I hope we have in this series, Mark, for another 12, 15 years, because I think he can win a lot of races and ultimately win some championships.
A couple of updates in pit road. Let's start initially with Dave first.
Yeah, and we're sitting here watching what's going on with Alexander Rossi. He's brought the number 98 Napa Honda back to pit road, and they're still going to chase it a little bit, even though he's quickest in this session. Wholesale changes to the springs, the rear of this Honda, also making some air pressure adjustments as well. Remember, it's a weekend off last weekend, and I had the opportunity to chat up Alexander before the session started. I said, what'd you do last week? And he lives in Indianapolis, but of course his family's from California. I said, were you at Lake Tahoe jet skiing? Were you on the beach in California? He goes, oh, no, I was in L.A., but I was in a boardroom all weekend. He's not only searching for speed on the track, but he's searching for sponsorship off of it. He's very much involved in his own future here in the Verizon IndyCar Series. Remember, a year ago, we really didn't know where his future was. Was it back in Formula One? Was it IndyCar? Well, he's fully committed to IndyCar. He's going to be here for a long, long time. And don't be surprised if, the success he's had so far just within the last year, if that continues, we could be talking championships for this young man from California. Back further up pit road, RJ Query.
Thank you, Dave. As you watch, folks that are watching along, Scott Dixon out on track. Yesterday, as we just saw with Dixon, you had an opportunity to see inside the cockpit of Graham Rahal. Of course, this is a very special track for Graham Rahal. We talk about it each and every time we come here, and he now has a win in the Verizon IndyCar Series at this track. But each time that Rahal comes to Mid-Ohio, not only is he coming to a track where he has been coming around since he was a youngster, and of course his father raced, but also a lot of obligations and commitments throughout his his home state, as well as, of course, with his sponsor Steak and Shake. But he did tell me this morning that he got a chance to do something recently he had never done before, and that was meet Urban Meyer, the head football coach of Ohio State. Rahal, of course, a very big Ohio State football fan. He wore the Ohio State paint scheme on his helmet the last few times that he's been here. He does not have that one today, but told me he has been to Ohio State football and around it many, many times, but had never before met Urban Meyer. And finally, they had their first meeting. He said when he walked into the coach's room, Urban Meyer stopped watching tape, introduced Rahal to the entire coaching staff, and then showed him around the football facilities in Columbus, including showing Graham Rahal Urban Meyer's national championship rings and his lucky gold pants. But it was a big thrill, Rahal told me, to meet Urban Meyer. I was surprised, quite frankly, Mark and Nick, that he had not met him before, as vociferous as he has been and as supportive as he's been about Ohio State football and his love for that program. But that chance encounter finally came just within the last week for Graham Rahal.
Was it last year or year before last you and I drove down to Columbus in between sessions and walked up to the stadium, mentioned our names and who we were with, and they asked us to leave? I think we didn't get the same access that Graham did. That had to be a huge thrill for him. Obviously, a diehard Buckeye fan. And speaking of Buckeyes, the most legendary of all time, the two-time Heisman Trophy winner Archie Griffin, the Grand Marshal this weekend, and hopefully we'll get a chance to catch up with him tomorrow. And those were some glorious days. The guy sitting next to me is not old enough to remember them when Woody Hayes was at Ohio State and Bo Schembechler was at Michigan. That was one whale of a rivalry for sure. And Archie Griffin, one of the greats of all time, going to be a thrill to see him here this weekend.
Yeah, 10 minutes ago here in practice number 3, you see Tony Kanaan sail it off into turn number 1. One of the cooler parts of this racetrack, Mark. I love watching those cars try to carry the RPMs, the G-forces those drivers must feel to that fast left-hander of turn number 1. It is so impressive. And Tony Kanaan's a guy that's got a lot of laps around this place. Again, he's another guy, Mark, whose career kind of up in the air where we expect everyone you talk to, all of the riders that cover this series in depth, everyone expects a pretty wild, silly season, and a lot of eyes are going to be focused, Mark, on the future of the likable Brazilian Tony Kanaan.
Question is, will it simply be a matter of drivers changing teams? In other words, the current roster that you see, some of those drivers ending up in other places? Or does that depend on the addition of maybe a Juncos Racing and Carlin Racing? We would think that Harding, we would think Gabby Chavez would be a virtual lock there based upon his performance with them. But I think if you're going to see seats open up with any of these race teams, that almost has to happen, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think so. And I think for the overall health of the series, that's ultimately what you want. Sure, I'd love to see the field grow from 21 to 23, 25 cars. But I think more so, Mark, to have more car owners. If Team Penske wants to scale back to 3, Chip Ganassi scales back to 3, I don't think that's necessarily an indictment on the health of them. You want those strong teams to be strong. You want to spread the wealth out and have multiple car owners. And as you talked about, there's a lot of rumors that Trevor Carlin's ready to take his organization to the next level. They've done such a fantastic job in the Indy Lights series. Same can be said about Ricardo Juncos. Built that shop in Speedway, Indiana, and has done a great job. They look like they're poised to win an Indy Lights title with Kyle Kaiser. And then, of course, Mike Harding and the Larry Curry group have had such a couple good runs with Gabby Chavez, and their intentions, they've made it known they want to go full-time racing for 2017 as well. So I think we're going to see a lot of movement, Mark. And then, of course, the elephant in the room is the fact that guys like Helio Castroneves and Tony Kanaan are in the twilight of their career. They're still running at a really high level, but as a car owner, you've always got your eyes on that next new upcoming star that you can have in your car for 6 or 7 years.
You think Dale Coyne's happy with his twosome, but I don't think anyone at ABC Supply and AJ Foyt Racing is happy there.
No, and I think AJ Foyt's made it known that there's going to be some changes there in the offseason. He is not happy with how they have run all year long, consistently, Mark, towards the bottom of timing and scoring throughout practice and qualifying. Connor Daly right now is 16th. Carlos Munoz is really struggling. He's the slowest of the 21 drivers, and knowing AJ like we all do, that's just not going to cut it. He wants to see that team run better, and I expect probably going to see some changes from that organization heading into 2018.
Under 7 minutes to go in this final practice session before we go qualifying this afternoon. Rossi continues P1 at 104.4103. Dixon, Kanan, Newgarden, Sato, Hunter Ray, Hinch, Rahal, Castro, Evans, Marco Andretti, the top 10 here at Mid-Ohio.
You can't take a 700 horsepower IndyCar out on the road, but you can take the tires. The new Firehawk high-performance tires from Firestone are built with racing-inspired technology and have better wet and dry handling than ever before. Now the only thing missing is a pit crew.
Hi, Dad.
Well, that's a start. Find your perfect Firehawk performance tire at your local Firestone retailer. Whatever you drive, drive a Firestone.
Sports car course. Mark James, Nick Yeoman, Dave First, Jake Query. The final practice session before we go qualifying a little bit later on today. 1:55, in fact, is when you can join us for qualifying. We'll have Indy Lights race number 2 at 3:30 this afternoon. That'll wrap up our day. Then the final warm-up session for the Verizon IndyCar Series at 11:15 tomorrow. Lights race number 2. Airtime 120 for that. And then, of course, flag-to-flag coverage of the Honda 200 here at Mid-Ohio. And we'll join you at 3 p.m. Eastern for that. This Honda Indy 200, Nick Yeoman, continues to reestablish itself as one of the premier events on the open-wheel racing schedule. There was an absence of about 4 years. CART's last race here was in 2003, and then known as the IRL, came in 2007. And it has continued to grow each and every year, and a massive crowd is expected this weekend here at Mid-Ohio.
Simon Pagenaud gets off track a bit as Takuma Sato pops the P1 of this practice session. But you're right. I'm happy for all the folks here at Mid-Ohio. Over the last, decade or so, this has really become a really contender in terms of racetracks across the United States. I mean, they've always kind of, as you mentioned, had the breaks here or there, but they've really got a long history of open wheel racing. Of course, the NASCAR Xfinity Series has started racing here. They just announced yesterday that the IMSA Sports Car Series is going to have an event. So, our focus is obviously on the health of the IndyCar Series, but you got to be happy for these racetracks that we go to. A lot of great people that work here in Mid-Ohio. It's a fabulous facility, and happy to see that the strength of this racetrack and this community. They love their racing, and it's pretty cool that they've been able to nail down so many big events to have a full summer of racing here in Lexington.
Well, Craig Rust, a long and storied history as a track president. He's worked at numerous venues all across the country. And, of course, Green Savory Promotions, Kevin Savory and Kim Green, racers themselves once upon a time, of course, with Andretti Green Racing, and they promote the race at St. Petersburg and Toronto and promote the race and own the track here. And it's no secret why they're successful. It's because they're racers and they understand all aspects of the sport. Let's go to pit road and Dave First.
Here with Scott Harner, of course, helps call the shots for the 83 of Charlie Kimball. Sometimes you forget Charlie is a former champion here at Mid-Ohio, won 4 years ago. Is that a good thing when you come back to a track as a former champion, or do you kind of chase that knowing, hey, you can win at a certain facility?
Well, you'd like to think it's a good thing. I mean, obviously, Charlie knows his way around here. It's definitely been a bit of a struggle this weekend for sure. But I think we're finally starting to get it this session. So yeah, I think we're going in the right direction.
Caution as out on the course right now as the number 7, Mikhail Aloshin, has brought out now the red flag, as you see up on the live on the streaming that he's shaking his head. Turn 12 is where Mikhail Aloshin is off course. We'll see if we can grab another word with Scott Harner again. Charlie Kimball, the 2013 champion here at Mid-Ohio. They've been mid-pack throughout the course of the weekend, chasing it a little bit. And Scott, for you, I know there was, he's going to get back to work. Some adjustments on the 83. We're kicking back to you guys in the booth. Some adjustments on the 83. But yeah, Charlie's a former champion and can become a little frustrated when things aren't going well. We'll see how that plays out, certainly in qualifying later today. And Scott, one other question for you. You guys, the further back you're pitted here at Mid-Ohio, it's very odd. The more uphill you are when it comes to your pit selection, your pit stall. How does that affect what Charlie does or maybe what you guys do?
It makes it really hard because it's really hard to get traction, especially on cold tires when you leave after a pit stop. And obviously the bigger hill you're on, the harder that is to get going. So it definitely doesn't do you any favors being this far down the pit lane.
All right, we'll let you get back to work. Thanks for the time. Scott Harner again calls the shots for the 83 of Charlie Kimball. It's funny. All the pit selections here are based on what you do qualifying in Toronto. If you got a bad qualifying position or time in Toronto, it can really affect you here at Mid-Ohio.
Well, Nick Yeoman, McKellar comes up out of Thunder Valley and hits a little short straightaway and it narrowly misses the Armco to the inside. Slipped back to the outside of the racetrack. The car hit the curbing, upset the balance, and he was along for the ride. We saw the replay, and upon impact, let go of the wheel at the right time. I mean, he was mindful of where the tire barrier was, and then the car careened off the tires and came to a stop. And a frustrating set of circumstances for sure for Mikhail.
That is the last thing that Mikhail really needed to be doing to that race car. As we talked about, sat out the last race in Toronto. And Sam Schmidt said, hey, we need to start finding some results. That is the last thing that Mikhail needed to have happened. As you mentioned, Mark, I mean, he showed so much promise. Nearly won this race a year ago, nearly won Pocono a year ago, and it seemed like in 2016 he really took a big step in his career. I don't think you can argue that it's been a big step backwards here in 2017. Pretty significant damage to the rear wing assembly of that number 7 car. As Mark, this red flag is going to end the session here at Mid-Ohio.
Yeah, it was just a couple of minutes from ending anyway. Jake Query, you've caught up with the guy P1, Alexander Rossi.
Alexander Rossi is out of his Napa Auto Parts number 98 machine and is up debriefing right now. Let's first get to this. Looks like you guys obviously found a really good setup. Still some speed left in that car before qualifying, or are you pretty happy with it?
Oh, yeah, there's always speed to find. But, yeah, no, a huge shout-out to the team. We knew this was going to potentially be one of our strong tracks, so for them to deliver like this, for Ryan to be quickest yesterday, for us to be 1-2 right now is amazing, and we just got to execute in a couple hours here.
Interesting scenario between now and qualifying because the weather conditions are going to be pretty close to the same, but the Pirelli World Challenge, for example, getting ready to go out, how much does it change the grip of the track when you get different compounds laid down?
Oh, massively, but fortunately we're not on a short oval where you only have one shot at it, right? So, we can tune the car a little bit. You have 2 sets of tires to use, so if the first run isn't exactly what you want, you can make some small adjustments. So it's definitely going to change. It's all about anticipating that. It's not been one of our strong suits in the past, is anticipating what the track's going to do. So hopefully we can learn from our past mistakes and put it all together and make it happen this afternoon.
Appreciate the time. Best of luck in qualifying.
Thank you.
That's Alexander Rossi, who was the fastest in this practice session, Mark.
The Gumasato P2, then Scott Dixon, Tony Ganon, Joseph Newgard in the top 5. Pagano, Hunter Ray, Hinch, Rahal, and Castro Neves the top 10. Marco 11th quick. Charlie Kimball, Pickett, Jones, McKellar day first. Before that incident, he was 15th quick.
15th quick before the incident. What happened there in turn 11, Mikhail?
Well, I just turned in and turn 11, and I just lost the rear. Unfortunately, not a lot I could do there. The rear just went, and that was it,
Back at it after having the weekend off in Toronto a couple of weeks ago. What's it like getting back in the car here this weekend? How much are you pushing it?
Pushing it a lot, obviously. It was not nice at all to lose the weekend in Toronto. Yeah, I was ready for the race, but that's how it happens.
Yeah.
And that was a team decision. So I'm happy to be back here and score some good points. I think we have a decent car. And we just need to put everything together for the afternoon.
You need some momentum, not only for this weekend, but for your season as a whole. Could this be the turnaround weekend for you?
Yeah, probably it can be. The thing is, you just don't. I don't think about, turning around, like a turning around point weekend or something like this. I'm just thinking about how to do my job in the best way and see what's gonna happen, Just you need to do everything what is possible from your side, and then everything gonna come together or not, but you need to do your job the best way.
We'll see you back out here for qualifying.
Thank you.
Yep. Mikhail Aloshin, car seems to be okay. 16th in points for the Russian.
Clearly a far level from the confidence that we have heard from him previously.
Yeah, you can hear it in his voice there. I mean, he is usually one of the most confident guys in the entire paddock, even when the results haven't always been there. You always knew Mikhail would mix it up, and that is a guy that, again, Mark, understandably a little rattled as his future very, very much up in the air there with SPM.
So, again, Aloshin was 15th quick. Gutierrez, Chilton, Daly, Power, Hildebrand, and Munoz, the 21 cars of the practice session, is really the only incident of note. A couple of other drivers, most notably Elio Castroneves, had an off, but nothing severe. Again, a bit of a break for us. We'll go qualifying at 1:55 this afternoon. We hope you will join us for that. Our thanks to Jake Query and Dave First and Chewbacca for joining us here today for this practice session. The director of the Advanced Auto Parts IndyCar Radio Network is Wally Levitt. On-site engineering and production by Rick Evans. For Nick Yeoman, I'm Mark James. Again, it's a gorgeous afternoon. Stay with us throughout this day and then all day tomorrow as we continue to move toward the Honda Indy 200 here at the picturesque Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course.
The Gilmore Racing Team home.
They've chosen to go racing using a Mazda road car. So they start out as good road cars. They go, they make great race cars, and then it's about seeing those people share the passion and experience our brand like we know it should be experienced.
Now, our USF 2000 drivers are coming to the starting grid now. Parker Thompson, he comes off of a solid weekend in Toronto. He's won the pole for this round, number 12. Oliver Askew, our championship point leader, he's wearing that soul red Mazda color. It's a long shot right now, but if things go the right way, he can lock up the USF 2000 championship here today in this race, giving him the scholarship check to compete in Pro Mazda. Talk about Oliver and the other scholarship winners that Mazda has produced and put into the IndyCar series.
Well, the entire Mazda Road to Indy is exactly that, getting them to the Verizon IndyCar Series. Mazda's proud to have given a path to these drivers, a very clear path for drivers around the world. Obviously, we're proud of the drivers that represent us in the Soul Red cars, but it's a whole field of Mazda, so we can't root for anybody in particular. Oliver's had a fantastic season. He's really come on the scene here and shown his mettle, as they say. We'll hope that it's a good, clean, safe race, and we'll see what happens for Oliver in the championship.
And then personally, finally, my last question is, what kind of satisfaction? I know you're a racer. You love this. It's so great to have a guy like you, John, involved with this and to support racers, to support these teams, to support everyone at these events. What does it do for you personally when you go home, the 3 days out of the year you get to be at home and not at a racetrack? What kind of satisfaction do you derive from the fact that you're helping young race car drivers literally achieve their dreams thanks to your and Mazda's efforts?
Well, to be honest, it's a dream come true. I mean, all of us were around the sport growing up. I dreamed of being on this side of the fence, And I think this is Mazda's way of giving back to the industry that it's given us so much. And to offer this opportunity to drivers around the world to grow their careers, it's hard to put into words. And then you go to something like the Indianapolis 500 and see 25 of the starters at some point in their career being part of this. Absolutely amazing.
John Doonan, thanks for everything you do for Mazda Road to Indy Racing. Thanks for everything you've done for me. Enjoy the race and race control. Have a great day.
Thanks, Tony.
John Doonan, head of Mazda Motorsports. We're going to come over here and talk to Chris Pantani. Chris, we want to talk to you, but we want to see that beautiful Cooper Tire bridge in the background. How cool is it knowing that a year ago this place had Cooper Tires put up all over it?
Oh, it's amazing. We started at 12:01 midnight last year ago Saturday, and we had the entire place transformed overnight, literally.
It's a great sign. It's so cool to see Cooper Tires everywhere here. We just talked to John from Mazda, and as big of a partner as Mazda in the Mazda Road to Indy, presented by Cooper Tires, you and Cooper Tires are just right there and it's just as big of partners. How important is it for you to see this ladder system succeed? Last year in the 100th Indianapolis 500, 23 of the 33 starters were graduates of the Mazda Road to Indy. You have a large hand in that. How important is that to Cooper Tire to see this system continue to succeed?
This is incredible. I mean, IndyCar is an American sport. It's an icon. And this, having the Mazda Road to Indy presented by Cooper Tire, is just as important for these young drivers. Every one of these drivers is going to move up the ladder to Pro Mazda, to Indy Lights, and then to IndyCar. This is the training ground. You want to meet the future Oliver Askew, you want to meet a Parker Thompson, you have everyone right here. And 4 to 5 years down the road, they may be in IndyCar.
And just like how graduates Scott Dixon, Spencer Piggott, Ed Jones, our most recent champion, they are racing in the IndyCar series. They've had great results, and they're having great careers begin in IndyCar. But before it began in IndyCar, it began here. You can pretty much say the system works here at the Mazda Road to Indy?
This is the only system. It's a 3-tier program that takes you to IndyCar. There's nothing like it in the world. It's right here. You want to race, you need to come here.
Chris Pantani, head of Cooper Tires. We just spoke to John Doonan with Mazda Motorsports. Chris, I know we're home for you this weekend. Thanks for hanging out with us, and thanks for giving us the skinny on the future of IndyCar.
Great, thanks, Tony. If you could back up a little bit so you get a better shot of our sign. I mean, Tony's a big guy, so I'll make sure we get all that into the film.
All right, with that, we're going to get ready to go. It is the Cooper Tires USF 2000 Grand Prix of Mid-Ohio, presented by Allied Building Products. We're getting ready to find out the starting lineup and go racing here at Mid-Ohio.
Thank you, Tony. And again, we have these young drivers, the very first rung of the Mazda Road to Indy, presented by Cooper Tires. 19 drivers set to go. And again, they are racing after this championship. And a possibility today for Oliver Askew to clinch this title and earn himself a scholarship to run in next year's Pro Mazda Championship. Let's have a look at the grid. 19 drivers ready to go here and fire things up. And, of course, just a couple of minutes away before we get that command. Starting in the 19th position from Canada, the number 93 for Exclusive Autosports, it's Jason Clooney, the rookie. Clooney starting in the 19th position. Moving now to row number 9 on the outside from Atlanta, Georgia. Another one of the rookies here running for Exclusive Autosport. Dev Gore, the number 92, starting in the 18th position. Alongside Gore on row number 9, young lady out of Brazil for Arms Up Motorsports. In the number 97, the rookie Bruna Tomaselli. Tomaselli starting in the 17th position. Going to row number 8, 15th and 16th on the outside. His debut weekend here in the USF 2000 Championship, racing for Newman Walks Racing. It is the number 37 of Jacob Abel. Abel in the 37 starting in 16th. Alongside Jacob, a driver we expect to work his way forward out of California in the number 82 for Team Pelfrey. Started the season in Pro Mazda, now running in USF 2000 here this weekend. Philippe Dennis in the 82 will start 15th. Moving now to row number 7, a couple of rookies here as well. A lot of rookies in the program here in 2017. A brand new car, the USF 17 machine built by Tatis. And the drivers here on row number 7. On the outside, the number 27 for John Comiskey Racing. The rookie Colin Kaminsky starting in the 14th position. Alongside him, a driver who has worked his way forward in virtually every race here this year. Devin Wojcik in the number 7 out of Syracuse, New York, starting in the 13th spot. Moving now to row number 6 on the outside. Last year's Rookie of the Year, Robert McGinnis for Team Pelfrey, the number 80 out of New York, New York. He will start in the 12th position. Alongside Robert, driver new to the series here this year, coming off a fantastic 4th place finish in Toronto just a couple of weeks ago. It is Darren Keene, the rookie out of Boca Raton, Florida, in the Newman Walks Racing number 36. Keene starting alongside McGinnis on row number 6. Moving now into the top 10, starting in the 10th position. In fact, it's all DE Force, the new team here this year. They dominate row number 5. Corey Enders on the outside, Moises De Oliveira on the inside. Enders in that blue, white, and gray number 11. De Oliveira driving the number 12. Up to row number 4, starting on the outside out of Chicago, Illinois. Pole sitter at Road America, finish on the podium there as well. Good qualifying effort for David Malukas in the number 79. He will start in the 8th position. Alongside him, the young driver out of Potomac, Maryland for Team Pelfrey, the rookie, Kalen Frederick in the number 81, just 15 years of age. Kalen Frederick in the 7th position. Moving to row number 3, 5th and 6th on the outside. Top driver for the DE Force category out of Mexico. The rookie Andres Gutierrez making his debut here this weekend. Gutierrez starting in the 6th position in the number 10. He'll start alongside a driver with a couple of podium finishes here this year. Calvin Ming for Pabst Racing, the rookie in the number 22 from Guyana in the 5th position. Row number 2 now, driver coming in from Brazil, and the Pabst Racing Belco-sponsored number 23 machine, Lucas Cole, starting in the 4th spot, a 123.732 in qualifying, puts him outside row 2, but inside a driver looking to clinch this championship today. It is the driver out of Jupiter, Florida, winner of the Mazda $200,000 scholarship shootout last December. Oliver Askew, your point leader, 7 wins this year for Cape Motorsports. He will start the number 3 in the 3rd position. Front row, though, a couple of drivers looking to try to make sure the championship goes all the way down to Watkins Glen. Off pole in the jumbo-sponsored number 21 for Pabst Racing, Renus VK, 2nd place in points. If he finishes in the top 4, we will be heading to Watkins Glen to get this championship. VK starting in the 2nd position. But the driver on the pole coming off back-to-back race wins in the streets of Toronto for Exclusive Autosport out of Red Deer, Alberta, Canada. In the number 90, Parker Thompson on the pole position. Thompson starting on the pole here today. He'll launch alongside Renus VK. Second end of the doubleheader here for USF 2000 this weekend. Thompson and VK on the front row. About set to get things underway. Of course, a big thank you to Allied Building Products, one of our major partners here with the USF 2000 program and the entire Mazda Road to Indy presented by Cooper Tires. Ladies and gentlemen, set to go, and I have a guest down here with me. Gary Martin is going to give us the command we want to hear to fire up these Mazda MZR power plants. Gary, give us the command we need.
On behalf of everyone at Allied Building Products, drivers, start your Mazda engines.
Engines coming to life down here on pit lane. John Pippin, we are about ready to go. USF 2000, fired up and ready to rock.
Thanks, Rob Howden, as we are ready to rock as well as these drivers getting ready to take their parade lap behind the pace car. And they'll come around for the start here in front of us. This is the finale of the weekend for these USF 2000 drivers. They had a great race yesterday. Oliver Askew taking the win over Parker Thompson. Renus VK finishing in the 3rd spot. Lucas Cole finished 4th. Calvin Ming rounding out the top 5 at the end of the day yesterday. But as Rob said, Renus VK needs to stay with Oliver Askew in the course of this race, trying to finish 4th or above to take the championship to the final round. If VK has a stumble and Askew's able to take the win here, that would give him the opportunity to clinch the championship with 1 round remaining at Watkins Glen International. For those of you joining us on the World Wide Web, my name's John Phippen, overlooking the finish line here at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. As the cars leave my view toward turn 1, they come into the view of Rusty Bell. Good afternoon, Rusty.
Good afternoon, John, and the rest of the folks here at Mid-Ohio and the World Wide Web right now. Welcome, everybody, here. Getting ready to go racing here, USF 2000. You can hear the cars across track from me. I catch the cars coming out of the pit exit, and underneath the bridge in turn 1, they head up into a straightaway into the keyhole turn, an off camber, 180-degree corner, and then down the 3,000-foot straightaway through a kink and then into the best passing area, hardest braking area of the track.
And right there to call the action is Brian Culbertson. Brian?
Hello, John and hello, everybody here at Mid-Ohio. The cars come out of Rusty's view into the best passing zone on the track, which is turn number 4. It is a hard right-hand turn. They come out of that turn, they climb a slight hill into turn number 5. 5's a left-hand turn, kind of a throwaway turn. Not a lot of passing goes on here, but a lot of action can occur. The drivers set themselves up for a turn that some passes do happen if they can get themselves to the inside of turn number 6. 6 is a hard right-hand turn that heads out of my view and into Thunder Valley.
The cars pass the highest point on the race course in Rusty's view up at the top of the keyhole turn, and they come to the lowest point on the race course, 140 feet lower, in front of Mr. Tom Michaels at Thunder Valley. Tom, how are you?
We're doing well out here, and it is an absolutely gorgeous day to be racing and watching racing, and we've got these cars ahead of us. What I see is coming off turn number 7, a couple of consecutive right-handers at 8 and 9, off camber at 9. They come up over a little bit of a rise down into Thunder Valley, bend it around for a right-hander for turn 10, and then the left-hander that goes back into the carousel portion of this race course. I mentioned blue skies with white puffy clouds ahead. John, they're looking for a green coming up.
Rob Howden a little beat up on his run up from the pit lane up here, actually tripping over a pit cart, took a header on the pit lane. So we're going to let Rob catch his breath here as the field comes around for the start. The finale of USF 2000 for the weekend. Can Oliver Askew clinch? Mathematically, he could conceivably if Rinus VeeKay has a bad race.
Yeah, it's going to be up to VeeKay. If he can finish in the top 4, we're going to Watkins Glen before we get this championship done. But it will be Parker Thompson starting on the pole alongside said VeeKay as we get set to roll. Here they come, 19 USF 2000 drivers onto the front straightaway, and we are green, green, green.
Parker Thompson gets the jump, but coming up from row number 2, Aaron Thielett's going to try to make a move down into turn 1.
That's Oliver Askew going to the inside.
My bad.
Askew to the inside, Rusty, as he tries to get by VeeKay early on. The good battle here coming out of 1 over to turn 2.
Yeah, he tried. He couldn't get there. He's still on the outside, but he can't make that pass sticks. Got to drop back into third. So we'll keep an eye on that. It is Parker Thompson, VeeKay, and Askew, just as they qualified now down the straightaway. Looks like Thompson's already stretched it out here. 5 car lengths, 6 car lengths maybe. Then that 21, then the 22, already up a spot right now. A change. There's Lucas Coles around Askew.
Oh, a lot of changes coming up for that 5th spot now. A car comes from the outside to get that pass done. Going to solidify that position. The car number 21, VeeKay in the 2nd spot. Askew there in 3rd, but the challenge is back there for that 5th spot, and I think that pass got made.
Leader checking out with Parker Thompson. Then you've got 2nd place. That's the 21, Rinus VeeKay. Behind them, real hustle bustle. Everybody going single file up through turn number 10 into 11.
Great launch for Parker Thompson. Not a guy that you want to let out like this as he's pulling away here now. Rinus VeeKay, though, giving chase. Guys trying to get that car rotated, coming through the carousel. VeeKay slots into the 2nd position. It's actually Lucas Cole up into 3rd. Askew goes back to 4th. And now Kalen Frederick in 5th. Ming 6th. De La Vera 7th. Malukas 8th, Enders and Gutierrez rounding out your top 10. All 3 DE Force drivers in the top 10 now. But again, Parker Thompson trying to stretch away. Askew, your point leader, back into the 4th position.
Kalen Frederick moving around Askew on the outside. Not sure if he can make it stick right now. They were side by side coming onto the straightaway. So Askew really struggling right now as they are working down the straightaway. It's Askew's able to hang on, but the 81 right now on the move. Frederick trying to make that move, Brian.
Looking to the inside, under brakes, he guts that move. Done. He moves up 1 spot. The front end of the car pushes out a little bit, but he is able to continue on. Makes that 4th place pass stick. The 81 car doing a great job.
Wait for him to appear coming up over turn number 7 into 8. Now 9, leader Thompson. Then VeeKay. No challenge right now for the 3rd place position. Kalen Frederick is up there into 4th. Lucas Cole holding on to 3rd.
Yeah, solid run here for Lucas Cole, John Fitt, but he's really been doing well. A podium finish at Road America, solid team around him. Calvin Ming and Rinus VeeKay at Pabst Racing. They've had a really solid season so far.
Brian Culberson's got a car off in the S's. Brian, go ahead.
The 82 car, Felipe Dennis, is able, he's actually nosed it into the inside here of turn number 5. He's up high-sided in the grass here. Home Ultra guys are trying to get it free here. We got a waving yellow here. They've got the jack to come out from behind, trying to lift the back end up. I don't know if they're going to be able to get it clear. The field's going to be making their way down. We'll have to go for, of course, yellow. If they can't, they got the jack under it. The jack slips out. Man, guys, I don't know if they're going to be able to get it out in time. The field has got to be coming down the back straightaway.
They're starting to work their way now down there. You're right, Brian. It's actually Philippe Dennis. I know you wanted to use that fantastic French pronunciation, but it's actually Philippe Dennis. The driver we saw in Pro Mazda earlier in the year. As you said, trouble's still there. Let's get an update there down in turn 5.
Yeah, the field's coming by. The workers continue to work to try to get that car out of the way. Field under the waving yellow here, so no passing going on in this area of the track. Field is almost by. We've got 2 cars coming through at the tail end of the field, and the crew goes back and work on getting Philippe Dennis's car out of the way.
There you go. Nice job. Again, Philippe Dennis, trouble. Of course, the Hamato safety crew and the corner workers going to work trying to get that car out so we can stay clean and green. And again, we always focus on trying to do that here in this USF 2000 program. Give these kids as many laps as we possibly can. Yellows, of course, just take away the opportunity to go racing. Parker Thompson now leading, resets fast lap of the race. Over a second the advantage now. Again, Parker Thompson won both races in Toronto. John Phipp and this team really starting to gel and come together. Brand new. They came in with obviously no data whatsoever. Parker's kind of been their lead guy. Get out there, help get the setup for us, and he's done great. Once they got things dialed in, this team gelled together around Parker. He was able to win both races in Toronto, his home country. Massive emotion for him there. But to be able to win here, I think speaks to the confidence, the momentum of that entire team.
Yeah, the exclusive Autosport team, new to the series, as you mentioned, with Dev Gore and Jason Clooney. But Parker Thompson doing a great job out in front. I'm amazed at how badly Oliver Askew is doing. He has dropped a couple of spots. In fact, Carlos Ming was right behind. Calvin Ming was right behind him, trying to take over 5th. So Askew maybe with a problem here.
Here's the one thing I would ask you now. I guarantee they told him this. You do not need to win this race. Get some points. That's all you really need.
Yep.
He would have been able to clinch if he won the race, fast lap of the race, and the most laps led. 32 points available. If then VK finished outside the top 5, he was able to clinch. There's an opportunity to do that. But just to get even 5th place points here right now, he'll go to Watkins Glen with such a great opportunity to win. Doesn't need to pressure it here.
While we were talking, we have a new 3rd place runner. Go ahead, Brian.
New 3rd place, Frederick Kalen, able to get a move done at the end of the back straightaway.
Kalen Frederick in that Team Pelfrey car, the number 81 machine, the Pilot 1 entry, leading the run here to 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Final position on the podium. Lucas Cole drops back into 4th. Oliver Askew right on the rear wing of Lucas Cole, trying to find a way by Rusty. That's going to be a good battle there, I think, for 4th position.
Yeah, it's going to be a car length when they hit the brakes now. Askew trying to get back up to the front of the field. Less than a car length at the top of the keyhole. Askew tucks right underneath the rear wing of Lucas Cole. We'll see coming down the straightaway. Cole tries to shake the draft just a little bit as he moves the car around. Coming through the kink right now. Here comes the 3 car now. He's going to move to the outside. Cole driving defensively at the top end of the straight.
Still side by side. That outside line's never a good one, but it works this time. Askew able to get that job done on the outside. That's the hard way around, but he makes it done. Boy, that car comes alive here on this lap. He's able to pull out about 4 or 5 car lengths. Tom Michaels in front of you. Battle for 3rd is going to be a good one.
Yeah, it eventually will be, but right now there is still probably 5 car lengths between the positions now.
The key for Oliver Askew is to make those advances, but do them safely. You don't want a chance, a DNF, for getting together with a driver. Cole's going backwards at this point. He's got Calvin Ming and David Maluka starting to put the pressure on. This has allowed Oliver Askew to kind of stretch a bit of room here now. He's going to start looking at Kalen Frederick there, John, and we'll watch that gap between 3rd and 4th. But again, for Askew, you know they're on the radio saying, hey, listen, VK's in 2nd. You're in 4th right now. We're losing some ground to the points, but we're still solid. Don't do anything crazy.
Oliver Askew is a racer, however, and it is difficult to rein that in. You don't win 7 races in this championship without being a racer. So Askew, I'm sure, is one side of his brain is telling him, slow down, take it easy, go for the points. The other side of his brain says, there's a car in front of me I need to pass. Let's get the job done. Oliver Askew, a 1:23.1319 as he is lapping maybe about half a second off the pace set by Parker Thompson. But on that last lap, Rinus VeeKay actually a little bit quicker, eating in perhaps to that margin between Thompson and VeeKay. We'll see.
One of the keys to watch for, John, is the fact that there is that bonus point for fast lap of the race. VeeKay wants that. He's trying to claw back as much as he can on Oliver Askew before we head to Watkins Glen for the season finale. Only a single race there. Normally we have a double header for the final weekend of the year. Just a single race for USF 2000. After this particular event, only one more round on the schedule. Askew looking at that championship and looking at that $350,000 plus scholarship to move into the Pro Mazda Championship.
And here comes Askew up into the carousel turn, and he is closing down on Kalen Frederick as they come onto the front straightaway.
Just 9/10 of a second, John, the gap last time by. Let's see if he's eaten into it. Not much, if anything. said it was 9/10 last time by, 0.916 this time by. Actually, no, Frederick actually a bit quicker. He goes 0.2 quicker. Fast lap reset by Parker Thompson, taking that bonus point away from Rinus VK. Good battle here coming, though, between Askew and Frederick, believe, Rusty, as they work their way through the keyhole.
Yeah, they're trying to get there. It's still about 4 car lengths. Not able to get back underneath that wing. We'll watch it here as he works down the straightaway. He's got his work cut out for him. As you said, he's got to make that pass safely. But right now, he's not nearly close enough. It's maybe 5 car lengths. Stretches out a little bit down the straightaway. Still have that strong headwind blowing up the back straightaway, slowing the cars down just a little bit. But he's definitely got work to do to get up there at battle with Frederick.
Yeah, Askew not able to close up right now as he makes his way through the S's. He got that pass done. It took about half of that advantage away. Maybe he's just settled in here. We got a lot of time left in this one.
Yeah, right up in the front of the field. There's no battle. As a matter of fact, maybe a challenge coming up here in just a moment. Malukas right behind Ming. About a car length and a half between those two as they battle for 6th and 7th.
Tom, you took the words right out of our mouth. That battle brewing for 4th position. Lucas Cole, Calvin Ming, David Malukas, and Moises de Oliveira all running within a second of each other. And Malukas, once again, putting on a good performance here at Mid-Ohio.
Yeah, one of the things about David, I talked to him yesterday at the Cooper Tire stage. We had a Q&A, and he just said, for me, I'm just trying to get laps in. I want to make sure I make good passes. I don't want... The difference between karting and cars is in a kart, you're going to make a dive bomb. You'll throw it to the inside. He said that. He goes, I'll start from way back, and I'll just dive down the bottom because I know that we can bump pods, and like the side pods, the bodywork on those karts. You can't do this in these cars. You make a move like that here, you touch wheels, break some wheels, you're talking thousands of dollars damage. You got to be really precise in your passing, your overtakes, and that's what he's really working on. And I like seeing that out of David. He's running very strongly here behind Calvin Ming, going to try to pressure him into a mistake, but nonetheless, a good run for David, rookie in the program, currently running in the 7th position. Brian?
Change now back here for the 7th spot. As those two cars get that move done. It's the number 12 car able to make a move because at the very end of the straightaway. So De Oliveira up 1 spot.
Getting word that David Malukas is going to be penalized for passing under the yellow flag there at turn 5 in front of Brian. And so he's going to have to give that position back to Moises de Oliveira. So just as we were bragging on him, he made a pass with a waving yellow flag in front of him.
Well, that's how you learn. Let's put it that way. They obviously nabbed them. One of the things you're going to get here is the fact that the race control will be very diligent in terms of those yellow flags because, as we know, you're up in race control. They got like 12 cameras up there watching every part of this racetrack. They know exactly what's going on. They're able to go back and look at the replay. Of course, Malukas going by De Oliveira, he'll have to give that up. Now, he's now, I believe, just let it happen. De Oliveira goes by because he's got Gutierrez and Enders behind him. He's got the DE Force cars all around him now as they work their way through turn number 1. But, again, a great start here for Parker Thompson, Rusty Bell. 1.1 seconds ahead of Rinus VK.
Yeah, I thought for a second there VK closed it up a 10th or so on that last lap, but now he looks to be back another 10th. So that's just moving back and forth right now. Watching this great battle, though, back now for the battle for 6th. That's that 79 machine really trying to make a move here at the top end of the straightaway.
Yeah, they're side by side as they come into the S's. Still side by side right there at the exit of turn number 4. That 12 car does get that move done, gets around the 79. The battle for the lead did tighten up through the S's.
Thompson leading by 1.1, and as Rusty said, he was indeed correct. VK quicker by about a 10th last time by, getting that down to 1.1 seconds. We'll continue to watch the gap between 1st and 2nd. Still a long way to go. We're not even halfway into this race. Still about 17 and a half minutes remaining in it. VK trying to close back up. Thompson goes quicker. Actually, Thompson challenged and responds. Guys, sets the fast lap of the race, a 121.882. 0.3 of a second quicker last time by, and expanding that lead to almost a second and a half. Thompson, VK, Frederick, Askew, and Cole, your top 5. Ming, De Oliveira, Malukas, Gutierrez, and Enders, top 10. Full field rundown. Robert McGinnis now runs in 11th spot. Darren Keene in 12th. Colin Kaminsky in 13th. Devin Wojcik 14th. Jacob Abel in 15th. Deb Gore in 16th spot. Bruna Tomaselli in 17th. Jason Clooney in 18th. And Philippe Dennis, who got high-sided there, 2 laps down in the 19th position. Rusty?
Great battle going on for 7th spot. David Malukas did indeed give that spot away. He wants it back.
Side by side, coming at you, Brian, and then 3 cars right behind.
Yeah, three-car battle for just a second there. Side by side, they make their way. Now it's going to be a four-way battle for this spot. The 12 car able to hang on to that spot, but just barely. Now we have got a 7-car battle for the same spot. Tom Michaels, they're coming into your view right now.
What a freight train as they come through. Still with the position there. That's the 12, De Oliveira. He's able to hold off Malukas. But Malukas looks at his rearview mirrors and sees Gutierrez right there. In turn, Enders and McGinnis.
Everyone stacking up behind Moises De Oliveira right now in that number 12 DE Force car. They are ready to pounce. Malukas now runs in that 8th position. Then it's the 2 DE Force cars of Gutierrez and Enders. And then we've got McGinnis, Keene, and Kaminsky right there as well, guys. What a battle. That is 7th all the way back to 13th position, John.
Robert McGinnis in that yellow Pelfrey car is the one looking racy. He tried to get around Enders in the run up to turn 11, had to fall back in single file. What do you think, Rusty?
Still single file. Nobody making a move in that group yet. We'll watch them on the back straightaway as that draft with this wind will come into play. Here goes a move, though, right behind the 22, Calvin Ming, trying to get around Cole. They're side by side.
Still side by side. We'll see if that's able to get done. The 22 of Ming does get that position at the end of the back straightaway. And then this great battle. Still, it's side by side coming out of turn number 4 into 5. De Oliveira able to hold off. So those 2 cars gap a little bit. But, man, racing action all the way through. Move made to the inside of turn 6.
Wait for them to come off of 7. There they are. With the position, you still got the 12 car at De Oliveira, Malukas. And then in behind, I'll tell you what, various lines being taken as they move up through turn number 10 into the left-hander now as they head for the carousel.
Yeah, drivers starting to get a little aggressive here, looking inside, outside. That's Darren Keene in the Newman Walks Racing number 36. Again, 4th place finish at Toronto. His expectations going up a little bit. He was all over the 80 of McGinnis through 5, 6, and 7. Not able to make the move down here into turn number 1. In fact, has lost a bit of ground this last couple of corners. McGinnis a little quicker through the carousel. That has allowed him to have a little bit more gap back to Keene, almost 0.4 of a second. But again, up front, Thompson, Rusty Bell out to a 2-second advantage.
Yeah, and he continues to drive away. The car I'm watching is at 22 now. Ming looks like he's closing in on Askew. He may be looking to move up one more spot into the 4th.
Yeah, Ming has made up some ground here. He gets that pass done on the last lap, and now he's picked it up. Still side by side. That pass is finally going to get done. Man, that position finally given up by De Oliveira as he gets around. So that battle now finally changes. Tom Michaels coming into your view, that new 6th place runner.
Yeah, here they are as they come through. De Oliveira, I should say, Malukas there, having moved up and around. We're getting toward the mid-stages of this race. Continuing to pull away is Parker Thompson.
Another fast lap for Parker Thompson, 2.8 seconds. The gap between 1st and 2nd. As they run right now, though, Rinus VK would close up to just 14 points behind Oliver Askew, heading to the finale at Watkins Glen. This is what we're talking about. This is going to be a good championship. VK getting the job done here, and that's what he's done. He has been so consistent all year. One of the stats that actually Steve Wittick from Trackside Online, TSO Ladder, brought out, VK has improved or stayed the same in every race. He has not yet dropped back from his starting position. That's unbelievable. The consistency's been great. He's qualified well, but in every race he's either held position or move forward. You don't see that a lot in this category.
Especially for a rookie. Yeah, that's a great job for Rinus VK as that young driver's got some future ahead of him. But Parker Thompson beginning to put his stamp on that lead. Like you said, a fast lap of the race at a 21.8. First driver under 1:22. Rusty, is he able to stretch that advantage? It's almost 3 seconds.
Yeah, it looks like it, but into the S's there, the 80 car, McGinnis really pushing around there. I thought they were going to make contact at the top end of the straight.
Again, working their way out here. You see Thompson absolutely checking out here, trying to win his 3rd race in the last 4 events. Parker Thompson last year had a puncture here at USF 2000, ends up finishing second to his championship contender and winner, his teammate Anthony Martin, second in 2 races, then the puncture in race number 2, which essentially took him out of the championship, gave Anthony Martin a chance to have a little more breathing room and went to Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca for the finale. He's looking to try to make amends for that and get another race win here for this new team, Exclusive Autosport, obviously showing that engineering staff has got a handle on this Tatis USF 17 now. You're going to see a lot of drivers trying to get into that team because already Parker Thompson showing that they are a race-winning operation.
I got to give a shout out to Kalen Frederick. I mean, the car qualified back in row number 4. He made his way up to a spot on the podium, and he has held his own. It wasn't a flash in the pan. He is running pace a little quicker than Oliver Askew, the points leader. So Kalen Frederick really doing a great job with that Team Pelfrey machine.
Yeah, top 3 have kind of just walked away from the field, but we're going to have a battle here for 4th place. It looks like Ming is actually starting to close up at each and every lap to our points leader, Askew. So watch Ming starting to close up on Askew.
Good run here, 11 minutes remaining in this run, 3.3 seconds now the gap for Parker Thompson. He continues to set fast lap of the race, a 1:22.1 last time by a half a second quicker than Renus VK. Just a tremendous job for the young driver out of Red Deer, Alberta, Canada, trying to win his 3rd race in 4 events. Thompson, again, on the podium yesterday in 2nd. Too little, too late for the team. He's not in the championship hunt back quite a ways, but really taking hold of that 3rd position in the points now over Kalen Frederick. Thompson looking to move his way up into around just almost, I believe, 290-something points he'll have, 94 points, I believe. If the fast lap, it'll be 295, actually, I believe, for Parker Thompson. If he's able to win this, or probably 263 if he wins the next race. Let's go up. That'll be up to 295. Again, looking solid here right now, comfortable in the lead and really taking hold of that 3rd place in the points. Been a great year for Parker Thompson, but again, just a little, too late for that squad. 3.9 seconds the advantage.
Yeah, Thompson looks great through the S's here, pulls out every single lap. Still watching Bing. He tightens it up to Askew every lap now. We're going to put stopwatch down, start counting car lengths between them. We still these great battles. We got back 6 all the way back. We got 2 cars that came together. The 11 car and the 36 have locked wheels here. We'll see if they're able to, 36 car able to continue. The 11 car has parked it here on the side of the outside of turn number 5. Corey Enders may not be able to continue. We'll have to see if full course yellow comes out for this.
Corey Enders and Darren Keene battling for that 11th position as they're all in that logjam behind Moises de Oliveira in 8th. David Malukas long gone. He has been able to drive away to the tune of about a second and 7/10, but de Oliveira with McGinnis right in his wheel tracks, then Gutierrez, then Enders, and then Keene. And Keene and Enders came together there in front of Bryan. We'll see as they come by the stripe. And we are going to go full course yellow.
Not surprising that we had an incident there, John. They were running very aggressively trying to get that position. This full course yellow is going to bring VK back to Thompson. 4.2 seconds was the lead. 8.5 minutes, 8:45 remaining. So the drivers will all woe it up and get tucked in behind your leader, Parker Thompson. Renus VK will go 2nd. Kalen Frederick 3rd. Askew's going to get another shot at getting on the podium as well. Calvin Ming in 5th. Cole 6th. Malukas 7th. De Oliveira 8th. 9th is McGinnis, and 10th is Gutierrez. Again, full course caution here. Race number 2 of the Cooper Tires USF 2000 Championship powered by Mazda. Just about 8 minutes remaining in this one, John.
Exactly. With the countdown to 8 minutes, again, we'll take a few minutes to get the cars squared away. Brian, can you tell us what the situation is with Enders' car?
Corey Enders' car is high-sided, but Ultra crew right on it. They've got him over the curbing now, about half the car onto the track. He has got the car restarted. Corey Enders is going to be able to continue on here. He is waiting, giving a point to the driver for a safe release here, but we will be clean and green out here in the S's in just a second.
Drivers rolling their way up the start-finish here. Good shot there as if you're watching live on USF2000.com or on the Road to Indy TV app. Also on Facebook Live for the IndyCar Series webpage and on IndyCar.com on the race control page. Lots of ways to watch live coverage of this Mazda Road to Indy presented by Cooper Tires. Driver into pit lane, the number 27 of Kaminsky coming in from 15th spot. It'll drop him down the order. It's the 17th position issue with him coming in.
Looks like they're cleaning some grass out of the radiator. My guess is he might have had to take evasive action around that situation between Darren Keene and Corey Enders, and did a little lawn agricultural racing, as we want to say. Got some grass in the radiator grill, so the crew immediately getting that cleaned out. They got a leaf blower there to get some of the grass away, and he's back underway.
Yeah, 7 minutes remaining in this. Less than 7 minutes, John, and drivers, of course, at pace car speed. Another driver into pit lane, the number 11. That is, again, Corey Enders. They're going to bring him back in, have a look over the car, and see if they're able to get him back out here. He remains, I believe, he'll have lost a lap.
Yeah.
He will have lost a lap. No real need to go back out unless he just wants the experience of being on track. Otherwise, with just a couple of minutes left, they could just park him. And because, again, he could get one spot. He might be able to get by Philippe Dennis. That's it. They are going to bring the quick jack up, potentially going to work on the car of Corey Enders. But again, watching this time wind down, I'm sure the guys at Exclusive Autosport are doing the same thing. Their driver, Parker Thompson, has led this thing flag to flag, qualified on pole, has led all the laps so far, so there's definitely one bonus point for him. He does have the fast lap of the race, too, I believe, at this point. That'll be an extra bonus point, but again, just a little too late coming on strong here at the end of the season, looking to win his third race in the last 4. Swept the weekend in Toronto.
Lights out on the pace car.
We're going back to green. By the time they get around here, we're looking at about 5 minutes. So you got to figure 3 laps, maybe 4 laps if they're lucky.
Yep.
As John had said, the Mazda pace car rolling off here into pit lane, back into the hands of Parker Thompson. There was an issue yesterday for a jump start for Oliver Askew. You got to wait till this MRTI sign. There's a punch-off zone as they come out of the corner. Thompson knows how to get the job done. He slows nice and slow. Boom. He's back on the throttle. Green, green, green. He'll gap him by about a length back to Rinus VeeKay. Turn 1 is where it's key. He's got to get that run up to the keyhole. Rusty Bell, this is going to be exciting here as we back to green flag racing.
Yeah, he's trying right now. They're all single file. Nobody ready to make a move except at the very tail end of the field. But we're watching the front 4. Still nose to tail now, coming through the top of the keyhole turn. It looks like Thompson's able to stretch it out a couple of car lengths as they work through the middle. A little bit of dirt being kicked up as they make their way over that curving there at the exit of the keyhole. The battle for second, though, hot and heavy right now. The 81 car trying to make a move. They're side by side, Brian.
Still side by side. That 81 car on the high side trying to make it around. They might have touched right there at the exit of 4. So the 21 car of VeeKay able to hold off Frederick put a good charge, went to the high side of 5, not able to get it done. Leader in front of you, Tom Michaels.
Thompson, decent-sized lead. Then the gaggle coming up here. VeeKay, Frederick, the 3 car, Askew. Everybody making it through turn number 9, heading up through Thunder Valley.
Remember, folks, Kalen Frederick is trying to get his way into second, but it's Rinus VeeKay doing whatever he can to try to make sure that he is in this championship chase at Watkins Glen. John, he does not want to make a mistake and get into it. If he goes out, there's still a possibility that Oliver Askew could clinch this championship.
The field coming by as it looked like Robert McGinnis was going to try to make a move on David Malukas at the restart as they kind of got caught up in that accordion effect as Thompson got on the gas just a little bit late. Here comes Darren Keene. He is serving a drive-through penalty for his part in that incident with Corey Enders. So that is the reason for the 36 car down the pit lane. So Darren Keene serving a drive-through penalty. He'll be right back out at the tail end of the lead lap.
Down the straightaway, again, the front of the field, really walking away with it. Parker Thompson, nobody even close right now. We thought for a second there's a good battle going on now for 7th, Brian. They're side by side.
Yeah, great battle as they make their way into 4. That pass still not finished. No pass to get done. Unfortunately, Kalen Frederick had closed up at the end of the back straightaway, but it's 4 car lengths now. Leaders coming to your view, Tom Michael. No change this time through the S's.
No, best battle. That one for 4th place right now. A car length there between Askew and Ming. Leader already up into the carousel turn right now as we watch the left-hander there. Thompson with the advantage.
Good fight here, John Phipp, and
Calvin
further
Ming,
back.
right behind Askew,
Yeah, I love this fight here right now. Calvin Ming kind of stepping things up. He's trying to go after Oliver Askew. Calvin, the rookie driver in the series, won the Mexican F4 NACAM series with some great racing down there. He and Moises de Oliveira Won a bunch of races down there, and they came up here, of course, running USF 2000. That's the fight right now. We're watching for fourth position is Ming. A little bit quicker, not by much, though. 2 laps ago, and before they went green, he was closing right back up. Again, that full course yellow put him right back on the gearbox of Askew.
And Rusty, watch the battle for 7th. Lucas Cole dived to the inside of McGinnis at turn 1. Couldn't quite close the deal.
Yeah, he did the same, dove there at the entry to the keyhole. Couldn't get it done either. So a lot of close racing. The front of the field's all stretched out just a little bit. Luis De Oliveira now trying to make that move on Cole. They're side by side again.
Still side by side. We'll see if Cole able to get that done. No, slides wide. The 12 car slides wide at the exit. That's going to cost the spot. The 10 car now side by side making their way. So 12 car able to stay in that spot as they make their way through turn number 6. But that's the battle back there for 8th spot. I had 2 cars come off at the end of the back straightaway. The 27 and the 93. Those 2 cars able to continue.
No change in that battle that you had mentioned there, back there between McGinnis, Cole, De Oliveira. Leader already into the carousel.
I would not be surprised if we see the white flag, and we do. 1 lap to go. Parker Thompson going to try to sweep the weekend here. Not sweep the weekend. Oliver Askew won yesterday, of course, but Parker Thompson trying to take that would be 4th win in 3rd win in 4 races. That's what I tried to say. Rinus VeeKay right there in 2nd spot. As the points run right now, it would be a 14-point margin between Askew and VeeKay going into the finale at Watkins Glen.
John, tremendous run for Parker Thompson. This is what this team needed, right? They had a great run in Toronto, street course. They had to set up there. But to come here then to the permanent natural terrain course here at Mid-Ohio and get the job done here as well, that proves that this engineering staff has got things going on. Really well done here for Exclusive Autosport. Of course, Parker just needs to bring it home still. 1.2 seconds the gap here right now as they head to Bryan.
Yeah, Thompson has this one in the bag. No mistakes being made. The battle right now is going to be for that 4th. It starts to heat up once again. Mangler right there involved in that. Tom Michaels, that's the best battle it should be in your view right now.
First 3 cars smoothly by us, back to the 4th place. Car length and a half now, separating Askew and Ming.
Here they come up the hill out of Thunder Valley. What a second half of the season it's been for this young Canadian driver. Parker Thompson through the carousel. 3 wins in 4 races. Parker Thompson, an Exclusive Autosport, victorious at Mid-Ohio. Big fist bump for Thompson coming across the line. Incredible run once again for Rinus VeeKay and Pabst Racing. They're looking to try to win this team championship as well, potentially have locked that in as well. We'll look at the points for Pabst Racing. They're trying to win that team championship, as I said. Kalen Frederick, the young 15-year-old driver you mentioned, started deep in the field, worked his way forward. Excellent job for Kalen Frederick to go to P3. Oliver Askew, your point leader, still locks the points down. 325 points to 311 for VeeKay, 14 points heading to the finale at Watkins Glen International. Calvin Ming capping off your Fast 5. David Malukas in 6th. Robert McGinnis, Lucas Cole, Moises De Oliveira, and Devin Wojcik round out your top 10.
Carrying out for the rest of the full field rundown, we've got the number 10 car of Gutierrez, Andres Gutierrez, finishing in the 11th spot. Dev Gore will finish in 12th in the 92 car. Jacob Abel in the number 37 comes home in 13th spot. Bruna Tomaselli, great run for Bruna in the number 97 as she comes home in 14th spot. 15th goes to Jason Clooney. As right behind him will be Darren Keene after having to serve that drive-through penalty for being involved in the incident. Colin Kaminsky comes home in 17th position. Philippe Denis and Corey Enders not running at the finish as they finish in 18th and 19th. Rob Howden on his way down to Victory Circle to interview our podium finishers as the field coming around at the conclusion of their cool-down lap. We'll have Rob with us once again for the next race as the Pro Mazda race number 2 of their triple header coming up here at 1:05. Scheduled start time. That's about 15 minutes from now. So Rob will jump right from Victory Circle down onto the pit lane for pre-race driver introductions for the Pro Mazda race. By the way, for those of you looking to get the autographs of your favorite Pirelli World Challenge drivers, their autograph session coming up at 1:30. That's about 50 minutes from now. And that will be in the infield. I'm not quite sure of the location of that autograph session. I'll try to get that information, but the Pirelli World Challenge drivers signing autographs in the infield coming up at 1:30 today. This big field of USF 2000 cars finishing their work for the weekend as their doubleheader wrapping up with this race. Great race for Parker Thompson, taking the win from the pole. Finished in second yesterday, about a second and a half behind Oliver Askew. Askew running perhaps a conservative race, doing what he needed to do to get it done. But a big hug for Parker Thompson as he comes out to get the congratulations from his crew, has to chase down one of his crew members to get a big bear hug. Parker Thompson is a happy camper. High fives all around for the crew of the number 90 car. Out of Red Deer, Ontario, Canada, Exclusive Auto Sport, Open Highway, his sponsor. Parker Thompson will go to 263 points on the ladder, closing down the interval just a bit, but he'll stay in that third spot. Kalen Frederick did himself some good as well, as he'll take 246 points unofficially out of this race to stay in that fourth position. Just a reminder is in just about an hour, preliminary judging for the Honda camping experience this weekend, the Galactic experience. Let the G-forces be with you. May the G-forces be with you. I'd like to remind all of you who are camping here with us this weekend, get your campsites decorated. Preliminary judging coming up at 2 o'clock. That's about an hour from now. And then after knockout qualifying for the Verizon IndyCars, Graham Rahal will be making the final choices for our winners. And, of course, we'll have a bonfire over in the tent camping area tonight with s'mores and a live band. So all sorts of good stuff happening as part of the Honda camping experience. Kind of a new wrinkle we added a couple years ago, and it's been so popular we're going to continue it with this Force Be With You theme. We've seen a couple characters, Darth Vader, Chewbacca, rolling around the campus here, making their presence known and adding to the festivity of this celebration for tonight. Saturday nights here on these IndyCar racing weekends are always kind of special as we've got a big crowd of campers and everybody's in a festive mood, really anticipating the feature event of the weekend, the Honda Indy 200 coming up at the end of the day tomorrow. We expect the green flag at around 3:40 tomorrow afternoon. A 95-lap race. They've added 5 laps to it to give the folks sitting on top of the pit boxes a little more to think about the fuel strategy. We've changed the length of the race on a couple occasions to try to make it not possible for somebody to do it on 2 stops. They definitely want to make the race long enough so that it sort of mandates a 3-stop race. And by adding 5 laps this year, I think they've pretty much guaranteed that a fuel-saving run is not in the cards here. Because what we want to see is these drivers going for it from start to finish, not having to worry about saving fuel.
Yeah, so now, John, it's the who pits at the correct time for the last pit stop race.
Exactly.
That's what it comes down to, as long as we get a yellow.
And it sounds like we are ready to go with Rob Howden down in the victory circle. Rob?
Thank you, sir. We're ready to rock and roll. We are here to our second podium of this USF 2000 event here in Mid-Ohio. Fantastic job by these young drivers. Got some great guests from Allied Building Products to help us pass out some hardware. What a run for this driver from deep in the field, work his way all the way to third. Ladies and gentlemen, what a fine drive from Team Pelfrey. Put your hands together for Kalen Frederick! P3 for Kalen Frederick. Excellent drive. Mike Kennedy will bring that trophy in for Kalen. What a drive for Kalen Frederick. Deep in the field, worked his way up, stayed out of trouble, and made some great passes. Hop up there with him. Mike can get a shot. Again, great to have our folks from Allied Building Products along with us here to have some fun here this weekend. Mike, thank you so much. Obviously, watching this championship, it's going to go all the way down to the finale at Watkins Glen International. The driver coming home second closed the gap down to just 14 points. It's going to be exciting. Coming home in second place today for Pabst Racing, Rinus VeeKay. Rinus VeeKay in second spot today, and to present his second place trophy, Katie Kennedy will bring in the trophy. Incredible stat for Rinus VeeKay. He has not dropped back yet this year. He has either maintained his position or moved forward in every race this year. Incredible run for this driver. Consistency is not something you can teach. But the driver on top of the box here today, what a run it's been second half of the season. 3 wins in 4 races, another one for Exclusive Autosport. This Canadian driver, very impressive. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. My winner today, Parker Thompson! And we do it again, my friend. You did it in Toronto. This team turned around. I know that you guys struggled at Iowa Speedway, but you brought everybody together and said, we can still do this. We're a great team. You double up in Toronto, pole today, and then a race win. Give me your thoughts on your 3rd win this year.
Oh, man, it all goes back to Exclusive Autosport. They've been developing amazing race cars. I mean, we come here, Exclusive Autosport's never raced a 2-liter around Mid-Ohio. We come here with a baseline setup, and we're on pole by 7/10 and go out and dominate a race. Hats off to them. They're doing a fantastic job. Like I said, we had a tough start to the season, but at the end of the day, we're picking it right back up. We're 3 out of 4 wins. Really, we're doing a great job. So thanks to Exclusive Autosport. They're doing an awesome job.
Congratulations, my friend.
Thank you very much.
This is a kid to watch right here, folks. Parker Thompson, one more time. A round of applause for him. What a great run for Parker. And a couple of people going to help us out. Let's bring that trophy. And we've got Courtney Brown and Doris Sparkman to bring in our first place trophy, the 3rd one that has been awarded to Parker Thompson this year. He's going to finish likely 3rd in the championship. He's going to try to see if he can't win at Watkins Glen as well. But this Exclusive Autosport team has turned things around midseason. They got a great feel for this Tatis USF 17 race car. And what a run again for Parker Thompson. We've watched this kid develop. He was almost Rookie of the Year 2 years ago. He was 2nd in the championship last year. And this kid has talent, no doubt about it. Watching him win in Toronto was big. And today, a flawless day. Qualified on pole, led from flag to flag, was able to lead after the restart as well. Man, just a fantastic job, a great performance by Parker Thompson. Give it up for Rinus VeeKay as well as he closes the championship down to just 14 points to Oliver Askew. Oliver finished in that 4th position as we head to Watkins Glen International on Labor Day weekend. We are going to crown our champion and see who wins that scholarship to move into the Pro Mazda Championship presented by Cooper Tires. And last but not least, what can you say about Kalen Frederick for Team Pelfrey? Starting deep in the field at a track that's very tough to pass on. He was able to work his way back up to the podium. An incredible young driver who we expect to watch develop throughout the years and work his way all the way through the Mazda Road to Indy presented by Cooper Tires. Great weekend so far. We got more drivers on the track. We're going to get right back into it, folks. Our Pro Mazda category is going to be rolling out here for their 2nd race. They've got 3 races here in this weekend, a triple header for the drivers in that 2nd rung of the Mazda Road to Indy presented by Cooper Tires. We're capping things off down here again. As we said, another race ready to rock and roll, folks. We got lots of racing for you. It's just a packed weekend. Hope you're enjoying it. Gorgeous day, beautiful weather. And again, John Phippen can't have a much better day to have this podium down here. Parker Thompson victorious here in USF 2000.
Save some serious money on the parts, gear, and accessories you need at Summit Racing Equipment. Order online anytime at summitracing.com. You'll find millions of parts in stock from over 1,400 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, off-roading, tools, and more. Download the free Summit Racing app for Apple and Android devices and easily shop from your phone or tablet. With Summit Racing's fast shipping, world-class customer service, and expert tech advice, you'll get the parts you need when you need them. Visit Summit Racing's retail store at I-76 East, exit 29 up in Talmadge. Open 9 to 9, 7 days a week. Get it all from Summit Racing Equipment, the world speed shop since 1968. Millions of parts, one source, summitracing.com. Experience the everyday adrenaline boost that comes with driving a 2017 Civic hatchback from the Gearheads at Honda, a proud sponsor of the Verizon IndyCar Series and this weekend's Honda Indy 200. Dyson V8 transforms the way you clean, making it easier and faster than ever before. Experience the Dyson V8 and other Dyson technology for yourself at the Dyson Cord-Free Experience located in the manufacturer's Midway. We've got another Cooper Tires Pro Mazda race to get started. And let's send it down trackside to Tony Laporta.
Yeah, thanks a bunch, guys. We're down here on pit lane. The hits just keep on coming. Mid-Ohio, such a great weekend for Mazda Road to Indy, presented by Cooper Tires Racing. On the grid now, it is the Cooper Tires Pro Mazda Grand Prix of Mid-Ohio, presented by Allied Building Products. It's round number 8 of the 2017 season. It's a long season, and it takes a dedicated group of people to make each year happen. That would be the folks from Anderson Promotions. This is the man right here. We spoke to John Doonan from Mazda. We spoke to Chris Pantani from Cooper Tire. Well, we're speaking to the man. They all help make this thing go. Dan Anderson. Dan, another great year of Mazda Road to Indy racing. We talked to John. We talked to Chris about the system. It works. We're putting drivers in the IndyCar series. It has to be a great feeling.
It is good. It's always fun to watch the kids as they move up the ladder. I spent last night with some of our graduates from IndyCar. It's great to talk to them again because I remember when they were young. But watching the F2000 kids and then they move into Pro Mazda, the training is complete thanks to Mazda and Cooper for all they do to make this happen, and to IndyCar as well. Let's not forget what they do to help this whole Mazda Road to Indy ladder. They want to grow the stars of tomorrow, and that's what this is all about.
You know, you hit on something really interesting there, the training that these drivers in USF 2000, Pro Mazda, and the top-level Indy Lights experience and gain from running in the Mazda Road to Indy. Can you touch on that a little bit? What kind of experience, what kind of lessons are they learning here on the track, off the track, in the car, and out of the car? What are you guys at Anderson Promotions doing for these young drivers to prepare them for IndyCar?
Well, this whole program of series provides training on the same venues that IndyCar races on, in front of the IndyCar team owners, team managers, and engineers, using the same data system that IndyCar people use. So what we train, more than a lot of other opportunities available for drivers, is to work with a crew, work on engineering, learn data acquisition, learn how to compete in front of big crowds, work on all of your, not just racecraft, but all of your other outside of the race car stuff, your PR skills, your physical fitness, everything that makes a professional race car driver.
Physical fitness, that's why I signed on to be a part of the Mazda Road to Indy presented by Cooper Tires, obviously. And then every race weekend. Yeah, right. Yeah, we're the pictures of health. But every weekend on the Mazda Road to Indy is so much fun. But this weekend at Mid-Ohio, it's beautiful. We've got a triple header. It's a lot of racing. We're nearing the end of our championship fight. This is a great weekend here at Mid-Ohio.
And the championships are closing up very tightly now on all 3 levels. It's going to be fun to watch, and Watkins Glen is coming up. We got one more oval race for Indy Lights and Pro Mazda, but the season finale at Watkins Glen should be decisive.
Dan Anderson, head of Anderson Promotions, the group that makes Mazda Road to Indy racing presented by Cooper Tires possible. Dan, thanks for everything you do for the sport. Thanks for stopping and talking to us. Enjoy the race.
Thank you very much.
Once again, we're getting ready for round number 8 of the 2017 Pro Mazda Championship presented by Cooper Tires. Our pole sitter, Anthony Martin, trails Victor Franzoni by only 3 points. What's on the line here, folks? A Mazda scholarship check that will promote the winning driver to the top level of the Mazda Road to Indy next season, being the Indy Lights Championship presented by Cooper Tires. So with that, let's get ready to get things started down here. We're going to hand it over to Rob Howland to introduce to you the starting lineup of today's race, and then we're going racing.
Thank you so much, Tony. We are now, again, set to roll here with the Cooper Tires Pro Mazda Grand Prix of Mid-Ohio, presented by Allied Building Products. We've got some guests from Cooper Tire who are going to give you the call to fire up these Mazda Renesas power plants, but that is still about 4 minutes away. Let's have a look at the grid of 14 drivers who are ready to rock and roll for you here. Row number 7, it'll be Dave Zavelson in the number 2, the Unfair Advantage Motorsports entry, starting in the 14th position. Inside that row will be Brendan Puderbach in the number 31 for Fat Boy Racing. Moving now to row number 6, Kevin Bury in the number 5 will start in the 12th position. These drivers in the national category. Inside of that row in the number 6, Max Hanratty for Arms Up Motorsports. Hanratty from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Moving now to row number 5, Bob Kaminsky, winner yesterday in the national category. Going to try to go back-to-back jacks here and get another victory. He'll start from the 10th position outside of row number 5. Inside of that row, Jeff Green in the Uncos Racing number 60 machine. He'll start in the 9th position. Moving now to row number 4 on the outside. It's Chris Wright in the number 12, the white and blue car for JDC Motorsports, the rookie starting in the 12th position. Inside of that row in the title boxing gym, World Speed Motorsports, number 13, 48 years young, Bobby Eberly in the 7th position. Moving now to row number 3, starting on the outside, a young driver out of Idaho who has been very impressive here in his rookie season, coming straight out of karting, ran in the Formula Speed Series at Sonoma Raceway last year. He's a rookie of the number 14, Stingray Robb. Stingray Robb in the number 14, starting in the 6th position. Inside of row number 5, alongside Stingray Rob, will be TJ Fisher, the driver out of California, in the Team Pelfrey number 82. Fisher currently sitting third in points. He'll have to battle against the 2 drivers up front here, as well as his 2 Team Pelfrey teammates. It's all yellow and black on row number 2. It's Team Pelfrey on the inside, Team Pelfrey on the outside. Starting on the outside is Nikita Listoshkin, the driver out of Russia in the number 80. The rookie starting in the 4th position, a 1:20.366. His best qualifying time puts him on the outside of row number 2, but on the inside, the driver very impressive here this weekend. Carlos Cunha, the Brazilian rookie in the number 81, a 1:20.021. His fast qualifying time puts him P3. 14 drivers in the field, 2 on the front row, and these 2 drivers the only ones able to get below the 120 barrier. Both drivers turning 119s in qualifying, starting on the outside. The driver who just behind in points now, a couple of race wins already this year. The number 23 for Uncos Racing, the Brazilian Victor Franzoni. Franzoni in the white and blue, number 23, starting in the 2nd position. Solid driver throughout his Mazda Road to Indy career. Won last year on the streets of Toronto for Arms Up Motorsports. But a great program to put him behind the wheel of this number 23 here today. And no doubt about it, he will be battling for the championship, as we still have 4 more races. I think 5 more races still to come. 2 here this weekend, 1 at Gateway, and then a doubleheader at Watkins Glen International. The driver, whoever that will set the pace as they come through here to get the green, he is your reigning USF 2000 champion. He has that soul red that denotes the scholarship winner. He won USF 2000 last year, actually swept the weekend here last year, and yesterday made it 4 for 4. He's won the last 4 races that he's competed in here at Mid-Ohio. It's Anthony Martin in the number 8 for Cape Motorsports. Martin from Australia, looking to try to stretch what he now has, a decent little point lead. He leads Franzoni in the chase for this championship, and as Tony Laporta mentioned, a scholarship worth over $750,000 to move into the Indy Lights presented by Cooper Tires in 2018. Martin will start alongside Franzoni. It'll be Cunha and Listoshkin on row 2, Fisher and Robb on row 3, Bobby Everly alongside Chris Wright on row 4, Green and Kaminsky row 5, Hanratty and Bury row 6, Puderbach and Zavelson set to go on row number 7. Just a couple minutes away from the command to fire up these drivers, these engines, these beautiful Mazda rotary Renesas power plants. Will be a brand new car next year, a new Mazda power plant. So this is the last time that you will see the Pro Mazda category running with these rotary engines here at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. A brand new Tatis PM18 will debut next year. Of course, the champion in USF 2000 will win the scholarship to run in that program as well. Looking at what I've got going here, I've got some guests from Cooper Tires. They're going to give me the call to fire up these drivers. Looks like Ted Kanzi, Jeff Kemp, Charlie and Grady Kemp with us as well. So we've got some guests from Cooper that are going to give us the call to fire up these engines. And I'll tell you, all 14 of these drivers are getting a little itchy. They want to throw this switch and fire these engines up because they want to go racing. We expect a fantastic battle up front. We saw a great one yesterday. Anthony Martin able to outrun Victor Franzoni, but Victor was on his gearbox the entire race trying to push him into a mistake. Of course, a great battle between those drivers in the Team Pelfrey cars as well. Again, we are set to go. We got some of our guests from Cooper Tires. This is how we handle it here. We get them to help us get things fired up. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about ready to go. 14 Pro Mazda drivers ready to fire things up, and here's the command.
On behalf of everyone at Cooper Tires, drivers, start your Mazda engines.
That's what we want to hear. Engines firing down here on pit lane. Ladies and gentlemen, we are set to go for Pro Mazda here at Mid-Ohio.
It's a triple header for Pro Mazda here this weekend. This is race 2, the hump day, if you will, for our Pro Mazda racers, as they will take their second race of the weekend and then their finale tomorrow to send the races off to Gateway at the Oval, and then, as Rob said, a doubleheader at Watkins Glen to wind up the competition. Anthony Martin taking the win yesterday, making it 2 wins in a row this season as he won in the second round at Road America. The points battle could not be closer. Victor Franzoni with 200 points. Anthony Martin with 198. 2 points separate our top two, and it's really between the two of them. TJ Fisher still mathematically in the hunt with 5 rounds of racing left, including the race about ready to get underway. But he has got some making up to do. And if Anthony Martin and Victor Franzoni can stay out of trouble, TJ's going to maybe have to be settling for that third place in the points. But let's get ahead of ourselves. We got some racing to go as the cars leave my view. Those of you who may have just joined us on the World Wide Web, my name's John Phippen, overlooking the finish line here at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. As the cars leave my view, they head into the view of Rusty Bell on the back straight.
Good day, everybody. Good day to all the race fans here at Mid-Ohio. We are packing this place in, and that is great to see. The weather couldn't be any better for these races, and we're about ready to go here with our next up Mazda, Road to Mazda race number 2 here for these Pro Mazda machines as they make their way down the straightaway right now, warming up the tires. Side by side, these cars will be as they get the green flag there in front of John on that pit straightaway. I pick up the cars around turn 1. They make their way up into the uphill, into the keyhole turn, a 180-degree off-camber corner, then onto the long 3,000-foot back straightaway with a little kink in the middle, and then they work their way down to the best passing area on the track.
And right in front of that passing area is Brian Culbertson. Hey, Brian.
Hey, John. Hello, everybody here at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course and those on the World Wide Web. I follow Rusty in the race call here, and we're right in front of the best passing zone on the track. That's turn number 4, the entry there, the brake zone at the end of the long straightaway here at Mid-Ohio. Most of the race passes take place there, but a few of them got set up in our last race right down there in turn number 6, which is a hard right-hand turn to leave the S's, or a part of the track we call Madness, and they leave my view and head into Thunder Valley.
On the way to Tom Michaels, who is at turn number 9 at the entrance to Thunder Valley.
Absolutely. They come down a little bit of a hill off of turn number 7, a couple of consecutive right-hand turns, off camber turn 9 over a rise down into Thunder Valley. Big dip there. And then a gentle right-hander and a hard left-hander, very fast left-hander going into turn 11 as they come around to the front side of the race course, John.
Max Hanratty rolling down the pit lane. I don't know if he was a late arrival. Yeah, he's going to be held down at the pit exit, so Matt Hanratty's going to have to take the start from the pit lane, but Rob Howden, the leader's already coming into the carousel turn.
The two championship proponents start side by side. Here they come. Martin on the inside, Franzoni on the outside, into the punch-off zone. Green, green, green. And away we go. And again, as you said, Hanratty will start from pit lane. Good start there, though, for Anthony Martin. He goes out into the lead. Franzoni slots into second. That's those 3 Team Pelfrey drivers. The yellow and black cars settling into position. We're underway. First time down to the keyhole.
Up into the keyhole now. A try right there at the start. The 2 leaders there for a moment. I thought they were going to make impact with each other. As a pretty bold move from that Victor Franzoni machine, trying to get right alongside Anthony Martin, but he drops back in line, and they put a little gap. Here he comes again, pressuring on the outside, Brian. He's going to come in side by side, but on the outside.
Side by side right now. We'll see how this plays out. Side by side for first. That pass doesn't get done, but we got a great battle for the 3rd spot. So the 8 car, Anthony Martin able to hold off, but it's a great charge. We've got a battle right at the point. Tom Michaels headed for you, 1-2, nose to tail.
Yeah, the front 2 have put some distance between themselves. The 8 Martin, the 23 Franzoni. Then you got a gap back. You got the 3 yellow cars, Skuda, Lestoshkin, and Fisher.
Victor Franzoni knows his best opportunity to get by is on the opening lap. Tried in the keyhole, tried on the outside of turn number 4. Of course, Martin able to hold him back, and here they come out onto the front straightaway for the first time. Martin leads, Franzoni second. It is now Lestoshkin into the 3rd spot. 4th is Fisher. 5th is Kuna. 6th is Stingray Robb. 7th is Chris Wright. 8th is Bobby Eberly. Eberly now getting ready to battle it out here with Bob Kaminsky. Good start there for Anthony Martin, though, John, able to defend the big time pressure early on from Franzoni.
0.4 of a second at the line. How are they looking, Rusty?
About a car length apart now at the exit of the keyhole turn. We saw Hanratty start at the tail there. Out of the pit lane, he impacted the tire wall. The crew doing a great job rebuilding that car and getting him back out there to even make this race. We didn't think he'd start at the front. They're still nose to tail into the S's.
Martin able to hold off Franzoni. The best battle is back for the 4th spot now. Lestoshkin able to get out a little bit away from his 2 teammates, the 82 car of TJ Fisher in that 4th spot, and Coonan able to about 2 car lengths behind him. Tom, the battle's in front of you.
Yeah, the first 2 check out. Then you've got the 80 car Fisher holding off Kuna. Those are the two closest right now. There's a big gap back with Stingray Rob there in 6th place.
You know, Anthony Martin just got everything stacked in his order, no doubt about it. He has won the last 4 races here, swept the weekend with Cape Motorsports last year en route to the USF 2000 Championship, won all 3 races of a triple header here at Mid-Ohio. Of course, then he wins his 4th straight race here, trying to essentially follow the footsteps of Nico Jamin. He ran for Cape, won the triple header in USF 2000, then came last year and swept the weekend in Pro Mazda. That's the same race car. So Cape Motorsports, they got it going on here with that car here at Mid-Ohio. They were able to win last year both races with Nico Jamin, looking like they're going to be able to potentially win both races with Anthony Martin as well.
Best races for 4th as the 2 Pelfrey teammates, Fisher and Kuna, nose to tail as they left my view.
Yeah, about a car length apart here, right through the middle of the back straightaway, but nobody ready to make a move. They're all staying in what may be team orders at the beginning of this anyway.
Yeah, Coonan looks to the inside just a little bit. He goes wide in turn number 5, trying to peek to the inside of 6, not close enough to get it done. That battle for 4th's a real good one. Coonan putting a lot of pressure on.
Right now, Fisher got less than a car length over Kuna as he came through 9. Certainly 9, not a good place to really make a pass. Up through 10. Looked to me like Kuna was looking to the outside, but then tucked back in behind.
Yeah, pretty solid battle as you guys have detailed. Coming through the carousel now, TJ Fisher trying to hold off the challenges here at Carlos Kuna. Remember, Kuna qualified on pole for yesterday, was actually running in the podium position, but actually was issued a drive-through penalty after contact on track. The Team Pelfrey driver is running 3rd, 4th, and 5th. New fast lap laid down by Anthony Martin as well in the number 8. He's already stretched it out to 0.8 of a second over Victor Franzoni, and you knew coming in that Martin was going to be good here, and Franzoni was going to have to step up his game. 3 races on the docket here for the weekend. 1 already done. Martin's already won it. He's looking to try to go 6 for 6 as a triple header this weekend. It was a triple header last year for USF 2000. John, he could have 6 wins here by the end of the weekend. That would allow him to stretch that point gap.
Yeah, but it's not much of a point gap. Even as we look at the live points right now, it's only a 6-point advantage for Anthony Martin. But again, we got a lot of races left to go. Victor Franzoni is the points leader, officially starting this race by only 2 markers. It's far from over with 4 more races to go after this one.
Leaders just by us. And now we're starting to see that battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th. It's really kind of broken off there. So we wait and see the 6th place battle. Well, that one's broken off as well. So nobody really making any challenges this time around.
This race about 10 minutes longer, 40 lapper. We got a good battle here continuing for that 4th and 5th position. Just down to the 30-minute mark, just 10 minutes rolling. Carlos Kuna has been able to get by TJ Fisher. So a pass for 4th position, guys. Fisher back to 5th. Kuna goes to P4. Still Pelfrey's in 3rd, 4th, and 5th. But flip-flop the order. Kuna to P4.
Fisher, that was self-inflicted as he came through turn 11. He dropped 2 wheels off to driver's right at the exit, and that's what opened the door for Kuna to get around him, take over 4th spot.
Yeah, on that lap before, Kuna dropped a couple of wheels off at turn 1 and went into the grass with a pretty hard impact there as he came back on track, and I thought he was going to lose touch with that. And as soon as we say that, over at 11, Fisher has the same problem. So Team Pelfrey right now sort of self-inflicting wounds right now, but all 3 still running together, and they've got a huge gap back to Bob Kaminsky, the 57, running back there in the 6th spot.
Watch the front end of Victor Franzoni's car. Franzoni there may have a push picking up in that car. He was really fighting the wheel through 4 and 5.
When we talked to Anthony Martin on the podium after his win yesterday, I asked him, I said, hey, you know, our corner callers, the announcers were able to see that you got a bit of a push. Did you have that? Were you indeed dealing with issues with the car? He said, which corner? He said, I was working on the bar, getting the thing better, but I had to push in some corners. We were loose in other corners. That's what this racetrack's all about. It's so unique. Different corners off camber, banked, over rises. He just said, you know what? It was wild in every corner.
Carlos Kuna starting to close down on his other teammate, Nikita Listoshkin, as he has made up a little bit of time, almost half a second quicker on that last lap. Kuna's on the move.
Yeah, Franzoni quicker as well. He just turned fast lap of the race, John. Guys, he's closing up there, Rusty, up to, I think, 0.7 of a second.
Yeah, they're coming down the straightaway now, just now bending through the kink, and it's visibly closer, about 4 car lengths. It's going to close down to 3 under brakes, so definitely getting close.
It has closed up a bunch, Rusty. Maybe he was just pushing that much harder that last lap, and he has closed it down. It's 4 car lengths over the top of 5. They head down into turn number 6. It's about 5 car lengths as they exit turn number 6. Kuna starting to close up a little bit on his teammate, Listoshin.
Yeah, and a little bit closer there at the front. Franzoni pulling in Martin a little bit that time by. Now we wait until you get that third place car because it's a good gap back. The 80, the 81, and then the 82. Listoshin, Kuna, and Fisher.
We watched it yesterday. Every time Franzoni was able to make it up, it was by going deeper and deeper into the corners, working those tires a little bit more. That's the issue. He just has to push so much harder going into the brake zone to try to roll more corner speed. This time by virtually identical laps of 119.6s. Franzoni about 5 or 6 hundredths of a second quicker. 0.7 of a second now, the gap between first and second. And very interesting to look at Listoshin, Kuna, and Fisher. They're really kind of in an inter-team battle right now as they roll on the track. They're only separated by 12 points. Fisher in third with 154 points as they run. Listoshin with 149, Kuna 142. That's an inter-team battle for sure.
Absolutely, and Kuna's still the fastest of the three as he is gradually reeling in Listoshin. It's under a second now in the battle for third.
Battle at the point, still about that 4 car lengths as they make their way through the S's. Anthony Martin's car looks much more settled as he makes his way down into turn number 6, and then this great 3-way intramural battle between teammates. They're kind of leaving the 4th or the 5th place runner here. Tom Michaels coming in front of you. It's about a 3 or 4 car advantage back there to 5th.
If we wait, they come off turn 7 into 8, now 9. I think Listoshin and Kuna, they're going to start battling each other real quick here. There's a big gap back there to TJ Fisher. Then you wait for Kaminsky. Still haven't seen him come off over 7.
Watching the leaders come across the line, looking at the gap again. Martin this time fast lap, but both drivers turning 119.4s, stretching out to, again, just a little over 0.7 of a second. Carlos Kuna, definitely the quickest driver of the Team Pelfrey cars, gets down to a 120.2, 0.3 quicker than Listoshin. I got to say, guys, it's only a matter of time before Carlos Kuna plants himself on the gearbox of Listoshin to find a way by to see if he can't get back to the podium. Remember, he did that again yesterday, had to battle hard with Fisher, had the contact between the two drivers, got the drive-through after going into third. This time, hopefully he's learned his lesson, will be a little cleaner trying to get by Listoshin.
A little deeper in the pack, Bobby Eberle and Jeff Green having a good battle, too. They're separated by about 0.4 of a second. That's the battle for 7th and 8th.
Yeah, Kuna was right on the gearbox there that time on the top of the keel. It's less than a car length.
Yeah, they come down into the S's, and it's about a car length as they make their way out of turn number 4. They're top of the hill of 5. It's a car length as they head for 6. Kuna putting a charge on here, trying to get to that 3rd spot.
Franzoni looks like he's creeping up on Martin, and they've got lap traffic ahead of them. So that's going to be interesting coming up here. Then back to the battle for 3rd place. Listoshin, he's got less than 2 car lengths on teammate Kuna.
Leaders dealing with some slower traffic, but doesn't seem to affect the interval as they come across the line. It was 0.7 of a second a lap ago. This time as they cross the stripe, it's 0.5. So Anthony Martin got balked just a little bit by that lapper, but this battle for 3rd is a good one between the two Team Pelfrey teammates as Kuna this time doesn't make up that much ground as he actually lost about 0.1 to his teammate Listoshin, but that one's far from over.
Kevin Bury, the number 5, doing a good job. He's the driver in 14th position, getting out of the way of our leaders coming through. They're going to try to reel in Max Handwriting next, but he's quite a bit ahead, so we may not see any more lap traffic. Actually, a good run here for Dave Zavelson and Brendan Puderbach. They're away from the battle as well. They're having some good runs, good speed to be able to potentially stay away from being lapped. Awesome battle here further back here as well between Stingray Robb and Chris Wright. He's going to go to the inside of turn 1. Book it. Great pass there. That's the battle for 9th position. Stingray Robb, Rusty Bell to the inside of Chris Wright in turn number 1.
Yeah, by a car length right now, but I'm going to go back to Tom Michaels. That battle for the lead was 2 car lengths.
Hey, it's a little bit more right now. It's up to about 4 car lengths once again. Martin able to put a little bit more distance between he and Franzoni. And now the battle for 3rd place. There's nothing in it. And they've got that slow number 5 right ahead of them.
We got some really good one-on-one battles going on here. No any pack racing, but we've got Martin trying to get at it with Franzoni. Here come the Team Pelfrey drivers getting around Kevin Bury. They're stacked on top of each other now. Again, Listoshin, I believe, still has that third spot. Indeed, he does, but Kuna right there. That's the battle for third and fourth. Then, as we said, we go back to the fight between Bobby Eberle and Jeff Green. That's for seventh and eighth. And then Stingray Robb and Chris Wright. Good fighting all the way through the top 10.
Watching that across track from me, and by the way, we did just get a report on the corner net that there was a little bit of contact there on the first lap between Anthony Martin and Victor Franzoni, so they may be not happy with each other right now. We'll see if Franzoni can get up there again and do battle with Martin, but there was a little bit of contact on the first lap just being reported by the corner net.
Hey, guys, watch as they work their way around turn number 1 right now. We have a pretty good fight here for 7th, 8th, and 9th. Stingray Robb has really turned up the wick of the number 14. He got by Chris Wright. Rusty, he's rolled up on Green right now in that Green and Eberle battle.
Yeah, he's peeking to the inside now. He drops back behind, not quite alongside there. He didn't want to make that an impact at the top end of the short straight leading into the keyhole, but we'll watch him now as he's going to try to tuck into the draft. They've got that car in front, but we'll watch him now. About 2 car lengths in front of me. The 14, Stingray Robb, trying to get up there, not close enough to make a pass this lap.
Not close enough. That last lap, Coonan tried to make an inside move on his teammate through here. Stingray Bob doing a good job. It's less than a car length.
Some great racing all the way through the field. Victor Franzoni able to close back down to a half a second, but one of the issues with this car, obviously, especially in the longer corners here, when you get up underneath someone's gearbox, you lose all that air off the front wing, and you start losing that downforce. The car just wants to plow, wants to push, or understeer, as they call it. So, again, Victor's trying to get there, but every time he gets close, falls back a little bit. Continuing to watch this battle, though. Great fight, as we said. That's for, 7th, 8th, and 9th. Eberle, Green, and Stingray Robb. Stingray, is he by yet? No, still runs in that position. That's Stingray Robb in the 9th spot, trying to close up. And again, he's having the same issue, John. As soon as he gets up behind Green, he loses all that aero on the front of the car, and it pushes away a little bit. Guys, keep watching that battle. Great fight now for the 8th position.
Cross track from me now. Again, it looks like it's going to close right back up. Stingray Robb about a car length behind this time. Last time he tried to jam into that turn a little bit too much, and he lost momentum coming onto the straightaway. This time he hangs back a little bit, and we'll see if he's got enough momentum to get underneath the rear wing. He's closing down right now. I don't know if he's quite close enough. Still sitting back about 2 car lengths when they get to the king. Can't get there.
Yeah, under braking, he gets it down to about a car length. So Stingray Robb trying to get around Jeff Green. He gets it down to less than a car length at 5. Kind of peeks to the inside of 6, can't get it done, and that battle for third continues to be a really good one.
Yeah, they're still off of Eberle by quite a bit there in 7th place. Now coming around, here they are, the 60 car, that's Green. Stingray Robb right behind him. Robb taking a wider line going through turn number 10.
Interesting that he was able to close all the way up and has not been able to make the move yet. Again, hard on the brakes coming into the carousel. He closes to within about 2 car lengths again, coming out of that final corner onto the front straightaway here. Stingray Robb trying to get a better run. He'll tuck up in, get the draft, coming down the front straightaway, trying to roll as much corner speed as he can through turn number 1. Rusty Bell, he'll try it again as they work their way over to turn 2.
Yeah, but he lost it there. He had a big wiggle out of the car, and he lost a couple of car lengths, so that battle isn't going to happen this time in this section of the track.
That's the issue right there, guys. It's coming through turn number 1, that fast left-hander. You want to get in there, but the car just pushes out. And you can see, Rusty, you called. He had the wiggle, probably had to get some more steering input into the car because it started to push. Car went around a little bit.
Franzoni not going away quietly here. It's down to about 3 car lengths.
Yeah, let's refocus, boys, on the front of the pack again. It's back down to 0.4 of a second. Victor Franzoni in the 23, starting to make a little bit of pressure here on Anthony Martin.
0.2 of a second quicker on that last lap.
Had that down to 1 car length under braking at the top end of the straightaway. It's 1 car length now at the entry to the keyhole with lap traffic in front. So we'll see how that comes out to play as they work their way down the straightaway. Stretches out to a couple of car lengths at the exit of the turn, but there is lap traffic, Brian, right in front of our leaders now. It's 2 car lengths here at the kink, but here they come, lap traffic.
Yeah, they're going to have traffic to contend for quite a while now. Martin with the advantage. Franzoni right there. They hit the traffic right at the turn-in point for 5. That stacks them up. They're nose to tail into 6. Both cars get around the lapper, but it's nose to tail through 6 under the Honda bridge. Tom Michaels coming at you. Battle for the lead.
No challenge as they go into turn number 9. It's about a car length and a half between first and second now. Down through Thunder Valley. They stay at each other's tire tracks up through 11. The leader, Martin Franzoni, in second.
Starting to close up now on Brendan Puderbach. I'll tell you, Victor Franzoni trying to lay the sledgehammer down on this momentum that your leader, Martin, has. Puderbach will go to the inside of the racetrack, get off the throttle, so they're able to come through turn number 1, gap back to about 0.3 of a second. As you guys said, Franzoni was right on the gearbox at one point. Puderbach doing a great job to get out of the way, so they were able to roll through unhindered going through turn number 1. Still Martin and Franzoni first and second, but Franzoni knows that he has got to try to stop this momentum that Martin has here now. He does not want to let him sweep this weekend. He has got to try to get by.
And he's coming down the straightaway again, about a car length or so. It stretches back out here in front of me to 2. But that's all it is as they go by. He's still really not close enough to make a move.
Good fight up front, as we said. Martin and Franzoni trying to go at it. Again, watching the battle as well further back. Bobby Eberle holding strong there in 7th position. He's been able to stretch away from Green by about a second. Stingray Robb has lost a bit of ground. Actually, Stingray, I believe, was able to get by. Indeed, he was able to get by Jeff Green. Stingray Robb by Jeff Green into the 7th position. He's now working up on Bob Kaminsky. Kaminsky, your leader in the national category. Drivers 20 years of age and older. So a great job for Bob. He's a little more than 20. I think a little more than 50, actually. But a heck of a driver. He won yesterday. Trying to win here again today.
I want to give a shout out to Max Hanratty and the whole Arms Up Motorsports crew. If you'll remember in qualifying, he severely deranged the rear end of that car, and the crew thrashed, got him in the field, and he is all over the back of Brendan Puderbach, and he's going to try to pick up 12th spot after starting from the pit lane. So tip of the hat to the Arms Up crew for getting that car ready. He had to start from the pit lane because I'm sure they were working right up to the last minute, but great job for that crew as Max Hanratty's out there circulating.
Excellent point, John. Those guys going to work. Of course, they've got a couple of cars as well in the USF 2000 program, so I'm sure it was all hands on deck getting everybody ready. Remember, they ran just before that, too, so they brought both their drivers out, Devin Wojcik and Bruno Tomaselli, while they're thrashing on the Pro Mazda back in the paddock. So congratulations to Arms Up right now. Hanratty doing a great job, able to get by Puderbach last time by. But again, we're watching this fight up front, and it's a good scrap action between Chris Wright and Stingray Robb. I think Wright was able to get by. No, Wright's actually trying to find a way by Jeff Green now. So that's the battle. Eberle fell back to 10th. Not sure what happened to Bobby there as he fell. He was running comfortably in 7th position, falls all the way back to 10th spot. But regardless, Stingray Robb now all alone in 7th, trying to see if he can't close up a little bit here on Bob Kaminsky.
Brian, you could give us some insight on Eberle?
Yeah, I think either missed a shift or something going underneath the Honda bridge here coming out of turn number 6. He pulled to the outside of the track to let Stingray Robb go by.
Rusty Bell, battle for the lead is less than a car length.
Yeah, they just got around a little bit of lap traffic. It stretches back out to 2. We watched that last lap, and it was about 2 car lengths. Closes down to 1 whenever they get to the brakes, but as we've talked about, it's difficult to get that front wing right underneath the rear wing of the car in front as you lose all the downforce on that through the middle of the turn. So we're going to watch it again down the straightaway. They're as close as they've been here by me. It's a car length and a half here at the kink. Still not quite close enough to make that pass at the top end. He peeks out to put himself in the mirror, but he's not there.
Yeah, he's about a car length and a half back, less than that. Now, a car length as they go over the top of 5, head down into 6. Franzoni can get close, but as soon as it does, the front end of the car washes away. He's not able to get a good turn in. Tom Michaels in front of you. Looks like Franzoni closing up.
Yeah, a little bit of a twitch for the 23 car that time as they came between 8 and 9. Still following in behind, but they're going to be meeting some very slow lap traffic in Berry coming up probably in this next lap.
And right behind them, a great battle for third between Listoshkin and Kuna. Sorry, Rob.
That's all right. See, the only thing that Victor Franzoni can really do right now is keep putting pressure on him to see if he can't push him into a mistake. We talked about this yesterday. Anthony Martin's not a guy that's going to make a lot of mistakes, especially here at Mid-Ohio. Loves this racetrack, won all 3 USF 2000 races last year, won yesterday at Pro Mazda. This guy's the reigning USF 2000 champion. You don't win titles like that making mistakes. He's always so consistent. Even in his rookie year 2 years ago, he was the guy that was always top 5. Wasn't able to get a race win. Ran for John Kaminsky Racing, but he was so consistent. Top 5 after top 5, the occasional podium. Great run to the Rookie of the Year. He turns around and has a fantastic drive in the next year. This guy does not get flustered at all, but Franzoni's doing whatever he can. As John had said, good fight here between Lestoshkin and Kuna. That's the scrap. Guys for third position.
At the top end of the straightaway now as they work their way down. Again, same issue. It's that front push that comes through the middle of the corner. They just can't stick there. They've got to drop back behind at the exit of the corner, and that puts them too far back to make a move right now at the top end of the straight.
Yeah, he's about a car length back. Traffic gets out of the way of our lead battle, so no changes in the lead battle. Coonan putting a lot of pressure on here trying to get by.
Yeah, we'll watch him as he comes up over 7th this time. We wait to see him come into turn number 8. Still waiting. There they are. And probably as they come by us here, 2.5 car lengths now between the 3rd and 4th positions of the teammates Lestoshkin and Kuna.
It's about 12.5 minutes remaining in this race. I'll start by saying congratulations to the drivers getting lapped here now. These guys in the national class doing an excellent job staying out of the way of our leaders. Of course, you don't want to get into this championship battle. Just get out of the way, let them go through, and continue on. So Kevin Bury, Dave Zavelson, those guys doing a great job. Again, Brendan Puderbach as well. They're in the middle of their own fight, their own scrap, and these guys know that. Even the leaders know, hey, these guys are racing for their own championship as well. But they're doing a fantastic job in getting it done. I love to see that. Less than 12 minutes remaining, 0.2 of a second last time by between first and second. Martin and Franzoni. This is just an epic battle. These guys are going to fight it out all the way to Watkins Glen, the doubleheader there for the finale, as they, Brian, now work their way, I believe, through the S's.
In the S's right now, headed down into turn number 6. I tell you what, I think Franzoni is just holding back here to the very end of this race. He is able to hang on. Every time he makes a move, the front end of the car washes out. He may be just waiting in the last lap.
Yeah, no changes. They come through turn 9 on this lap. They both keep it well off the apex as they go through turn number 10. So right now, no challenges there. We wait to see if there's any kind of a challenge between the 3rd and 4th place cars. Nope. Still, Lestoshkin leading Kuna right now by about 2 car lengths.
Franzoni gets a wheel up on the curb just past the apex on the carousel turn. He's driving that car hard and, again, fighting that arrow push as he gets up close to Anthony Martin, as that battle has been raging all race long with about 10.5 minutes remaining in this one. Here comes the Lestoshkin-Kuna battle, and it stays about the same, maybe 3 or 4 car lengths.
I think it's probably exactly the same thing. Carlos has, I believe, a quicker car. He's the fastest Team Pelfrey driver here, but again, just can't get anything done. As soon as he gets there, has that arrow wash and just trouble getting by. They're going to need guys to make a mistake. And really, guys, as you guys know, it's going to be in the keyhole. If somebody has trouble in the keyhole, locks up a brake, or pushes a little wide, that's going to give the guy a chance to take the run down into turn number 4. That's the best passing opportunity. But as it stands, guys, I think we're going to need a mistake out of either Martin or Lestoshkin if we're going to see any change in the order.
Well, they're through the middle of some lap traffic. I thought that might shake it up a little bit. They're as close as they've been right now as they both get by 2 lap cars. Peeks to the inside again, but again, just not close enough to make that pass.
He keeps it down underneath of a car length. They come up into turn number 5. Coonan trying to get around Lestoshkin, not able to get it done. They go down into turn number 6, as close as they've been the last few laps.
Tremendous run now here for Stingray Robb as well. He continues to close on Bob Kaminsky. That's for 6th overall. Kaminsky, of course, leading the way in the national category in that 6th spot, but Stingray has just been reeling him in. Every lap a little bit quicker, about 0.8, over a second quicker. In fact, at 122 flat for Stingray Robb last time by, he cuts over a second off the gap, back by just a second now. So let's see if Stingray Robb's able to get by, or he has to deal with the arrow wash as well. Otherwise, drivers looking pretty good here. Martin still leads. Franzoni second, about a half a second between first and second. Lestoshkin and Kuna, 3rd and 4th. 0.6 between those two drivers. TJ Fisher all alone on track in the 5th spot. Kaminsky, I believe, still runs in 6th. 7th is Stingray Robb. 8th is Jeff Green. 9th, Chris Wright. 10th, Bobby Eberle. Dave Zavelson in 11th. Max Hanratty in 12th. Brendan Puderbach in 13th. And Kevin Bury rounding out the 14 drivers in the field. Just about 9 minutes remaining, guys. Martin leading by half a second. Working their way up here out of Thunder Valley. John Phippen, good little battle here as well between Kaminsky and Stingray Robb. He's got that down to probably about 3 or 4 car lengths.
Rob has been really impressive for me. He started back in the order just a little bit. He was 6th at the starting order, fell back early because of that incident, was able to work his way back up. And like I say, he's challenging Kaminsky for the 6th place overall. Yesterday, he finished back in 10th position, all told. So Stingray Robb having a good run here.
Leaders now closing up on Bobby Eberle, the 10th place driver. Martin's got a pretty good gap, 0.6 of a second last time by, got back down into the 119s, a 119. 9.48. As they run on the track right now, it'll be a 6-point advantage for Anthony Martin. Not that much. But again, both these drivers trying to win this championship.
There goes Stingray Rob, Brian, at you.
He goes to the inside, gets the pass done just that easy at the end of the back straightaway. He's been running consistently about a second a lap faster, so the inside move at turn number 4 was almost a bygone conclusion when he gets there, and he is able to pull away. Tom Michaels, you'll see that Stingray Rob having a great run today.
Yeah, coming from the back right now, stretching out, probably has 5 car lengths on Everly.
That's going to be it, though, for Stingray. He's going to be multiple seconds behind TJ Fisher. You got to think it's going to be about 20 seconds or 30 seconds behind when he comes back through. TJ long gone and through here by start finish. But Stingray Rob, as you said, guys, put just in a really solid performance. Fell back, had that issue, and has been able to work his way by Bob Kaminsky, putting in really solid laps. In fact, a 121.9. Last time by, Rob quicker by over a second from TJ Fisher. He's 36 seconds back. He ain't getting any further up unless somebody has an issue, but nonetheless, putting down the laps, those times, that pace, John, that you want to see out of a young rookie driver.
Anthony Martin continues to lead by about 0.6 of a second over Victor Franzoni. They're having to deal with traffic just about every lap now as we're in the final 6.5 minutes of this race. So Franzoni just waiting for the opportunity and hoping he can force Anthony Martin into a mistake.
Well, he doesn't necessarily have to force him into a mistake, but the lap traffic in front has to stay clear. That time, the leaders, as they're coming up on a little bit of lap traffic, the 12 car locks the brakes up. Chris Wright, as he was just at the entry to the keyhole turn, right in front of our leaders, you see a huge puff of smoke there. So they've got to make sure that the lap traffic is able to get through the corner well also.
Yeah, they're going to be more of that traffic to deal with as they make their way through Thunder Valley. Leaders coming out of turn number 6 right now. Tom Michaels in front of you. They've got 2 more cars to deal with.
They sure do. Probably not going to hit it there during Thunder Valley as they come off the turn number 9. They do have that 1 car right in front of them as they head up. Still not able to get around as they head into 11.
Yeah, that's the number 12 of Chris Wright. He's got the leaders breathing down his neck. He's, of course, trying to battle here with Jeff Green. He's not going to want to give this position up very quickly, and he's actually going to roll him all the way down into turn number 1. Anthony Martin's going to get stuck behind coming through Rusty Bell. Watch this. Here comes Franzoni. They're stuck behind Chris Wright.
They're all stacked up right behind him now. They both dive to the outside here as they get there. Here goes Franzoni, inside, outside. Can't quite get there. He's alongside now, side by side, top of the keyhole. We'll see if they come out there still side by side through the middle of the keyhole turn. Right now, it is Franzoni in second. He wasn't quite able to get there. We'll see if he can make another pass. He's right behind the gearbox. Peeks out. They're side by side, Brian.
Side by side, more traffic to deal with. Franzoni has the position, but not the line. The line costs him. Martin able to go right back out in front, but Franzoni and Martin, traffic coming into play. They've got more in front of them. Anthony Martin right now is on the defensive. He's had this whole race in his hands. Tom Michaels in front of you. Franzoni on a charge.
Looking to the inside. Has to back off. Does the second late car, Franzoni, as they came into turn number 9. Now they got that slower traffic ahead of them as they head into 11.
Hey, guys, that slower traffic just happens to be Franzoni's teammate, Jeff Green. He's not going to want to give it up. There goes Martin to the outside. Green's holding the inside. He drives him off. Franzoni on the inside to take the lead. Green spins. Martin loses the lead. They came through the carousel, and he tried to go around the outside. Martin tried the outside on Jeff Green. Green pushed wide. That allowed Franzoni to go to the inside. I don't like the looks of that.
I was going to say a little team orders perhaps going on right there. That looked like dirty pool to me, but we don't get to make that decision, Rob. And that's probably a good thing.
Thankfully, I'll bow out of that one. As I said, that was his teammate coming over the hill. They came down into the carousel, guys, and it was Martin trying to go around the outside of the carousel. Maybe a tough move to try there. An issue with Green. He pushes wide. Martin goes off into almost into the marbles outside of the racetrack. Franzoni hugs the inside, puts the car up on top of the curbing in the carousel. Of course, he comes out of the final corner with the lead. That's not what you want to see. If any other driver, maybe we'd be okay. But again, I guarantee there's going to be some talk of that in the paddock. But regardless, we have a new leader. Victor Franzoni up front. Full course yellow, I think, being thrown. Full course yellow for the spun car of Jeff Green on the inside of the racetrack on the exit of the carousel. Well, John, well, that's a storyline change for you.
Gets curiouser and curiouser with about 3 minutes remaining in this race. This one could end under yellow here. It'll be a pretty quick extraction. I don't know that there's damage to Green's car.
No.
Yeah, they just need to get him back underway. Homatro safety crew already on the scene.
So let's reset here. Victor Franzoni now with the lead over Martin after what was let's say unique, let's say unfortunate. Let's throw a couple of words at it. Franzoni takes the lead as Martin tries to go around the outside of his teammate Jeff Green, putting him down a lap. So Martin goes to P2, Lestoshkin third, reset Lestoshkin versus Kuna as well. They run third and fourth. We know that restarts are the best place to pass somebody. Obviously a little bit slower going into turn one. It allows you to get that run to the keyhole or the run to turn number 4. They've just used a quick check to get Jeff Green back rolling. So, yeah, he's running. Jeff Green back on track, fires things up, and he will continue. Jeff Green's going to fall down to 13th position. So it's Franzoni, Martin, Lestoshkin, 1, 2, 3. Kuna 4th, Fisher 5th, Stingray Robb in the 6th. That gives Robb a chance to go after Fisher as well because he was quicker. We're going to see some good racing here over the last couple of laps. Bob Kaminsky in 7th, Chris Wright in 8th, Bobby Eberle 9th, Zavelson runs 10th, Hanratty in 11th. 12th is Green, the 12th is Puderbach. Green is 13th, Bury 14th. 1 minute and 40 seconds to go.
Green and white flags going to be shown simultaneously would be my guess. We're going to have a one-lap shootout here.
Ooh,
I can see Franzoni down the straightaway. He looked happy, but the guy behind him didn't look very happy.
I imagine that.
I don't know what's going on here further back. We got Zavelson and the Bury and Puderbach kind of holding up. They're not on the throttle getting back to Green here. They got to get on it. They're obviously the bit behind the pace car, but those are the drivers running in 6th and 7th. Rob needs to get up there if he wants to battle with Kaminsky. I don't know what's going on here. They're well back here. Rusty, are they on the throttle trying to get back up to the grid or what?
The yellow's gone. We took down the full course yellow. These guys are racing right now. I realize the pace car is still out, but at least in this section of the track, we are under Green.
That is really tough for Stingray Robb. He should have been up here ready to battle it out here for position. Green's actually tucked himself into 6th on the track. Pace car is off, folks. As we said, we're going to, I think, go Green checker here. They're going to come onto the front straightaway. They'll punch off, and away we go. Franzoni leading Martin. Here we go. Oh, almost contact between the two Team Pelfrey cars as Lestoshkin drives Kuna down to the wall.
They're side by side coming through the corner right now. The 81 on the outside, but they're still side by side. A little bit of traffic in front. Right now, it's still Franzoni out in front. Anthony trying to get there. Can't quite do it as we've got a couple of cars came together now up in the top of the keyhole. 2 of the Team Pelfrey cars came together. One of them still stationary. We'll get the numbers, but we're watching the front of the field. And right now it is the Franzoni 23 in the lead.
We'll see if Franzoni able to hold on to the lead, and he has got a pretty good cushion. It's 3 car lengths into turn number 4. The front end of the car pushes out. The back end of the car steps out on Anthony Martin. Both of them are pushing hard. We're missing the 81. We've got 81 and 82, so it's the 80 car with Lestoshkin is the one that's off.
This flip-flops the points, guys. This would put Franzoni back to the lead by 4 markers here and would end the streak by Anthony Martin. What a tough call here at the end of this race. I guarantee there's going to be some discussion in race control. Here comes Franzoni up the hill through turn number 11 as he looks to win here. They'll come on to the carousel. Victor Franzoni is going to win here as he works his way through the carousel. Final corner on the racetrack. Odd conditions at the end. Franzoni with the win. Second goes to Anthony Martin. Third to Carlos Kuna. As you guys said, contact with he and Lestoshkin. Coming across the line, Fisher goes up to 4th. Lestoshkin's going to fall down the order. Stingray Robb's going to go to 6th, but he was way back, not able to get up behind the guys as they worked their way up here to the start. Just an odd finish to this race, both the incident over in the carousel and with nobody able to pack up before we went back to green. Nonetheless, Franzoni with the win over Martin and Kuna. There's going to be some interesting emotions when we head down to victory lane.
Nikita Lestoshkin working his way back to the line. He was able to get restarted, and here he comes across the line, so he will hang on for a 5th place finish. Stingray Robb will finish in the 6th spot as he comes across the stripe in the number 14 car. Wow, interesting end to this one as we have the leaders coming up on the teammate of the 2nd place car, and he went if you follow Formula One, if you remember last year at Austria when Nico Rosberg and Lewis Hamilton were coming on the last lap and Rosberg kind of missed the apex, it was real similar. It sure looked to me that Green didn't try very hard to get that car down to the apex, and unfortunately, Anthony Martin was trying to come around the outside of him, and that certainly opened the door for Victor Franzoni. But that's just my opinion, and my opinion doesn't count. The folks in race control have video evidence that they can certainly review, and we'll see if there's any fallout from that. And we got one more race for these guys tomorrow afternoon, as the tomorrow morning, I should say, as the Pro Mazda race number 3 of the triple header coming up here at 10:20, and Victor Franzoni happy to take the win, but I'm sure going to be some discussions in the pit lane.
Team Pelfrey also, you can see Lestoshkin's car, a huge donut right on the mid-side pod there. So I'm sure that came from another yellow car. That there'll be some discussions in that tent as well.
Interesting, as these Pro Mazda drivers, landed on the line here in the middle race of this 3-race skein here at Mid-Ohio. Here comes Max Hanratty, and again, a great finish. He ends up with a top 10 finish with all of the drama at the end. Great job for Max and that Arms Up Motorsports crew to get that car back together and get him in the show. Got just a little bit of a break here as we're waiting for Rob Howden to make his way down to Victory Circle, and then we'll have him take the winning interviews of our drivers here in this exciting Pro Mazda race, as we've got the countdown now to our Verizon IndyCar Series knockout qualifying. It's scheduled to start at 2:05. Basically, again, the field separated into 2 halves, and the slower half will go out, and the top 6 will survive into the second round. The second half of the field will come out. Top 6 will survive into round number 2. Those 12 will go at it. Top 6 will survive into the finale, as the Firestone Fast 6 will determine the front 3 rows of the grid for tomorrow afternoon's Honda Indy 200. But the Cooper Tire Shod cars of the Pro Mazda Series put on a great show here, and we are looking forward to more of the same as they will take the green flag tomorrow morning at 10:20 for their final race of the weekend. Coming up after the end of the IndyCar knockout qualifying, we'll have the first of 2 Indy Lights races here this weekend, as the Indy Lights race number 1 scheduled to take the green at 3:35, and then we round out the day with our first of 2 Pirelli World Challenge GT, GTA, and GT Cup races. That takes the green this afternoon at 4:45. It is coming up on 2 o'clock, so just want to remind you, campers here this weekend, to get your final decorations in place for the May the G-Forces Be With You Honda camping experience this weekend. Your best galactic adventure. Get that done as the preliminary judging starts at 2, and that's about 5 minutes away. So get the finishing touches on your display as the panel of judges will be making their decisions, and the cut, if you will, the surviving campers will be judged at the end of IndyCar qualifying by none other than Graham Rahal, and he'll make the final choices for the award winners to be presented later tonight. A bonfire over in the camping area, some s'mores, some live music. What more could you ask for on a Saturday night of an IndyCar racing weekend here at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course? As we wait for Rob Howden and the winning drivers to make their way down into Victory Circle, and we'll have the podium interviews for this exciting Pro Mazda race number 2. And the cool thing about it is we got another one of these coming up tomorrow. See if we get an equally good show. Unofficially, it looks like Victor Franzoni will retain his points lead. The interval is now 4 points. It started the race at 2. The interval's now 4 points. And again, he also turned the fastest lap of the race on that last circuit, so he'll get the bonus point as well. So maybe as much as 5 as the gap between those two as they take it into the third race of the weekend here at Mid-Ohio. And then they'll go to the Oval at Gateway with a doubleheader at Watkins Glen to settle the championship. It's going to go right down to the last turn of the last race, I'm guessing. as the Indy cars begin to push out here onto the pit lane, getting ready for knockout qualifying coming up here shortly. Big crowd of onlookers and well-wishers down in Victory Circle as the podium ceremonies for this Pro Mazda race number 2 just moments away. We'll keep the binoculars on the situation down there so we can toss it to Rob Howden when he's ready to go.
Here in Victory Lane right now for the drivers in this Pro Mazda category, the Cooper Tires Pro Mazda Grand Prix of Mid-Ohio presented by Allied Building Products. We're going to start with a driver who scores another win. A great weekend for this pal, winning in the national category one more time. Put your hands together for Bob Kaminsky, winner in race number 2. 3 races, part of a triple header. Bob Kaminsky to the top of the box. Terry Quickle, one of our guests from Cooper Tires, will hop up on top and give the first place national class trophy to Bob Kaminsky. A great run for Bob here today. Flawless drive, able to score the win in this national class. And again, we'll do it all again tomorrow. 3 races for drivers in this Pro Mazda program. They'll try to come back for another trophy. Finishing in third, a really hardcore battle between the drivers from Team Pelfrey. Coming home in third spot, Carlos Cunha. Carlos Cunha, P3. And to bring in his third place trophy, one of our guests from Cooper Tires, Travis Powell. Travis, come on in there and give him that third place trophy. Carlos, good weekend thus far. Did have an issue yesterday while battling for third. This time came out on top, and he gets that third place trophy up on top of the podium here at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. Of course, the Verizon IndyCar is getting ready to roll for their qualifying session. Moving the driver to finish it in the second spot. Win here yesterday, second place today. A round of applause for Anthony Martin. Anthony, second place today. Tough finish for Anthony, second place. We'll bring Delia Gonzalez. We'll bring in the trophy, second place for Anthony Martin. These drivers all just want to win every race they possibly can. This championship so tight here to see who is going to win the scholarship to go into the Indy Lights presented by Cooper Tires in 2018. On top of the box here today, though, what a wild finish it was. Scoring the win today for Uncos Racing, Victor Franzoni. Victor, that was a wild one for sure. You put the pressure on like you could the whole time to try to maybe push him into a mistake. The issue came trying to go by a lap car. You take the lead into the carousel. Just tell me how happy you are to win today.
I'm really happy. I can't believe. In the end, everything was well. This track is really difficult to pass. I think me and Juncos, we made a great car. Not for quality, but for race. And for race was working. We were there when we had to be. And finally, luck was with my side. Road America was really unlucky. First quali here was really unlucky, so finally some lucky. Man, I'm happy.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
There he is, guys. Your winner today, Victor Franzoni. Fantastic job for Victor. Let's bring that first place trophy in here as well. Let's bring in that first place trophy. Dave Santhry going to help us out here. First place trophy for Victor Franzoni. He wins, takes the point lead. Very tight on top of the point standings in this category. Franzoni with the win. Anthony Martin taking second. Carlos Cunha in third. Bob Kaminsky will jump up top of the box with the guys as well. A great run for Bob to win in the national category. His second win of the weekend. Going to try to complete the triple as we do it again tomorrow. We have Pro Mazda and Indy Lights running tomorrow. Of course, Indy Lights running later on today. Their first race of 2 here this weekend. The Verizon Indy cars firing up their engines here on pit lane as they have their qualifying session up next. But again, we'll cap things off here. Fantastic run. Victor Franzoni getting the win after a late race melee. A little crazy, a little chaos over in the carousel. Franzoni with the win over Anthony Martin and Carlos Cunha.
17 Indy Lights Championship presented by Cooper Tires. Today it is the Cooper Tires Indy Lights Grand Prix of Mid-Ohio presented by Allied Building Products. On the front row, the man who will lead him to the green flag, Santi Urrutia. Santi, you had a great weekend here last year when you were fighting for that Indy Lights Championship. Starting on the pole position, you know this track very well. What do you enjoy so much about racing here at Mid-Ohio?
Yeah, I mean, what I would say, I have a great car. Did a pole position yesterday. Today I missed the pole by something because I did a mistake. I think I have the car to win the race. You know, this track is kind of like slippery everywhere, and that works a little bit with my start. So I think that's the key. But I mean, yeah, it's good to be here at pole position, and now looking forward to the race.
Your Bilardi Auto Racing number 5 machine does look beautiful. It shines so well in this Ohio sun. It's a beautiful weekend. Are you at least having fun here when you're not on track?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, the fans here are incredible. I remember last year a lot of people, and today is only Saturday, and you can see a lot of fun here. The car looks awesome. Our guys did a great job, so car is fast, car is good, and now make it done on the race.
Your Prada sunglasses look great.
Thank you very much.
Santiago Urrutia, folks. He is our pole sitter. He'll be leading the field of the green flag. Santi, thanks so much. Good luck today. We're going to keep moving. We got a little bit of time. We're going to do a little bit of a grid walk here on the pit lane before Indy Lights round number 13 of the 2017 season gets started. Nico Jamin, we're going to talk to him here shortly. He's Mr. Mid-Ohio. He has won 5 races. Nico, how are you?
I'm very good. Thank you. How are you?
I'm great. Thanks for asking. Mr. Mid-Ohio, we did an interview with you last night, and that's what a lot of people call you, not just me. 5 straight wins here from 2015, 2016. You're trying to go for win number 6 in a row. How do you feel about that today?
I'm feeling great. You know, good starting position. Third, I think it's going to be good to have the inside in turn 1. We'll see if we can make any move. It's pretty hard to pass here, so I think it will be all in the first few laps of the race. So I'll try to go for it. You know, I would love to make it 6 out of 6.
6 out of 6 would be impressive, quite clearly to the folks listening around the track and watching live on Road to Indy TV. You don't sound like you're from here in America or from Ohio. You're obviously not from America. You're from France. This track is very technical. Is there anywhere like this back home that you grew up racing on that is similar to Mid-Ohio? This is a very fast, very technical, challenging track. Have you ever seen anything like this in your racing experience?
No, you know, it's very different. It's one of those very unique American tracks that I really love, and always enjoy coming here in Mid-Ohio and see all the fans, great atmosphere. I hope you guys enjoy the race.
No kidding, you enjoy coming here. 5 straight wins, going for number 6 today. Best of luck. Nico Jamin, Mr. Mid-Ohio. We're going to keep moving here. We got Colton Herta over here. He's sitting on the pit wall. Let's see if we can talk to him. Sitting next to his dad, Brian. Colton's just relaxing, taking it in. Colton, we're doing a little bit of a grid walk. How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm great. Thanks for asking. Dad, how are you?
Awesome.
What are you expecting out of Colton here? Mid-Ohio, it's a fast track.
It's a great place. It's great that the Indy Lights cars get to race here with the Indy cars, and I've had a lot of great memories here. I love watching him race here now. A lot of fans. It's a great place for IndyCar.
This is a great place for IndyCar, and the fan support, it's so cool to see everyone lining the garages here watching. What advice do you have for Colton before we throw the green flag on this thing today?
I don't give him a lot of advice. He does a great job. He's doing a better job than I did at his age by a long way. So I enjoy just watching him and cheering him on. I'm sure he's going to have a great day today.
All right, Brian, thanks so much. Colton, you having fun? You ready to go? Starting off pole. You got anything for Santi here, first corner?
We had pole this morning, so for sure we have something for him. It's all about getting in clean air, getting a good run, and conserving the tires.
Colton Herta, thanks so much. Brian, thanks for the time, guys. Enjoy it. We're going to keep moving along here and finding who else we can talk to. We're just moving down the starting grid here. We talked to Nico Jamin, Mr. Mid-Ohio. Starting next to him, Shelby Blackstock, a good starting position for the young man. Shelby, always great to see you.
Good to see you. How have you been, Tony?
I'm great, man. I'm great. Anytime I get to talk to you, it's always enjoyable. Indy Lights Racing, top level of the Mazda Road to Indy, presented by Cooper Tires. You guys are fighting for a chance to race in IndyCar next year. What kind of pressure is that like?
I mean, yeah, it's a big pressure, but I mean, there's a lot more in it just than the racing. So everybody's going to go out there and do their best, and we'll see how the day goes.
What's the key to being fast here this weekend?
Have a really good front end. The car needs to be very, very loose to keep the minimal speed up. So that's pretty much why everybody's looking like they're saving it every lap.
All right, have a strong front end. Shelby Blackstock, words of wisdom. Thanks a bunch. Starting row 2, get out there and get jiggy with it, okay?
I'll get jiggy with it. Thanks for coming in today.
Thanks, Shelby. Always an honor. I love coming in when I know you're at the track. It's always fun coming in. We're just going to keep moving here. We got a few more minutes on grid walk. Chad, the cameraman's getting a workout in. This is the most walking I've done all month, so it's a good place, a good weather to do it. We're seeing who's not in their cars just yet. Zachary Clayman DeMello here in the number 13. Kyle Kaiser, our championship point leader. He's putting the helmet on. Probably the last thing he wants to do is talk to me. Kyle, you ready to go?
Oh, yeah.
All right, championship point lead. We got 2 races here this weekend. You guys go to the Oval at Gateway at the end of August, and then it's Watkins Glen for only one more race to decide the championship. You're in the driver's seat right now. You could be in the Indianapolis 500 next year. What does that do for you with just 4 races remaining mentally?
My plan is just go out there, race hard, and finish the race.
I like your modesty, and I like your intensity. Kyle, good luck.
Thank you.
Kyle Kaiser, our championship point leader. He'll be coming from the outside of row number 3. Aaron Thielitz, our sole red Mazda car, back there in row number 4, putting the helmet on, ready to go. Our champion in Pro Mazda last year. He's got that Mazda scholarship check, and that is what puts him into this Indy Lights field here in 2017. He picked up a win at round number 1 in St. Petersburg. We're getting ready to go. So at this time, we need all drivers to your cars. Again, we need all Indy Lights drivers to your cars. It's round number 13 of 2017, the Cooper Tires Indy Lights Grand Prix of Mid-Ohio, presented by Allied Building Products. Drivers to your cars. We see the field filling up now. Zachary Clayman DeMello, Kyle Kaiser here in row number 3, Nico Jamin, Shelby Blackstock, row number 2, Colton Herta, and Santiago Urrutia make up that front row. It is going to be a long race. It's going to be a fast race. It's going to be an exciting race. We're going to keep walking around pit lane here, see if there's anybody else we can talk to. Keep an eye on Ryan Norman, local driver, just about an hour away here in Ohio. He's got the Journey colors on his car as drivers are getting strapped in and ready to go. I think all of our Mazda and Cooper Tire folks. Kyle Kimball's here. Let's go talk to Kyle Kimball from Mazda Motorsports. Find out exactly what these drivers need to know going into today's race. Kyle, we got a minute before we go racing. We talked to John Doonan before this thing went green in USF 2000. Mazda Motorsports, the motivation to have grassroots level racing and get young drivers all the way up the ladder. Where does that motivation, where does that love of racing come from?
Well, everybody at Mazda, we are racers. Everybody from our, all the way from the executive committee to John Doonan, we are racers away from the office. So when we get to the track and we can help these young men and women navigate the motorsports waters and hopefully all the way up to the Verizon IndyCar series, that's what motivates us.
They are tricky waters to navigate these days. There's so many options that young, mostly go-karters, can choose as far as junior open-wheel racing if they want to have a career in professional open-wheel racing. But truly, there is only one ladder system that takes drivers out of karting and produces them literally into the Verizon IndyCar series, and that's the Mazda Road to Indy.
This is it. You want to be a Verizon IndyCar series, you race in the Mazda Road to Indy. It's very, very simple. Coming out of go-karts, the scholarship into USF 2000 for $200,000, and then the scholarship from USF 2000 to Pro Mazda at $325,000, and then the scholarship for the Pro Mazda winner up into Indy Lights for $700,000 cash from Mazda, over $1 million in value. It's something special, and this is the only place to do it in the world.
Doesn't that just make you want to say, show me the money?
Show me the money.
All right, with that, we're getting ready to go racing. It's round number 13 of 2017, the Cooper Tires Indy Lights Grand Prix of Mid-Ohio, presented by Allied Building Products. We're going to meet the starting lineup coming up next. Thank you, Chad. That was a lot of fun, dude. Tell Robin thank you. We're going to be over here.
So we now have the drivers on track, or on the grid here, and ready to fire things up. We are minutes away from the start of this event. The Cooper Tires Indy Lights Grand Prix of Mid-Ohio, presented by Allied Building Products. 14 drivers set to go, and as Tony illustrated and talking to these guys, what a prize up for grabs for the champion here. Someone is going to win the scholarship worth $1 million to run in 3 races next year in the Verizon IndyCar Series, including the 102nd running of the Indianapolis 500. Let's have a look at the grid right now. We're about 5 minutes away. Row number 7. Starting in the 14th position for Carlin Racing out of Pennsylvania, it's Garth Rickards in the number 11. Rickards in the 11, starting 14th. Alongside him, a rookie driver out of Argentina, Nico Jamin, in the number 31 for Uncos Racing. He'll start in the 13th position. Moving now to row number 6, starting in the 12th position, a driver who has won on 3 occasions this year. Very impressive driver. He won at Road America. He was able to win at Iowa Speedway, and he won the Freedom 100 as well. That is Matheus Leist, the Brazilian driver for Carlin Racing, starting in the 26th, number 26 in the 12th position. Moving up to the 11th position. Inside of row number 6, a brilliant yellow Team Pelfrey car. Always easy to spot the Team Pelfrey cars on track. That's Juan Pedrojita from Bogota, Colombia, in that number 2 Pedrojita, a 1:13.046 in qualifying, puts him on the inside of row number 6. In now to the top 5 rows, top 10 on the outside. In the Journey-sponsored Andretti Autosport number 48 out of Ohio, Aurora, Ohio to be exact, Ryan Norman, the rookie driver in the 48, starting in the 10th position. Inside of that row, the young driver from Canada has a couple of really solid finishes of late. Dalton Kellett in the Andretti Autosport K-Line Insulators number 28, starting in the 9th position. As I said, Kellett on a roll with some pretty solid finishes, looking to have a good one here at Mid-Ohio today. Row number 4, it'll see Neil Alberico, the driver out of Los Gatos, California, a winner in USF 2000, a winner in Pro Mazda, looking for his first victory here in the Indy Lights program for Carlin Racing. Alberico in the 22. Inside of that row, the driver who kicked off the season with the championship lead, because he won that first race at the Grand Prix of St. Petersburg. He's your reigning champion in the Pro Mazda championship. Fantastic season last year. Aaron Tielitz for Belardi Auto Racing. Of course, that championship gave him the scholarship to run here in Indy Lights, and he will have that Soul Red livery on that car that is, again, dedicated to the drivers who have won scholarships. Tielitz in the number 9, starting in the 7th position. Moving now to row number 3, starting on the outside, the driver with the championship lead. He will start in the 6th position. That's Kyle Kaiser out of Santa Clara, California for Uncos Racing. He swept the weekend on the streets of Toronto, looking for a good finish here to continue leading these points as we head to the finale at Watkins Glen on Labor Day weekend. Alongside Kyle Kaiser, young driver who scored a victory at Road America, 2nd year of the series for Carlin Racing, the Canadian out of Montreal, Quebec, Canada, in the number 13, Zachary Clayman DeMello. Moving now to row number 2 on the outside. He scored his first career podium finish in Indy Lights here just 2 years ago. That's Shelby Blackstock in the number 51. Impressive driver for Belardi Auto Racing. He'll start in the 4th position. Great qualifying effort for Shelby. He'll start alongside a driver who has won 5 straight races here in USF 2000. Swept last year in Pro Mazda. Nico Jamin in the Andretti Autosports number 27. The rookie starting in the 3rd position. 2 wins already this year for Nico Jamin. 14 drivers in the field. We'll put 2 on the front row. Off pole, another guy who has won races already this year. Rookie driver for Andretti Steinbrenner Racing. It's the 2nd generation pilot, Colton Herta, in the number 98. The rookie starting on the outside of row 1. But the driver they're going to chase here today, starting on the pole position for Belardi Auto Racing, swept the weekend last year, won both races en route to 2nd in the championship from Uruguay. Santi Urrutia in the number 5 Aero-sponsored car, that black and gold livery, very similar to James Hinchcliffe. Urrutia starting that number 5 P1, front of the grid, looking to score his first win of 2017. It'll be Herta and Urrutia on row 1, Jamin Blackstock row 2, Clayman DeMello and Kaiser row 3, Tielitz and Alberico on row number 4. Row 5 will be Kellett and Norman. Row 6, Pedrojita and Leist. Row 7 will be DePero and Garth Ricards. Folks, we're getting ready to fire things up right now. I got a couple of guests down here with me. Joshua Ney and Jerry Danhoff are going to give me the call to fire here now as we're almost set to go to light these guys up. 10 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go, getting ready to fire things up here. The call to fire.
On behalf of everyone at Cooper Tires, drivers, start your Mazda engines.
Engines come to life here on pit lane. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to go Indy Lights Racing, the first race of the doubleheader here at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course.
Thanks so much, Rob Howden, as we're ready to get this show on the road. First of 2 Indy Lights races here this weekend at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, all part of the Honda Indy 200 Verizon IndyCar Series event for 2017. As these cars getting wound up here, 2-liter turbocharged Mazda MZRR engines producing 450 horsepower with a 50 horsepower push-to-pass button available for all of these drivers, making great preparation for the Verizon IndyCar Series. Field is on its way around on its pace lap. We understand there will be 2 pace laps for this race. Let's follow them around as they leave my view. They're into the view of Rusty Bell. 2 more races to go today, Rusty. This is going to be a good one.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a good one. They've all been good so far this weekend, and looking forward to the first race here for the Indy Lights. I pick up the cars there coming underneath the Turn 1 bridge, which is also the exit of the pit lane. And then they go on an uphill stretch, a straightaway up into the top of the keyhole, where they have some hard braking there, and then around the keyhole, which is a 180-degree downhill off-camber turn, catches a lot of drivers out as they make their way onto the long back straightaway. 3,000 feet long. They come through the kink and then down into the heavy braking area, best passing area on the racetrack.
Down into turn number 4. They climb the hill into turn 5, and they're right at the feet when they do that of Brian Culbertson. Hey, Brian.
Yeah, speaking of that pace car, that Mazda pace car makes its way just past my feet. Turn number 4 is a hard right-hand turn at the end of that 3,000-foot-long straightaway. They drop down into a small valley. There they climb a hill into 5. 5's a left-hander. They drop back down into that valley once again. Turn right. Headed into turn number 6. They go out of my view underneath the Honda Bridge, and they make their way to Thunder Valley.
And Thunder Valley is the place where Tom Michaels keeps us up to speed on all the goings-on. Tom, how's it looking out there, my friend?
Looking as beautiful as it has all day. It's getting warmed up out here. The cars are getting warmed up for their race just ahead. We look at them just off of turn 9. We can see them coming off 7, then a consecutive group of right-handers at 8 and 9 over the little bit of a rise down through Thunder Valley into the right-hander, which is turn 10. It kind of gently bends around there, and then into the left-hander, fastest part of the race course as far as the turn is concerned, up there in turn 11. That puts them there in the carousel turn, John.
And they're coming by the start-finish line for the first time on their first of 2 pace laps. Again, they need to get some temperature into these Cooper tires. Of course, every car in the Mazda Road to Indy on Cooper rubber. And Cooper Tires, the official tire here at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. And we're so glad to have them with us as I speak to you from the Cooper Press Tower overlooking the finish line here at Mid-Ohio. This race, we understand, will start on the front straightaway, as they have been all of the Mazda Road to Indy races, as the pace car will bring them around one more time. Unlike the other 2 classes, they give these racers 1 extra pace lap to be sure they get some good temperature in the tires, get these turbocharged engines spooled up, get some good oil temperature so that they're able to get the job done when they drop the hammer here coming onto the front straightaway. This race, unlike the others, is not only a timed race. It is a 30-lap race with a 45-minute time limit. So if we don't have any full course yellows, we'll certainly get all 30 laps in. But if we have to slow the field down due to an incident, we could run afoul of that 45-minute time limit. So this is the first race where laps count, not necessarily the running time. Brian Culbertson, field should be up in the S's by now, I think.
They are. They're about halfway through the S's right now. A potential of 7,000 horsepower on the track right now. That Mazda turbo power making its way through the S's. They're going to go by Tom Michael, and we'll get ready to let him go.
I love the math that you do over there. You can come up with that many horsepower. I can't even count how many cars around here. So we watch them as they get ready to take the green and go for 30 laps here at Mid-Ohio.
I like the way that he did the math in his head. That's even the best part of it. As here comes the pace car into view, the field already beginning to form up in rows of 2. Santi Urrutia, who has been the man to beat all weekend long. He swept the weekend a year ago on the way to second in the championship, but Colton Herta was looking really strong in the final qualifying session. The Soul Red Mazda pace car comes down the pit lane, and we are ready to roll onto the front straightaway. There's a start line where they can drop the throttle, and we have a waving yellow flag. No start, and I have no reason why. A yellow flag waved just as the field was exiting the carousel turn. It wasn't an issue of the front row not being properly aligned. I see. Okay, we're getting word from the starter that the front row was not maintaining pace car speed. Basically what happens when the pace car pulls into the pit lane, they are not allowed to accelerate. They must maintain the same pace as they were. And apparently the starter said you didn't do that. So the starter has that option The clock has begun. This is lap 1 of the race underway, despite the fact that it is under yellow flag conditions. So we're going to get a chance to do it again.
Field working its way down the straightaway now. So now they don't have to maintain pace car speed because there isn't one. So it's just up to the front row or the pole sitter, Santi Urrutia, to set that pace, any pace he wants, as they will work their way into the carousel turn. And we'll look for a green flag this lap.
Look for Colton Herta to be very good on the start here. He was great this morning. The track was probably a little bit slick when they qualified, and he was fast. So watch Colton Herta.
Field coming by. Here to turn 9. Now forming up as they go underneath the pedestrian bridge just before turn number 10. 14-car field getting ready for this 30-lap go.
You know, it's great to hear these turbocharged engines. Tom was mentioning yesterday that a lot of these engines, you'll hear the characteristic chirp of the wastegate opening as they're on trailing throttle on downshifts, and you can hear those engines popping and crackling as they're getting themselves ready to roll. Coming through the carousel turn, a very slow pace this time, so I think the front row trying to make sure that the starter is happy with the alignment. Colton Herta in the white, number 98. Santi Urrutia in that brilliant gold and black livery, number 5. Onto the front straightaway they come.
Happens. Wow. So, and you called it, Davey. Another yellow flag being displayed by Tom Hansing. They didn't like the start. And you're right. Race control is now put in an interesting predicament because Santi Urrutia twice now has kind of blown this start. And if Davey will wait a word if a penalty is handed down, but if there is one, it's very understandable because it just doesn't look good how slow they're coming through the carousel.
As they used to tell us in the short track industry, if you guys in the front row can't handle it, the guys in the next row can. So you just put them to the back, and boy, that you learned quickly to put a proper start together because that was two terrible. The worst pace laps I think I've seen for years trying to come down that slow.
Well, Jake Query, the alignment in the start of these races hasn't looked very good. How about the hillside there out by you in the keyhole? Fans filling in on this beautiful Saturday?
They had it filled, as a matter of fact, for qualifying in the Verizon IndyCar Series and stuck around. There are, of course, a handful of spotters here up on the hill in the keyhole, but it is a wonderful view. It is looking out over a blue sky and, of course, the hills here of Mid-Ohio that dot along the horizon, water tower off in the distance, and just a bare sweep of a clouds off in the horizon. But Michael Young, it couldn't be a more beautiful day right now. That start might not have been the prettiest thing in the world, but this day certainly is.
I grew up in Northwest Ohio, so I know bad days and I know some hot summer days, and this is one of the finest that I can remember in recent memory. This is a beautiful afternoon, the wind just right, and as Dave First had said, with that low humidity, it doesn't get much better than this in Mid-Ohio. And to attest to that, the fans have come out in droves today for a Saturday. A great crowd as they line these hills. Let's see if we can get this Indy Lights race underway.
Hopefully third time is a charm, Davey Hamilton, as here they come approaching the carousel. Tony Kottman said, hey, I'll let the 98 car be the pole sitter if I have to.
Well, the speed's already picked up some. Not probably where it needs to be, but way better. So he definitely has some momentum through those final corners. This looks much, much better. And, yeah, when he probably heard that he'll put Colton Herta on that inside, he came to attention on that.
Here's the green flag. Are we going to see it? We will. And we're racing at Mid-Ohio in the Indy Lights Series presented by Cooper Tires. Nice jump by Santi Urrutia. The Andretti teammates go side by side, but it's Urrutia and Herta 1-2 heading to turn 2.
Colton Herta now going to try to get down to the inside. Santi Urrutia shut the door. As a matter of fact, Nico Jamin had to lock up the brakes. That allowed Shelby Blackstock, a good look. But Jamin now going to get around Herta. He now sets his sights on Santi Urrutia.
And for Santi Urrutia, already a 4-car length advantage as we have some action to the inside of the track. That's Nico Jamin, looks to the inside of Colton Herta. Further back, too wide. Near contact between Nico Jamin and Colton Herta. He'll force Herta to drop back to the third position. Blackstock Blackstock will be in the 4th position, and then it's the machine of Zachary Clayman DeMello. Good, clean start, and the field already through to turn number 7.
Boy, they are absolutely slugging it out for that 2nd position as Urrutia gets away by about 3 or 4 car lengths. It finally looks like Nico Jamin's going to hold that spot down for now as that car dances at the bottom of the hill. Jamin runs 2nd, then you've got Colton Herta in 3rd. Shelby Blackstock gets a little sideways. That opened the door for the 5th place running of car of Zachary Clayman DeMello as they stack up, Davey, out of turn 13.
Well, I think one important thing we look at, Kaiser's in that 6th position where he started, not losing any ground right now, still looking good in the points championship, but I'll have to say no surprise that Santi is taken off at this point. Ooh, we see Blackstock get off track just a little bit again.
And here comes Clayman DeMello, Jake, to the outside.
Clayman DeMello is going to try to make that move. Now, he might run out of real estate. He does. Tuck's now in behind Shelby Blackstock. This, again, the battle for 4th. Front 3 checked out, but Clayman DeMello going to take another look at Shelby Blackstock.
About a 2nd advantage, I would say, for Santi Urrutia. 5 car lengths now. Colton Herta starts to look to the inside of Nico Jamin. Jamin shuts the door. Then it's the battle further back in the field. Zachary Clayman DeMello has all kinds of mirror full of his teammate Neil Albarico. Further back, it's Aaron Thielens and Dalton Kellett as Kellett gets around Aaron Thielens. We got some great battles. Nick Yeoman towards the back of this field.
Road course racing, Davey, when 2 cars start to battle, it sucks up everybody else and it allows these guys to get awful aggressive.
Yeah, just so I talk about our points later, he goes back to 10th position, lost some valuable ground right there. So, but boy, it's getting dicey right now with Albarico, Kellett, and Thielens in that 6th, 7th, and 8th position.
Santi Urrutia, the leader, he's going to cross the start-finish line. This will actually be to complete lap number 4. We did count those first 2 laps that we did not officially get started. Front 3, though, Jake Query, streak out of turn number 1. It doesn't look like Jamin or Herta necessarily letting Urrutia get away early on.
A little more status quo this time by Urrutia, and then behind him, Jamin and Herta. Now, let's take a look in at the points leader, Kyle Kaiser. One has to wonder, as he's behind Juan Pedrahita, whether or not he didn't decide to play it a little bit conservative because of the fact Matheus Leist was behind him. Problem is that green and white Juncos machine, Michael Young, now has Matheus Leist exactly 1 car behind.
Indeed, and now we have a move, and that is by Nicholas DePero trying to work to the outside of Matheus Leist. Then we have the machine of Ryan Norman in the back of the field. We have Garth Rickards. So for Kyle Kaiser, just trying to settle in. He's right behind Juan Pedrahita. They're just now climbing up the hill underneath that Honda bridge in turn 7.
That's a good pickup by Jake Query, Davey, because while Santi Urrutia and all the attention up front for this race win, really where we should be watching is all the way back in 10th and 11th where our championship duo run early on in this race.
Well, and the great thing from 2nd back to 12th right now is a tight race. And, I mean, these guys are battling back and forth, so it's really exciting to watch. And you have to be, cautious of what you do. It's still early in this race. It's a doubleheader weekend. You want to get points on this race and not make that mistake. But I'll tell you, it's impressive on how close these guys are running.
Leaders make their way through turns 1 and turns 2. Jake, a lot of dirt kicked up by Dalton Kellett further back, but we look back at those championship contenders as Leist has his hands full with DePero, and it looks like Norman battling out into the keyhole.
Boy, I'll tell you what, Norman tried to bop to the outside. Leist got a really good look of that in his rear view mirrors. That allowed for DePero to be able to make a close and hold off that spot. But Leist, again, wants to be careful that he's getting a little bit of breathing room over that battle taking place behind him. He does not want to lose points.
All kinds of trouble for Nico Jamin. Reason being, he's got Colton Herta all over his rear wing. Colton looked to the outside, then to the inside. Jamin able to hold him off further back in the field. DePero and Norman, a nice battle going on, but that's a great battle, Nick Yeoman, for 2nd.
Yeah, fun to watch, Davey. Those drivers battling for 2nd. Pick and choose their spots through the S's because wherever Jamin was going, Herta was going to either the inside or outside.
Yeah, it looks like Herta definitely has a better race car. He's able to go wherever he wants to and stay right behind Jamin. So that tells me that his car has just a little bit better grip, and has some opportunity to use that push to pass now as well because he's close enough to him, and I expect to see it pass here momentarily.
That's allowed Urrutia to get a 2-second lead, Jake, but a good battle for that 2nd spot.
Colton Herta trying to swap in and get that spot back where he started. Nico Jamin running right now in the 2nd position, then Herta in 3rd, Blackstock, and then Clayman DeMello. But Herta, if he's going to make a move out of the keyhole, is going to have to do so quickly. He's got a half a car length to make up to Jamin.
As he looks to the inside, now works to the outside of Nico Jamin. Jamin will have the inside line, and it'll be a great pass by Colton Herta. Jamin tries to look back to the inside. Colton made that move, and Jamin looked back to the outside. Colton Herta made that look easy. He's already checked out about a car length over second or third place running Nico Jamin. Moved Colton Herta up to second.
How about that, Davey Hamilton? That's textbook on a road course.
Yeah, it is. I have to say, I was surprised their teammates because it was pretty aggressive pass and blocking, and then Herta got by him, then blocked him, but it worked, and now I do expect to see Colton Herta be able to check out. I think he has a faster car than Jamin, so we'll find out. Now, Blackstock, he's a contender, coming up, and so is Clement DeMello, so those top 5 guys are still close.
Yeah, as Santi Urrutia checks out a little bit, Jake, it looks like not only are Herta and Jamin battling for this second spot, but Blackstock and Clement DeMello have been sucked up into this battle as well, as all those drivers about 2 to 3 car lengths between them.
It's the battle for fourth. Shelby Blackstock with Zachary Clement DeMello just behind him. Keep in mind, Clement DeMello won at Road America. Somewhat of a similar setup. Of course, a lot longer lap in Wisconsin. Zachary Clement DeMello, Michael, has about 2 car lengths to make up to get to Shelby Blackstock.
He's got a lot of work ahead of him, and actually that gap's starting to close just a little bit between Herta and Jamin. Herta able to gap his teammate about 2 car lengths. Jamin with a handful of steering wheel working through turn number 5. Blackstock about 2 car lengths behind. Then it's Zachary Clement DeMello. Then Neil Alberico, Dalton Kellett, and we round out that battle up there with Aaron Thielitz.
Well, it is a full Mazda Road to Indy weekend here at Mid-Ohio. Rob Howden, 7 races in the Mazda Road to Indy ladder system. You're with a driver who's already visited Victory Lane this weekend.
I'll tell you, this is a kid to watch. The team obviously coming together midway through exclusive Autosport. But Parker Thompson, you have won 3 of the last 4 races. You swept the weekend in Toronto. You come back after a second place yesterday for a dominant win today. Tell me about your race win and how good that car was.
Oh, the car was absolutely on rails. The number 90 open highway car was hooked up. I'm just proud we could go out there and dominate a race. We got some 2 good victories in Toronto, but I was proud to go out there and qualify 7/10 ahead of everyone and then go out and put on that show today. The competition on the Mazda Road to Indy is extremely tough, so anytime you can go out and do that is pretty impressive, and I can't thank Exclusive Autosports enough for what they've done.
Obviously a big step for the team as well. Brand new team. You came in with absolutely no data whatsoever, kind of a clean notebook, but you guys kind of worked all the way through the half of the season. They rallied around you when you got to Toronto. It just seems like there's a lot of momentum for the team right now.
Yeah, everyone's gelling together so well right now. My engineer and I are on the same page. I mean, every change he makes to the car, it's going faster and it's making improvements, and we showcased that in qualifying this morning. We've never came to Mid-Ohio before. All of a sudden, my engineer develops a car that's extremely quick. So the team's doing a fantastic job, but I tell you what, it's dedication. They've stuck to the process this whole year. We had a tough start to the season, but they kept their heads down. They kept their nose to the grindstone, and that's the results that you saw today.
You've pretty much locked in 3rd place in points. No chance of actually reaching for the title, so that allows you to go to Watkins Glen with no pressure, just win more races.
Exactly. I'm out to prove a point. My career is on the line. If I don't start winning races, honestly, I'm not sure I'll be around next year. So the goal right now is to prove that I belong in the Mazda Road to Indy and prove that I deserve a shot in Pro Mazda next year.
Congratulations on a great weekend.
Thank you very much, Rob.
Parker Thompson, guys, definitely a name to watch for, and he said he needs to win some races. He wants to get into that Pro Mazda program next year, Dave, first, but he does have to win races to make sure he turns someone's head.
Quick update on Santi Urrutia after the aborted starts at the beginning of this race. No doubt part of it was gamesmanship by Urrutia, but they believe down here, Tim Neff especially, there might be some radio issues. Tim's trying to talk to Urrutia. He's not even sure whether or not he's going to be able to hear him, and certainly Urrutia is not responding likewise. So keep that in the back pocket here as we go the rest of the way this afternoon. Some radio issues for the number 5.
Boy, Michael Young, you just saw a fantastic battle between Shelby Blackstock and Zachary Clement DeMello developing for the 4th spot.
Indeed, Zachary Clement DeMello looked to the outside. Blackstock hung to that inside, and as they got to turn number 4, it was the Clement DeMello machine just backed off enough to give Blackstock enough room to get through 4, 5, and 6, but they are nose to tail. Further back in that field, that's a battle. You talk about the points lead. Right there you have Kyle Kaiser, Matheus Leist, and the only thing holding up Kyle Kaiser right now is Juan Pedrahita, but Matheus Leist is coming as well.
And Jake Query, 2/10 a lap. It appears Colton Herta is beginning to catch Santi Urrutia.
And as he does so, he can't really shake loose of Nico Jamin. Those front 3 have pretty much checked out. Then it's Blackstock and Clayman DeMello. Neil Alberico then running just behind them. Leaders now coming to Michael Young.
That battle for fourth trying to shape itself back up again, but this time around Shelby Blackstock has about a 4-car length advantage over Zachary Clayman DeMello. So from Santi Urrutia to Colton Herta, about 8 car lengths, 3 more back to Nico Jamin, then Shelby Blackstock another 4 car lengths, 2 back to Zachary Clayman DeMello. Neil Alberico just hanging out in that 6th position, and further back in the field, Matheus Leist closed in on the rear wing of Kyle Kaiser. That caused Nico DePero to close up. Ryan Norman nearly ran into the rear wing of Nico DePero. Almost chaos here in the back of the field.
Davey, look at this mess of cars at the back of the field, and it's our 2 championship leaders involved.
Yeah, well, the one leading it's in the middle of it, I should say, Kaiser. He's in kind of a safe spot, but I'll tell you, I've been watching DePero and Norman, and those guys have been battling this whole race. And I'll have to say, I think DePero, he's on the verge of, race control, giving him a little. He's been doing a lot of blocking. You're allowed a move, but he's been making a move or 2 or 3 pretty much every lap, and it seems like every corner. So he needs to watch out. But meanwhile, he's trying to pass Leist. So it's a battle right through those 5 cars.
Jake, how about this Hornet's Nest making their way out of turn number 1, led by Juan Pedrojita with our 2 championship contenders in tow.
As a matter of fact, it seems as though Leist is closing in on Kyle Kaiser. Perhaps that is indeed because, as Michael said, Juan Pedrojita is checking up just a little bit. The points leader, Kyle Kaiser. Now Kaiser gets a little bit of breathing room. He picks up an extra car length through the keyhole.
So Juan Pedrojita is running in that 9th position. Our points leader is in 10th. Matheus Leist is in 11th. Nico DePero takes a look to the inside of Matheus Leist. They nearly touch, and Leist chops to the inside, almost put the left sides on the grass. Nico DePero gets around Matheus Leist. Now Ryan Norman starts to look to the inside, to the outside, back to the inside. Boy, Matheus Leist nearly had problems down here in 4.
Davey, Nico DePero, that's the definition of throwing it in there into turn 4.
Hey, that was a great move. Now, that was a pass that was clean, and that's how you need to do it. At last minute, surprise him. I think my biggest surprise is Leist. These last few races we just haven't seen what we know he could do, and boy, he's struggled this last half of the season, really.
Rob Houghton, I'm guessing the boys in the Juncos pit were pretty pumped to see that pass.
Yeah, not much to smile about so far. They've had pretty long faces for most of this race, Nick, but yeah, as soon as DePero went by, they were cheering, clapping their hands, big smiles, because not only is it a good run to see their young driver make a move there on Matheus Leist, but it also puts Leist back another spot, so that gives some more points for Kyle Kaiser. So a good position there, but DePero's actually going to go to work on his teammate now as well.
Yeah, here they come out of the keyhole. Nico DePero, he's just about a car length behind Kyle Kaiser. Michael Young, those teammates for Juncos, going to go side by side to turn 4.
A drag race down to turn 4. Pedrojita now about 8 car lengths. Kyle Kaiser said, "I'll let you go, teammate." So Nico DePero now moves up, washes up to the inside of turn number 5, gets around his teammate. So now Matheus Leist right back to where he was before, 12th, and the points leader, Kyle Kaiser, in 11th. Meanwhile, up front, Colton Herta is closing in on Santi Urrutia.
Oh, he absolutely is, Michael. Been keeping my eye on the gap. It went from 1.6 seconds down to 1.4, down to 1.2, and this time across the line, Jake Query, it is 0.8 of a second. Colton Herta is running down that driver from Uruguay.
The front 8 have really separated themselves before you get to Pedrojita in 9th, but right now the story to watch is up front. Santi Urrutia with about a car length and a half advantage on Colton Herta. It's at the exit at the bottom of the keyhole, though, where Urrutia manages to get himself a little bit more speed off Colton Herta as they go into the flag stand.
So for Santi Urrutia, about a 5 car length advantage, but Colton Herta, as we said, continues to close in. Settling back in, Nico Jamin. Now, Zachary Clayman DeMello about 2 car lengths behind Shelby Blackstock. That battle is for the 4th position. It continues to unfold. Further back in the field, there's Pedrojita, and there's Nico DePero. And how about the points championship? Kyle Kaiser, Matheus Leist about a car length behind. He breaks heavy into turn number 4, now closes back within a car length of Kyle Kaiser. They continue. Boy, that championship battle, you wouldn't think they'd be battling for 11th, but that's where they are.
Yeah, with all those drivers just buried deep in the field. Ryan Norman sneaking up on the back of Matheus Leist, as well as our championship leaders run 11th and 12th. And Rob Howden, I know we've still got 16 laps to go, but this has got some major, major implications in the standings.
Truly, Nick, flipping things upside down. Coming into this event, pretty much 7 drivers, all the way back to Nico Jamin, still with a mathematical shot at winning this championship. Santi Urrutia, of course, in 6th. You've got Aaron Telitz in 5th spot. 5 of the 6 drivers trying to challenge Kaiser for this championship, run in front of him right now. And, of course, they're up front as well. We know that Santi Urrutia leading, Herta in 2nd. This is going to flip things around because it's so surprising for Kyle Kaiser. Remember, guys, you look at his line for this year, all his results. 9th place, his worst finish. Almost every other finish in the top 6. 11th right now, easily his toughest event of the year. And you can't believe the way things are flopping around right now.
Davey, this is no doubt what guys like Santi Urrutia and Colton Herta needed with our championship drivers struggling here in Mid-Ohio.
Oh, without a doubt. Now we see right now, Leist, he's all over Kaiser. Meanwhile, Norman's all over him. Those 3 cars nose to tail, but this is exactly what Herta wants to see. He has now moved to 2nd in the championship, but still 49 points back. But right now, with Kaiser in that 11th position, could go worse. I mean, just every position really counts.
Yeah, a few more results like that from Kyle Kaiser, and then all of a sudden we've got a whole different championship picture. We are keeping our eye, again, it's towards the back of the field, but that is because our top 2 drivers in the championship are struggling. Boy, Leist sent it deep into the carousel trying to get to the rear wing of Kyle Kaiser's car. He had to brake late, and that allowed Ryan Norman to close the gap. Those championship contenders, though, Jake Query, they're running in tow. It's 11th and 12th, Kaiser and Leist.
And Leist is right there on Kyle Kaiser. Again, you might be asking yourself, why such focus on that battle for 11th? The answer is simple. That's because this is the points leader and the guy who is just behind him in the points, Matheus Leist. Ryan Norman, though, is going to push Matheus Leist as Leist trying to close on Kaiser.
And so right now it's a car length between our championship leader as Matheus Leist looks to the outside. He dives in late. Kyle Kaiser locks him up into turn number 4. Matheus Leist works that inside line, gets around Kyle Kaiser. Now near contact between Ryan Norman and Kyle Kaiser. So Matheus Leist moves in that 11th position, but boy, near championship implications as Kyle Kaiser nearly locked him up and put himself out of this race.
And now Kaiser has to hold on for dear life, just trying to protect the 12th position from Ryan Norman. This is our points leader here at Mid-Ohio with just 4 races to go. Davey, he is just struggling today to find grip.
Well, when you run 12th out of 14 cars and 13th is all over you like a cheap blanket, you got problems. You need to, hopefully they can learn from this race because he really can't afford to have this bad of a race tomorrow.
Jake Query, can Kaiser hold off Ryan Norman and hold on to that 12th position?
I'll tell you what, Norman is going to try to go to the middle of the racetrack, make a move. Kaiser closes the door. Kaiser locked him up just a little bit. Norman is right there on him. All of this is allowing Matheus Leist to separate just a little bit. Norman now, as they go to the top of the keyhole, going to try to look to the outside.
So for Ryan Norman getting very racy, now looks to the outside of Kyle Kaiser. He will dive in late. Kyle Kaiser will think better of it. Last time he locked him up, but that, of course, had championship implications. He'll let Ryan Norman by, and I think for Kyle Kaiser, he's just going to ride the rest of this one out. Meanwhile, up front, Nick Yeoman, last time by, Colton Herta closed in between 2 car lengths between he and Santi Urrutia.
Yeah, those two just made their way out of turn 13 across the start-finish line. As they head to you, Jake, the gap is just a half a second, but it is getting tight up front. Urrutia and Herta into turn number 2.
From my vantage point, when a car is right on the rear of the car in front of it, it starts to look like one coming into view. I can still see both of them when they come into view. Urrutia has just that much of an advantage, but Urrutia got locked up just a little bit at the bottom of the keyhole. Herta's right there, a car length and a half back.
And that allows him to take a look to the inside. He will actually try to make the move, thought better of it, but he let Santi Urrutia know he was there. Talking about Colton Herta, look to the inside, unable to make that pass, but that gap now down to about 2 car lengths. Urrutia rolls out of turn number 6. Right behind him is Colton Herta, and a nice battle for that 3rd place position as Nico Jamin and Shelby Blackstock starting a battle.
Davey, this is going to be a fun final 13 laps because Herta is faster, and if I know one thing, it's that Santi Urrutia hates to lose. This is going to be a great battle for the win here.
Without a doubt. You know, the great thing, the 1st and 2nd, big battle. third and fourth, huge battle. And actually, fifth, Clayman DeMello was in there. Then from sixth, Alberico's kind of on his own, but all the way back, Kellett, Tiles, Pietraheta, DiPero, they're tight racing right now.
12 to go at Mid-Ohio. The leaders make their bend through turn number 1 and head towards the keyhole.
This time it looks like Urrutia has a little more advantage, but Herta closes it in as they enter the keyhole. This is the battle for the lead. It's a gold machine with the sun dancing off the top. That belongs to Santi Urrutia, but Colton Herta in that white and blue car number 98 is trying to reel in the leader.
And that gold chrome certainly shining for Santi Urrutia. 4 wins last year, looking for his first. As Colton Herta makes a look to the outside. Santi Urrutia shuts the door. Now Herta goes to the outside, going into turn number 5. Colton Herta working all over the rear wing of Santi Urrutia. Urrutia able to hold him off now through turn number 6. They'll climb the hill through turn number 7, but boy, Colton Herta gave Santi Urrutia all he wanted.
Davey, he's able to hold him off for now.
Well, this is one thing with these push to passes. Such a huge disadvantage to be in the lead sometimes. If that car is behind you and he gets a push pass, you don't. I mean, it's such a huge disadvantage. So it's, you know, in the Verizon IndyCar series, you all have push to passes. You use them when you want to use them. But, Mel, you're a sit and duck when you're leader, and you can't use it against the guy behind you.
That's right. New to the 2017 Indy Lights season, you got to be within 1 second of a car. You can use that push to pass. Jake Query, Colton Herta, plenty close to Santi Urrutia, just 0.4 of a second as they head to turn 2.
Now, anywhere Urrutia goes, Herta is able to put his car as well. Indeed, Davey might have called it. Herta earlier, when you said he had the faster car than Nico Jamin, we knew that was the case. Michael, he might have the better handling car right now than Santi Urrutia.
Boy, if he hits that push to pass, Jake, it might put him in position again. A car length separates Urrutia and Colton Herta. Herta look to the inside and then ducks back into line. So Urrutia, he'll able to fend him off this time as Colton Herta did not put the attack mode on, but that allows Nico Jamin to close back in a little bit. Jamin now about 3 car lengths behind Colton Herta. That's a great battle up front in this Indy Lights race.
Yeah, Davey, if Colton Herta wants to make the pass, he probably needs to make it soon because here comes Jamin, here comes Blackstock, here comes Clayman DeMello.
Yeah, the top 5 have closed back up, but I don't know if that's because Urrutia is slowing that group down or if those guys are just slowly gaining on them. My tires could be going off. We have 11 laps to go in this race, and right now Santi is he's under pressure. We thought that he was going to run away, but we were wrong on that. So
across the line this time, Urrutia's advantage is 0.7 of a second. Rob Howden, I think it's safe for you to chat with Victor Franzoni as things calming down just a bit with 10 laps to go up front.
Definitely a lot of action on the racetrack, but this guy had some action himself. Victor Franzoni, congratulations. A big win in Pro Mazda today. It's a triple header this weekend. Anthony Martin scored the first win. You get the second win. You're back to the point lead. We got a great championship in Indy Lights, but we got a fantastic championship in Pro Mazda as well.
Yes, the race today was really nice. We won again, and this is really important. We are keeping the leading. Here, I think it's one of my problems, Mid-Ohio. I don't like this track, and I won today, so it was really good. We are leading. Juncos Racing is leading Pro Mazda with me, and also in Indy Lights, so this makes us even happier.
No, Anthony Martin's been real quick here. They got a great setup on that Cape car. Obviously, the Juncos car's fast as well. You seem like you were just a little tick behind throughout the weekend. Are you finding more speed in that car?
I think for qualify we were not fast, but for race I think we are better than them. I think I was faster in both races, but I just couldn't pass. This is the bad part of this track. You just can't pass if you're doing the same time than the first guy. And different from the Indy Lights, we don't have the push to pass, so this make our lives really, really difficult here. So I was struggling. And then I could go to first, and I won. But tomorrow's going to be difficult again because I'm not starting first.
Hey, good luck in race number 3.
Thank you very much.
Victor Franzoni, guys. Dave, I'll tell you, Dave first, this guy's a good little shoe. Won in USF 2000. He's a winner in Pro Mazda, currently leading the points.
Yeah, things have settled down a little bit up front between Urrutia and Colton Herta, and I stuck my ear in to hear what the guys were saying for Andretti Autosports. It turns out Colton Herta is completely out of push to passes now, so that perhaps was one of the reasons why things have settled down up front.
And Santi Urrutia just ripped off the fastest lap of the race, so that helps as well, Davey. That's now put Colton Herta in a very, very tough spot. He's close enough, to, I guess, to get a good draft off of Santi Urrutia down a couple of these straightaways. How about that battle for the 11th position, Michael Young, into turn 4?
It's indeed. Ryan Norman gets around Matheus Leist, so that will allow the Kyle Kaiser machine to see the rear wing of Matheus Leist, albeit about, I don't know, a turn and a half. They're already through the S's. So Matheus Leist just now crossing underneath the Honda bridge, and Kyle Kaiser closing in on it now. So that's about 4 seconds. Not going to help much, but that will change the point standings.
Back to the original point, though, Davey. How tough of a spot is Colton Herta now in without any more push to pass?
Yeah, so now they're equal again. Now Urrutia is obviously happy. He probably doesn't know that for sure, but it's happy that's going to happen. And now we see that gap because every lap, I think there was 3/10 of a lap that Urrutia is faster than Herta a couple laps ago. Now they're right on top of each other. So I expect it to probably end like this now. Does Jamin, that's a question. Does he have some push to passes that he could use on Herta?
Michael Andretti has drivers running second and third, Dave, first here in Mid-Ohio.
Yeah, did I hear correctly? Colton's out of push to passes?
I don't know.
That makes things more difficult, doesn't it?
Yeah, if he is, I don't know. I'm hoping he's not, but we'll see.
How badly did Colton need a big weekend like perhaps this is turning out to be?
Well, yeah, it's a long way to go yet, but yeah, he needed it. I mean, he was looking good in Toronto to win the race, and then unfortunately had that mistake. So, he's got a lot of years ahead of him. He's going to make some of those mistakes, and that's why we're in this series to learn. And it'd be great if he can bounce back from that mistake this weekend for sure.
Got to ask you about Ryan Norman and that Journey sponsorship for the rest of the year. Are you a fan of Journey?
Yeah, I've always been a fan of Journey. They're awesome. Yeah, that was something that Ryan brought on. I guess they're good friends with the guys there. And
his dad, John, I think, helped it on the...
Yeah, it's really cool to have him on board.
What's your favorite Journey song?
Oh, God, I don't know. There's too many of them to think of. They're all good.
You can just go with the obvious, Don't Stop Believing. So
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
A lot of guys are doing that in this series, no doubt.
Yeah, for sure. Never can stop believing.
Good luck this weekend.
Thank you.
Yep, that's Michael Andretti, one-time champion here at Mid-Ohio as well, keeping a close eye on Colton Herta, as well as Ryan Norman, Dalton Kellett, and Nico Jamin.
Here comes Ryan Norman, Michael Young. He'll pop to the outside of Nico DePero.
Indeed, they're too wide going into turn number 3. And Nico DePero will make the... Oh, he nearly lost it into turn number 4 at the exit. Had his hands full. That allows Ryan Norman to close back in. So Ryan sticks to the outside. He'll hit the brakes, allow DePero to get back around. Now looks back to the outside as they exit turn number 7.
Yeah, as they make their way through turn 8 and into Thunder Valley, this is where it becomes just so tight. It's so tough to pass, Davey, on that part of the racetrack that Jake and Michael can't see, and it's oftentimes a chance for these guys to get single file. But boy, it's tough to see those battles go to the wayside.
Yeah, it's one of those areas that you're not going to make the pass, but you can set yourself up for that long straightaway to use that push to pass. And DePero makes a huge mistake right there. Goes a little bit wide in turn 12, and it allows Norman to get close to him. Now he's within that 1 second. Oh man, DePero's really loose going down into turn 1 as well. Norman gains up on him coming up that short straightaway, I should say, into turn 2.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of hand movement inside that cockpit of that number 48 car as all of these drivers are sliding these race cars around with just 6 laps to go. Here's how they run. It's Santi Urrutia followed by Colton Herta. Herta has slipped to 1.1 seconds behind. Then you've got Nico Jamin running in the 3rd spot, 2.1 seconds behind. Just a handful of car lengths back is Shelby Blackstock in 4th, a few more car lengths back, and you've got Zachary Clayman DeMello in 5th. Then you've got Neil Alberico kind of running his own race in 6th as he's 5 seconds behind Clayman DeMello. The rest of the top 10s, he's Kellett, Telitz, Pedrohita, and DePero. Just 5 laps to go, though, here at Mid-Ohio. It's a doubleheader weekend. Santi Urrutia going to take that field, Jake Query, into turn number 2.
Urrutia has Colton Herta just behind him. Then it's Nico Jamin. Pretty good battle still for 4th. Shelby Blackstock and Zachary Clayman DeMello. They, of course, are rounding out the top 5. Blackstock trying to hold on that 4th position, but DeMello's been in his mirrors for the last few laps.
Yes, he has, Jake Query. I saw that last time as well. Good spot. And we have problems on the front straightaway.
Yeah, Nico DePero was battling tooth and nail with Ryan Norman and Davey off of turn 13. That car suddenly slowed as he gave up that spot and a bunch more. He's going to come to a stop right at the exit of pit lane.
Yeah, the engine was still running, so that tells me probably gearbox issues. He's locked the brakes up the last a couple laps going into those final corners. He goes to come off of the final corner with just no power, and when he went by us, the engine was definitely running, but seems that maybe gearbox issues taking him out today.
So that green, white, and orange Mazda for Juncos Racing has come to a stop just at pit exit. Here come the leaders. They're clear far to the outside as they streak into turn number 1. Not sure what race control is going to decide to do with DePero's car, but Jake, just 4 laps to go, and the gap now down to just 0.6 of a second. Herta's not letting Urrutia get away.
And they come to a spot where things have gotten just a little bit slick. You can see some of those rear ends skip out just a little bit, but the front two handle it very well at the bottom of the keyhole. Urrutia now with about a 2-car length advantage over Colton Herta.
We'll pay attention to see if these guys have developed a push as they enter turn number 4. Down that long straightaway, even from first back to 5th, about 3 car lengths between all of the drivers. All hand move. It looks like Nico Jamin might be developing a little bit of that understeer. Other than that, top 5, like I said, about 2 car lengths between each of them. Then it's Neil Albarico 6th. Dalton Cullett 7th, and Aaron Telis running in that 8th position.
Final note on the Nico DePero situation, Davey. He was following race control's instructions at the end, wasn't he?
Yeah, when he came down that front straightaway under power, like I say, or the engine running but not under power, they just told him to pull off the end of pit lane. It's safe right there. They don't make pit stops, and the guys will go right around him so they can finish this thing off.
Here come the leaders out of turn number 13. Santi Urrutia. Looks like it's about a 6 or 7 car length advantage across the line. Just 3 to go here at Mid-Ohio. Urrutia, Jake, trying to score his first win of 2017.
There have been 6 different winners in the Indy Lights presented by Cooper Tires in 2017. But to your point, Nick, Santi Urrutia, the veteran in this series, is not one of them. He gets just a little bit squirrely as he goes to the bottom of the keyhole, but Colton Herta is not able to take advantage of that. The gap the same as the last time by.
I think Santi Urrutia will be the first to tell you he's been very disappointed in this season. Had 4 wins last year, won both of these at Mid-Ohio, has yet to see a victory. Just a couple of second-place finishes. A matter of fact, 4 second-place finishes and 1 third. So it has been an abysmal season for that young man, who is very talented and exciting to watch, potentially coming home with a victory today.
Davey, I'm going to kind of suggest Indy Lights. Maybe let's have about a few more push to passes for these drivers. It'd be great to see Herta get up. He's not letting him get away. Just doesn't seem like he's able to get the run though to get close enough around Urrutia.
Yeah, these push to pass really make a big difference, and it mixes it up. And now it's a situation where tire wear is an issue right now. We see our leader Santi. He's sliding around those corners a little bit. That time by, he ran a 13.1, Herta 13.0, so Herta just a little bit faster. They've been going back and forth, but right now it looks like he's catching up to him going into turn 2.
At the same time, Jake Query, now it's all in the driver's hands. No mechanical advantages at all.
9 different podiums on the season for these two, but only 2 wins. Both belong to Colton Herta. Is Santi Urrutia headed to his first of the season? Michael, he's got a couple laps left to hold off that 98.
The gap visibly closing between the first and second place runners. Santi Urrutia through the exit of turn number 4. Colton Herta still about 2 car lengths behind as they climb down through turn number 5 and down to the bottom of turn number 6. Urrutia just bobbles ever so slightly out of turn number 6 as he gets back onto the throttle. Colton Herta starting to close in.
Yeah, no doubt about it. This is a tight battle for the win here in the Indy Lights Series presented by Cooper Tires. Both of these drivers certainly have probably used up these Cooper tires. Those cars sliding around this racetrack. Here they come through the carousel. Santi Urrutia just a couple corners away from seeing the white flag. The advantage is about 3 or 4 car lengths out of turn 13. Tom Hansing waves the white flag. Santi Urrutia, 1 to go. Jake Query as he tries to hold off Colton Herta for race win number 1 in 2017.
And Colton Herta is closing as they exit turn number 1. The distance now is just about a half a car length. Santi Urrutia going through the gearbox at the bottom of the keyhole. Colton Herta tried to keep it just a little bit lower in through turn number 2. Here they come with a car length and a half behind them, or between them, Urrutia and Colton Herta.
So for Santi Urrutia trying to make more of that Mid-Ohio magic, Colton Herta looks to the inside. He will break extremely late into turn number 4. Santi Urrutia climbs hill to the turn number 5 for the final time. Now down to turn number 6. Colton Herta still closing in. Urrutia out of turn number 6 and now up to turn number 7.
Boy, these two drivers have been absolutely perfect today. Herta gets along the red and white curbing to the entrance of turn number 8 and through number 9 through Thunder Valley. Can he hold on, and can Herta Herta make the run to get to Urrutia. Now they set up for the final couple corners of the carousel. Urrutia keeps that Aero golden black Mazda to the red and white curving to the inside. Herta's going to get to within a couple car lengths out of the final corner. He'll hold them off. Santi Urrutia waves to his crew at the inside of pit lane. He will go to victory lane and score the win here at Mid-Ohio. Colton Herta, a great effort, will come home in second. Nico Jamin, he held off Shelby Blackstock for third. Blackstock finishes fourth. Zachary Claman-DeMello finishes fifth. Top five, Davey, separated by just 3.3 seconds. That's as good as you're going to get in any form of motorsports.
Yeah, and that's one thing this racetrack brings it. Even though it's hard to pass, it brings very close racing. And how about that? Blackstock, good. I think that may be his best finish of the year, too, in that fourth position. Or he may have had a podium earlier, I'm not sure. But great run by both the teams.
Yeah, for Bilardi Auto Racing. They get the top step on the podium, obviously, with Santi Urrutia. Shelby Blackstock with a good fourth-place finish, and Aaron Telitz comes home in the 8th spot. But, boy, this is a big win for Santi Urrutia, Davey. We know how much he hates to lose races, and he's come oh so close in 2017. Came back because he wants to be a Verizon IndyCar Series driver. He wants to win the championship. Came so close 1 year ago, and today, what a big win here at Mid-Ohio.
Yeah, well, one thing for sure is he hasn't been happy at an interview this year yet, so this could change that right now. It looks like that he's got that win. I'm sure he's going to be happy. Although he did do donuts like he won in Iowa, but unfortunately he was second, thinking that he won, but now he truly has the victory.
And you can't even really do donuts at the end of this one because he's got another race to do tomorrow.
That's
you
right.
Really
Don't tear up your stuff.
Don't want to tear up the stuff. So as all 14 of these drivers can complete their cool-down lap, and Santi Urrutia heads to victory lane here at Mid-Ohio. Here is the finishing order. It's Urrutia, your winner here at Mid-Ohio. Again, that makes the 7th different winner in 13 races here in the 2017 season of Indy Lights. Colton Herta comes home second. Nico Jamin is third. Shelby Blackstock is fourth. Zachary Claman-DeMello finishes fifth. Neil Alberico with a 6th-place finish. Dalton Kellett comes home in 7th. Aaron Telitz was 8th. Ryan Norman finishes 9th. Juan Pedrejita is 10th. Our championship contenders, Matheus Leist in 11th. Kyle Kaiser in 12th. Garth Rickards 13th, and Nico DePero with engine problems, mechanical issues, I should say, finishes 5 laps down in 14th. And Davey in the points, Kyle Kaiser, he came into this weekend with a 51-point lead over Matheus Leist. The lead over Leist is now just 50. Colton Herta's within 49, so a bad day could have been a whole lot worse, I guess, with Leist having issues as well.
Yeah, so Leist falls from second to third place in the championship. He's only 1 point behind Herta, but Herta was the one with the big gainer, did what he's having to do. But right now, with that, he had 50. He only lost 2 points on the championship. So even though a terrible day for him, finishing 12th, he still has a good championship lead.
Day first, Colton Herta was charging. He's going to have to settle for second here at Mid-Ohio, though.
Settles for second. Were you running out of push to pass there at the end?
I actually ran out of push to pass on about lap 12, so kind of threw my hopes out the window. The thing was, he was so consistent and wasn't making any mistakes that I had one shot where he made a small error, and I used all 3 of my last push to passes on one lap to try and get to him, and that's when he saw me alongside of him. So, yeah, car was really quick. The track changed dramatically. It's almost like a rain line the first lap with the Firestone rubber going down, so definitely prefer that Cooper rubber down. But, yeah, good race. I'll settle for second and go for the win tomorrow.
Yeah, you had that one move, that one opportunity, went over and under and couldn't catch up with him. What did you learn in this race that you might be able to use tomorrow?
No mistakes. Yeah. I was following him the whole time, and I learned that my fitness is fine for this track, which this is the most physical track, so I wasn't sure. But, yeah, all good and all forward to tomorrow.
Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Yep. Colton Herta comes home second. Best finish since a win at Barber Motorsports Park. Rob Howden.
Santi Urrutia, it's been a rough season for you, ups and downs, a number of second-place finishes almost a couple of times. Mid-Ohio is your racetrack. You win your 3rd straight race here. Give me your thoughts on winning here today.
I think it was good. I mean, it's good for the team. They have been working so hard this year. It's been tough, I know. We take pole position yesterday. I know I had a car to win. To be honest, it wasn't an easy race. I was struggling a lot, especially with my front tires. I was having a little bit of understeer. But, I mean, then it was fine, It's good to be back at the top. So I have to say thank you to all of my sponsors, Mazda, Cooper Tire, and everyone who helped me to be here. And, yeah, I'm happy. What else I can say?
The cars are going to be even better tomorrow. Can you make some changes to it?
Yeah, I think I can go for the win tomorrow. I tried to push it in the beginning a little bit, then I did a mistake on turn 1 when Colton cuts me. But, you know, I think if we improve the car a little bit tomorrow and we had a good start, I know it's difficult on the turn 1 when on the outside, but I mean, it's gonna be okay. I mean, it's gonna be a long race again, working with the tires and everything. And yeah, let's see what we can do tomorrow.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
A big win today here for Santi Urrutia. Danny Anderson rolling in behind me here. Nick Yeoman, impressive run. 7th different winner here in 2017.
Yep, and saw a lot of happy faces down there on pit lane as well. John Bruner, Brian Bellardi, all down there to celebrate with the winning driver, Santi Urrutia, who holds off Colton Herta by just 48 100ths of a second. Davey Hamilton, that's a darn good race in Indy Lights. Great battles throughout the field as well.
Yeah, no, really good battles. And I have to say, even in the back of the field, these guys were battling. You know, Peter Hita beat Leist by, you know, just a few tenths of a second. So, I mean, there's battles all the way that far back. And I think Kaiser's the one that's the biggest surprise. You know, he's just not having the speed here that he's had all year and the consistency of finishing up front. Although he had such a big points lead coming in there. He only loses 2 points at this race. But I have to say, the points championship's tightening up. There's a 100-point difference right at 100 between first and 8th with a few races to go.
So a great Saturday here on the Advanced Auto Parts IndyCar Radio Network as Will Power picks up his 49th career IndyCar pole. And Santi Urrutia wins race number 1 in the Indy Lights Series presented by Cooper Tires. Here is what is on tap tomorrow as we're set to go racing for the Honda Indy 200. We'll join you first at 11:15 a.m. for a 30-minute IndyCar warm-up session. Mark Janes, Rob Howden, Michael Young will guide you through that. Then we'll go racing again in the Indy Lights Series, race number 2. The entire cast of characters will be with you. That race will take the air at 1:20 Eastern Time. And then the main event of the weekend, the Honda Indy 200 at 3 o'clock Eastern. Mark Janes and Davey Hamilton in the booth. I'll join Jake Query out on the racetrack. Dave First, Michael Young, Rob Howden on pit lane. Big thanks to all of those guys on the air as well as our guys off the air. Wally Levitt and Rick Evans on site. Chris Pollock back in Indianapolis. Big thanks to them as well. Congratulations to Santi Urrutia, the winner of race 1 in the Indy Lights Series here at Mid-Ohio. We'll talk to you tomorrow.